early and like sitting outside. So an hour out of my day is gone from taking the bus, and a half hour from going to work because work was half the distance away. Okay, so because I'm losing 2 hours a day, I decided to buy a car. Now I have now I have an extra 2 hours per day, and I have a freedom to go where the fuck I want because the bus system in a small town like mine, it's not exactly a small town, but it's not huge. It's not Toronto. It's not LA. It's obviously less efficient. It's not reliable. Stuff like that. If you aspire to have a very reliable subway system, bus system, and train system, then it becomes feasible. If the bus gets you from your house to your workplace just as fast as a car, people would take the bus. It's like just aspire to do that, and maybe it happens. It's an aspiration. Anyways, moving on.
It will, of course, allow electric cars to remain, but not for very long. One, because electric cars are actually...
Okay. Electric cars, again. So, yes, the problem is that when you're making the lithium batteries, lithium ion, it's pretty fucking bad for the environment. That's obvious. But once they're on the road, they're better. So, I'm not sure exactly the details, but if you socialize that process and you only create lithium-ion batteries for need and not for surplus to sell and not for profit, then you're fine. Because what's happening now is you dig up or you take up all the lithium out of the ground for future profit, and you do it as cheap as possible, which also increases the pollution because people are just digging out of the ground and throwing it into like a pit, whatever. Like there's no like, it's in the middle of fucking nowhere. No one gives a shit about quality and whatnot and making sure the environment's fine. So there's a problem with it. Again, if you fix that and you make it better and you make it more efficient and you make it so that it's just like for the need and not for the want and the profit. Same with trees, okay? Now, I'm not saying this is a purely capitalist thing because obviously I would be lying to myself if I said that it's beneficial to keep trees around. But if you're selling trees and you take down all the trees, obviously that's bad for you. But if you clear cut trees to have a surplus of trees so that you can sell them in bulk to somebody else who wants a surplus of trees, or you sell them to multiple different people, right? If you do that, like you cut down 100 trees and then you send those 100 trees to a lumber yard, and they chop them down. Well, not chop them down. What the fuck? They manufacture them, let's say, and then they send them out to department stores and whatnot, Home Depots, blah blah blah, to sell them. Then what happens is, not what happens. Sorry. If you're cutting down 100 trees and the people manufacture the 100 trees into whatever and then put that out, and now they're sitting in a warehouse forever until they finally sell. If you could cut down 50 trees, put them into the manufacturing, make 50 trees, and then instantly give them people who need the 50 trees manufactured and made into planks of wood that they need, then it's like an easy transition. And then you don't manufacture anymore. You wait for the trees to grow back because you don't need any more. But when you're clear cutting and stuff like that, yeah, you get a bulk of trees and you can sell them off for a bigger profit because somebody else wants that bulk of trees to manufacture, and then they have their stockpile and then they sell off their stockpile, right? They're paying people, they're working people. So it's like that's obviously a flaw. I think if I'm doing this right, if you chop down trees for the need, then there's a huge like gap in work because you cut down the 50 trees you need, and you ship them off, and then now you're out of work for whenever they need trees again. But if you clear cut all the trees, there's no more fucking trees left. I'm not sure where that came from. Regardless, electric cars are better when they're on the road, and the lithium out of the ground. If you do it in bulk and surplus, they sit in a storage area, higher chance of leaking and contamination in the ground. Like if you take up all the oil out of the ground and hold it in a tank above ground for 7 years, the chance of that oil bursting out of the storage area and contaminating the land is higher than if it was in the ground where it originally was. But if you take that oil out for the need, then it's like less pollution because you're taking it out and instantly putting it to use. Instead of taking it out, putting it into a storage place, which could degrade, somebody could fucking blow it up, whatever. I need water, dude. I forgot fucking water.
Actually worse for the environment than gasoline-powered cars. A lot of people are unaware of that. And two, because electricity does not come from magic. Electricity comes from coal, which is very dirty.
Okay, here's another fucking thing. This is great. I love when he bats off a million things and they're all fucking wrong. Electricity doesn't come from magic, it comes from coal. Well, you're right, it doesn't come from magic, but it doesn't only come from coal. Wind power, solar power, hydro... I think it's just hydro. So your dams and what the fuck's... Oh, I guess thermal radiation produces power. I think there's that new technology where it rides the waves and gets some scientific force is acting on that. Like there's a million ways to generate power, not just coal. And then he's saying like what?
Dirty and filthy and polluting, and certainly will not be allowed in the Green New Deal. Just occurs to me I should...
Okay, yeah. So coal is dirty and it is polluting, and yes, we would like to move away from it. Like it's a good aspiration. I think Canada, we just got off of it. Got off coal. I'm not 100% sure, but like some fucking retards want to bring it back because the new thing is gas. So right now, Trudeau apparently, I'm not 100% sure, isn't using the gasoline or the oil. No, sorry, yeah, using the oil from the ground like at all. Like he's just kind of leaving it in the ground. We're not using it to boost our economy. So okay, problematic. But if you take this opportunity, this is why I don't like the Liberal government because they're not doing this. If you take this opportunity, and the Green Party's kind of like at fault for this because they're not pushing for it hard enough, mainly because they don't have any seats, but if you pushed hard enough, you probably would get more seats because this is a problem. If the Liberal Party took this opportunity when they're not using the oil because they don't want to, and built up an infrastructure based on energy, on renewable energy, whoa!
Would actually probably go to the University of Hawaii first before the Green New Deal goes in, because I can always take a train to Atlanta. I can always high-speed, solar-powered wind trains, or I don't know. The Green New Deal, by the way, if you haven't read it, also will make it very difficult, not just for you to get around without the cars or the trains or the automobiles, but also it will make it hard for you to stay at home.
Oh, this point is so fucking retarded, dude. Oh, okay, I need water. I just voice cracked again. Fuck me in the ass. I'll be right fucking back. What I'll probably do actually. Hold on, let me just. Shit. Jesus Christ. Oops, I spelled official wrong too. Awesome. Where's the real one? Where's the real one? Where's the official one? She posted it somewhere. I don't want to use these stupid fucking articles because they're all like, for whatever fucking reason, I don't know how this happened, but Twitter and like a bunch of these, like, there's like fake articles. Well, not fake. So one of them is a draft, and some of the information there is wrong and not official. And the other one, there's like Twitter posts of like just like the most wrong fucking thing ever. Like, it's not even close to actually what's said in the Green New Deal. Like, it was like, one of them was like, AOC requires you to piss in a cup and recycle it. And it's like, okay, well, that's not never gonna happen. Like, and I was never in the deal. Okay. Okay, I don't know where the official one is. I'll find it in a second. It's not like I have a chat to tell me.
Home because it will abolish your house. The Green New Deal promises to destroy and rebuild every residential and non-residential.
Okay, here's another point that he's wrong on. The Green New Deal does not advocate or does not force you to destroy your house. I swear to God, I wish I had it in front of me. I should look for it. It says to upgrade or retrofit or rebuild all skyscrapers. I don't even think it says house. I'm pretty sure it only says skyscrapers. And like public, like business owned one, and like the big, like, fuck, there's like, I have chocolate here. Like, it's not asking you to destroy your house. Like, oh, sorry, we need to destroy your house. No, it's like, it's not even, well, I guess it is asking you to. But it's asking you, hey, could you maybe put some solar panels if you want, put some solar panels on, and like all these new buildings, like publicly owned, like any government owned buildings will probably get reconstructed as like a force because they're government owned, they have the money or whatever, and then privately owned buildings would be asked to, hey, could you put some solar powers? Hey, do you want to get some wind turbines on it? Because you could stick a wind turbine on the side of a fucking skyscraper, and it will produce electricity. Because skyscrapers, as it turns out, create wind tunnels. Whoa. Fuck. Who fucking... did you know, also, they're really tall. So, like, when it's sunny out, and you put a solar panel on top, oh my fucking God, it will collect solar energy. And you don't need to destroy the whole fucking building. You just need to stick it on the side of it. It's not that fucking hard.
Residential building in the entire country within 10 years. Every residential and non-residential building, it turns out, is every single building in the entire country. And those will be outlawed by the Green New Deal, which everybody is endorsing. All of the beautiful things, the beautiful houses in Atlanta, beautiful apartment buildings in New York, homes in Beverly Hills, all of them will be gone. And this brings us, circuitously, to our topic tonight.
Gone. Totally gone. Like, I love the wording of, like, this Green New Deal wants us to annihilate everything. Just, like, totally destroy everything. How are you supposed to get energy if you destroy the planet? I don't understand. If all the houses are gone, where will we live?
Which is the simple joys of being right. The greater joy felt by being right, rather than wrong or left wing. But I repeat myself. The Green New Deal is emblematic of the left's ultimate goal, which is to abolish, to destroy, to change, and to fundamentally rebuild every single thing in this country. What we have, who we are.
Okay. Hold on.
Or what we possess, what we know. This reminds us of Barack Obama, who said that he wanted to fundamentally transform the country. And conservatives got into trouble.
Okay, I'll stop here. So, this is going to be a trigger word, but this is called radical change. Okay? When your country is fucked, let's say, I'm going to use a hyperbolic example here. If you live in a country and it is totally war-torn, and a civil war has been going on for hundreds of years, and your entire nation is fucked, how else are you going to change it? Okay, like, you have to do radical changes. Like, you have to fucking do things. So A, this isn't radical change because it's not forced upon you. It's not actually going to fucking happen. Like, AOC is not going to get in office, or like Bernie Sanders when he gets elected, and all of a sudden fucking all of your houses are going to be fucking dozered over. Like, the military is going to come in and fucking destroy all of your houses, and then put a solar panel up where your fucking house used to be. Like, are you fucking kidding me? So, like, what does he say? Like, what
we possess, what we know, to destroy, to change, and to fundamentally rebuild every single thing.
Fundamentally rebuild. It's called a radical change to society. When something is fucked up enough, so like money in politics. When a fucking, like, we could go watch the AOC thing. When somebody in office can just pay off all these people, get a bunch of fuck ton of money from companies, and then has there's no penalty for him making legislation to benefit that company. Guess what? You need a radical change to get rid of that. It's not going to be like, hey, can you just stop giving money to politicians? It's going to be in the Constitution, written down. Don't fucking take money from big corporations, only single donations. And like a cap on them and everything like that. Because if you get paid $1 billion towards your campaign, guess what? You're going to fucking do their shit, dog. And if you don't, that company's going to be pissed off at you. Guess what? They have more millions of dollars to fuck you over. Because the rich are powerful.
In this country, what we have, who we are, what we possess, what we know. This reminds us of Barack Obama, who said...
Like, okay, another example of powerful rich people. If Jeff Bezos, a guy who has trillions of dollars, billions upon billions of dollars, is being asked and paid for by nation or by states to build a factory there, when what is it, like Kansas or whatever fucking state it was, offered him like hundreds of thousands of dollars or tens of thousands of dollars to build a factory in their state. That's a problem. If you're giving a billionaire money to build stuff in your state, what? Like, as if he needs the money. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry guys, I can't build this here because it's cost too much money. I don't have enough. I need a government subsidy.
That he wanted to fundamentally transform the country, and conservatives got into trouble when they suggested Barack Obama might not love his country. So how dare you? You don't want.
Oh my God! If you're not the status quo, you fucking hate this country, dude. If you're if you don't, like, imagine this thought process when slavery was a thing. Like, imagine, this is not comparable. I don't think. Maybe it is. But, like, imagine if you're a slave owner and you're like, how could you? You must hate this country because you don't want slaves. What? Like, that, is that not a radical change? Was that not, when ending slavery, was that not a radical reconstruction of the nation when you abolished slavery? Like, what the fuck?
Want to fundamentally transform things that you love. If you ever, Valentine's Day's coming up, if you turn to your little honey on Valentine's Day and say, baby, I love you so much, I want to fundamentally transform you, I want you to be unrecognizable when I'm through with you, you will not have a very good Valentine's Day. And the Green New Deal would do this. It would remake the United States entirely, politically, intellectually, and spiritually. Okay, no, I want to mention something about this, basically, because, like, in a relationship, you usually change the person you're in love with on, like, a fundamental level. Like, usually, I think that if this is backed up by evidence, I could be wrong, maybe I'm fucking retarded, but when you, I think this is a normal thing. When you're in a relationship with somebody, you usually fundamentally change your ideas to be more agreeable with them. So, like, I think it goes that whatever thoughts a man has, usually the woman agrees with them and, like, they get along. I could be wrong because an anecdotal evidence of that would be my parents, but I don't know. Spiritually, physically. It would involve a radical redistribution of wealth. It would involve a government takeover of 1/6 of the U.S. economy. Not just any sector, by the way, the healthcare sector. It would involve a radical redistribution of wealth. It would involve a government takeover of 1/6 of the U.S. economy. Not just any sector, by the way, the healthcare sector. We're talking about urgent questions of life and death. It would destroy instantly, within one...
Here comes a dumb fucking point. Ready?
One instant, tens of millions of jobs. And it would end our deliberative Republican system of government. It would do this. There's a little line in the draft...
Okay, actually, I'm going to listen to the rest of it because it's all about healthcare, but
legislation. It says that the committee that will be appointed for the Green New Deal will decide on universal basic income, it will decide on welfare programs, it will decide on a universal socialist healthcare program, and any other programs that the committee deems necessary. Which is any law, that's anything whatsoever without any sort of democratic...
So I bet you, I don't know exactly, but I bet you when this committee gets formed, they suggest things to be put in law, and then it goes to, like, the Supreme Court and other members of Congress and the House and whatnot. Like, if you set up a committee for agriculture or whatever, it's not like the committee controls every aspect of agriculture. Like, unless, of course, it does, but I'm pretty sure this is not how... fuck the Senate. Fuck the... What the fuck are they called? Jesus Christ. Supreme Court. We're making this other sector, and they control everything involving the United States now. Like, what? There's no fucking way that's real. Like, I don't even have to bring that up. If you think that, you're fucking dumb.
Democratic accountability. Imagine hating your culture.
What do you say about...
It will decide on welfare programs. It will
Oh, yeah, okay. So, welfare, or... Welfare. We'll see if he mentions it, but and if not, I'll bring it up anyways. But with all those things, okay, so healthcare. Let's go with healthcare first. So first, the United States is the only fucking nation who doesn't have any form of single-player system. Okay. And guess what? They're marked like the worst for outcomes and stuff, which is more important than anything else, realistically. If you, sure, you might have better care, but first you have to afford it. So the outcomes of your care, the outcomes of your system, equals more deaths. So therefore, it's worse. Like if you're, it's like, yeah, you have the best. We have the best care, but no one in our country can afford it. Whoopsies. Like. What else was I going to mention about... Oh, yeah. I love the word of socialism gets shoved in there. What else did he say?
Of jobs. And it would end our delivery...
Oh, yeah, the jobs. Fuck. Oh, Jesus Christ. It will instantly eliminate tens of thousands of jobs in the private sectors of... Okay, first, I don't even know what he's talking about. Because if he thinks it's like going to eliminate doctor jobs, obviously not. If it's going to eliminate... Like, I think he's talking about, like, the individual insurance companies that hire people to deal with their stuff. Like, aren't you part of the concern? Don't you always talk about people picking up their bootstraps and moving on? Like, there's literally, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, yeah, sure, the private healthcare system will be gone. There will be jobs in the public sector for people, and if people require work because they're doing paperwork, other companies exist. And the Green New Deal also plans to open a bunch of government jobs because it's going to take a lot of work to rebuild the nation to be eco-friendly.
Republican system of government. It would do this. There's a little line in the draft legislation. It says that the committee that will be appointed for the Green New Deal will decide on a universal basic income. It will decide on welfare programs. It will decide on...
I don't know if I need to mention anything on universal basic income. Like, I'm not really too much in it.
Universal socialist healthcare program and any other programs that the...
I love when he says socialist healthcare program. Like, I love that that spectrums don't fucking exist to these people. If anything's slightly to the left of whatever they think is a good idea, it's socialism and it's communism. So there are 3 tiers, I think, right? 4 tiers of healthcare. There's nationalized, there's single payer, there's mixed or something like that, like multi-pick, where there's a single payer system, but also there's some private insurance in it, and then there's non-single payer, whatever the United States calls it, fucking privatized. Okay, so nationalized means that every single hospital is built by the government, and everyone in there is it's a government job if you're a doctor, stuff like that. It's nationalized, taxpayer, fully taxpayer. Single payer. Canada works off this, and a couple other nations work off this. It's that the government, as a body, represents all of the people in your nation, and they go to drug companies and they go to hospitals, because each hospital is privately owned, and they tell them, hey, so my city will go to the hospital here locally and go, hey, we're going to pay you this money for your care. And if you don't agree with it, you're going to have no customers. They can come back saying, hey, we can't actually survive off that. You need to pay us more, or we as the hospital will shut down. And then you displace, like, okay, we want some more wages, and it changes, and the government funds it. It's one payer for everybody in the nation. Okay? Very fucking simple.
Committee deems necessary. Which is any law. That's anything whatsoever without any sort of democratic accountability. Imagine hating your culture.
No democratic accountability, except for the fact that, like, the committee is, like, appointed to by democratic people, and if it works anything similar, if this committee works anything like, wow, I forgot them again. Jesus Christ. Those group of lawyers, those guys, what the fuck are their names? Brett Kavanaugh. Holy shit. U.S. government. Brett, hold on. Brett Kavanaugh, hold on. I just gotta. I don't know why this is slipping my brain right now. Fuck off. Supreme Court. Jesus. If this committee works anything like the Supreme Court, that means the Supreme Court is undemocratic. Now, I actually think the Supreme Court is kind of undemocratic in the sense that it's a lifetime job. Now, if it wasn't a lifetime job, then I don't really give a shit. But because you can put somebody in there, and there's a bunch of other like rules, I think it's if you put somebody in there, they can like vote. They could say they're retired, and then somebody else, they could appoint somebody as like their successor, but they can also still take a seat in the House. Now they're supposed to take like a backdoor seat where they don't get as many papers, but there's no like rules against them taking a certain amount of stuff. They could take as many. Wow, I'm literally forgetting everything about government right now. Any kind of bill, they could look at it and go through it, and any kind of job that comes to them, they could take it. And the guy there they've placed as their heir can also do that. So basically, you get two. Like if a Republican's over the age of 65, he can put another one of him in the Supreme Court. So imagine doubling your vote, basically, right?
Culture and your tradition and your society so much that all you wanted to do was rip it to the ground and rebuild it within 10 years. Is it any wonder that
again, like I said before, if your society sucks butthole, then yeah, you might want to rip it down and rebuild it.
Conservatives are happier than left-wingers? If you look at the various presidential candidates, the difference between the right and the left in terms of smiles and frowns could not be clearer. You have Chief Hiawatha, Senator Elizabeth Warren, who is slogging her way to the White House one miserable beer at a time, looking unhappy with each passing sip. You have Beto, Robert Francis O'Rourke, wandering the country aimlessly, writing angsty diary entries as though he were a teenage girl on Medium.com. You know, just finding himself, man. Just wandering for a bit. You have, of course, Senator Spartacus, Cory Booker, crying tears.
When every other member of government is attacking you for your beliefs, like AOC, where Democrats and Republicans both slam her all the time, I would be angry. And when you aren't taken seriously, like Bernie Sanders, when Trump gets up there and says that socialism will never happen in the United States, that's like an attack to you. Like Bernie Sanders, I don't even think even if he does categorize himself as a socialist, when the president of the United States says out loud that socialism will never be in the United States or never exist in the United States, I would take that as like a threat or like something to be sad about. Like, okay, well, fuck you. Obviously, you're not taking me anything seriously. Like, if nobody around you takes you seriously, even though you have good arguments, yeah, I would be sad too, dog. If you're fucking AOC sitting there and what the fuck was she super pissed off about? It was like a bunch of bullshit, and she just sat there. It was like obviously, like what the fuck, like. Are you insane? Like, you're fucking retarded, dude. And Trump gets up there and he's like, look at all these women in the House, as if he did that. Like, it was done in spite of him, not because of him. Like obviously, like, I don't even know if I need to, like, mention this. Like, I don't, like, why wouldn't you be sad? Like, nothing Trump has done is sitting around there. I think it's like he was mentioning like there's no more Obama legacy. Like, obviously, when you tear down the entire fucking legacy, obviously there's not gonna be anything there. I've been talking for 45 fucking minutes and it's been 6 minutes into this fucking video. Like, this is torture. Like, obviously I'm gonna be sad if I have to do this every 5 seconds. If you're Bernie Sanders and every time you get on stage you just have to say the same thing over and over again because everyone's too thick to understand it and they're just like, I'm cool. Vote for me. It's like,
tears of rage at every opportunity. And then those are the candidates on the left. Then you have on the right our president, Donald Trump, smiling and tweeting. The more he smiles, the more he tweets.
Yeah, it turns out when you're fucking retarded, you don't know what's going on in the world. And you think yourself, like when you have a huge ego and you're dumb as fuck, yeah, you smile a lot because you think you're the best when you're not. Like, everyone knows this fucking idiot. You got that one dude that you know, maybe he's at the gym and he's lifting some fucking weights, doing the entire wrong form, so he's really not even lifting that much, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm fucking huge, and it's like, oh my god, dude, fuck. And you got the fucking idiots who are in classrooms or whatever, like you got that, you got those, we all know that guy who's an absolute fucking idiot, and he's wrong in but he's sitting there smiling like he's the best person, like we all We all know somebody like that.
The more he tweets, the more he smiles. The more I smile, too. He said this, I really like this one. He tweeted out about the Green New Deal. I think it is very important for the Democrats to press forward with their Green New Deal. It would be great for the so-called carbon footprint to permanently eliminate all planes, cars, cows, oil, gas, and the military, even if no other country would do the same. Brilliant.
This is my favorite. This is what I stopped watching because this point makes me want to fucking blow my head off. Okay? I think this is a good analogy. Let's say you're in a building, and there's 10 floors in that building, and they're all on fire. Okay? They're all burning down to the ground. Okay? And there's a sprinkler system set up, but none of it is turned on because everyone thinks they're fine. The building is about to burn down, but everyone thinks they're okay because who the fuck knows why. Okay? And you, the United States, control 3 of those floors. If you turn on your sprinklers, you've helped you've put a step forward to solve the problem. When you say, I won't turn on my sprinklers because the other people on the other floors won't do it, you're not going to get anywhere. What if they're sitting there like, I'm not going to turn on my sprinklers because the United States won't? Like, be the bigger man, turn on the fucking sprinklers. Your house is burning down, dog. The entire fucking condominium is burning down. 10 floors gone. Your condominium is going to fucking disappear if you don't turn on the fucking sprinklers right now, dog. You have 10 minutes to turn on the sprinklers. Like, how is this a point? Why would we do this when no other country will do it? I don't know, dude. Because it's a good idea. Like, because we're not fucking dumb. Like, what? Like, there's a fire. Like, you have an oil fire. No, I'll just stick with the fire analogy. I made some other fire analogy. We'll see if I get to it. Like, yeah, the building's on fire. Turn on your sprinklers. Don't keep your sprinklers off because the other fucking apartments aren't turning on their sprinklers. They're not doing it. Why would I do it?
One gets the sense that this man really enjoys being president. He really enjoys it. I enjoy it. And he enjoys it because his policies are working. His policies have corresponded in a really delightful way to reality. The economy is booming. We have joblessness at all-time lows, especially minority jobs.
So, will he mention any of his policies? Nope. Is he just going to beat off stats? Yep. Let's run through them, and then I'm going to back up and go through them individually.
Joblessness, Hispanic and black and female unemployment. We have a relative peace abroad. We have an approval rating that is now reflecting this. President Trump today just passed 52% in the daily presidential tracking poll. We have excellent Supreme Court judges and justices who are interpreting the law rather than rewriting the law. These are policies that are working out well for the country. They're corresponding with reality. And I don't just mean...
Okay.
Especially minority sense that this man really enjoys being president. He really enjoys it. I enjoy it. And he enjoys it because his policies are working. His policies have corresponded in a really delightful way to reality. The economy is booming.
The economy is booming. Okay. Let's go to USA stock market. Fuck. I spelled the stock market wrong. How the Dow just set up. Where's the stock market thing? Ah, fuck. It's right there. Is this like the big graph about the whole thing? This better be the big graph about the whole thing. Treasury yields rise after solid core inflation reading. Okay. This isn't telling me anything. Is that supposed to be the image, but it's just not loading? Dow. I don't know if this is like a way to get it. I don't know how to Google this shit. There we go. Okay. You see this? Oh, this is let's go 5 years. Oh wow, look at that. 2016. Dow goes up. What is this? Market summary. Dow Jones Industrial. Oh, there you go. Yeah. So max. So look, you know how it's like generally rising, and here's the 2009 market crash, and it's rising. See how it's starting to take a dip? See how this? See this? See how 2018, like it's peaking, right? Right around here. That's where it's like peaking. 2018. Yeah, it's called Obama, dog. Like all this rising. That's guess who was president at that time? Obama. From here, where it fucking crashed all the way up. Obama. Like maybe you could take see how it's like stagnating? See that? See how it doesn't exist anywhere over here? See how that's like... Huh? Like, does that not look? It's not rising anymore. It's stagnating. And you can see the same fucking thing here. It hits a couple bumps. It's like, What else do you have? What's this? While Dow surges, this key metric reveals professional investors are calling the U.S. stock market bluff. Who is this? CCN? I don't know who this is. Dow builds on 32-point rally, or 372-point rally. Traders are excellent that efforts are underway to avoid the government shutdown. Well, that was good news. Investors were particularly... When was this posted? Maybe a month ago. Dip does not mean Al Crowder. Oh, look at that. That's adorable. Dip does not mean anything. What do you mean? What dip? Now, maybe I'm retarded, but I'm like, what do you mean dip? I hope your chat came up on screen. I don't know if it did. Oh, it's in white, isn't it? Oh, fuck. That's not good. Hope your chat's not hidden. I don't know why it's like dumb. Like all the chat is. Anyways. Pros flee to cash. Tuesday's market gains were naturally great news, but some market players were throwing shade on the equities. Rally before the closing bell even rang. For example, Bank of America Merrill Lynch published a survey that gauges where professionals around the world are positioning investments. Yeah, okay, I know. So, you could see, but look at the difference. Can I get, like, this section? Fuck. 5 years, is that good enough? Not really. I guess. So you can see dips, right? And, like, there's a dip at the end. Let's say. Let's agree. It's a dip right here. But this is all of Obama's presidency. And, oops. So you can see the crash, right? Like, 2009. Whoopsies. And you can see it dip a couple times. But what I'm looking at is right here, okay? 2018, 2016. So 2016, let's say this is the rest. Let's say I'm going to give a huge, like step towards Trump. And let's say this is all, like, right here is Obama. And then, like, no, yeah, like, just to the peak is Obama. And the rest is now Trump. Let's say. When it stagnates like this, it's not like this extra peak here didn't rise above this. So if this continues, and you can see that dip right there, there's a couple dips right here. It's currently in stagnation, and it's not growing as like an exponential rate like this. See, it was up, and then all of a sudden, like 2016, 2017, 2018. So 2 years of a little bit of growth. Let's say, fuck it, YOLO. Let's give that to Trump. This growth right here is to Trump. What's this? What's this? I personally probably wouldn't. I probably would give that to Obama. But, like, why is it stagnating? Why is it... And, like, there's a bunch of people that are freaking out. Bank of America chief investment strategist said that despite the recent rally, investors' sentiment remains bearish. Sentiment moving to the extremes has been a reliable contrarian indicator for the market historically. I don't know if it chats or something because it's like a white screen. It's pretty bad. My bad. Fundamental position still Q1 positive for risk assets. Concerns remain about the global growth, as 55% of those surveyed say that they are pessimistic about the economy and inflation. Also, there's like stagnation right now, like that's the Dow, but if we go over some other things, so the economy, let's be growth rate percent, like this, like Dow growth rate percent. Oh fuck. That's the same thing. That's the same thing. Would be easier to look at growth rate percentage. Same fuck. These are all the same thing. Fuck. I'm not sure how to Google that. I'm not really sure what you mean by growth rate percentage. Dow Jones Industrial Average. Let's see. Let's look at this. One-year total return minus 2%. Three-year total return. So 3-year, which is from Obama to here. This is GDP, but I mean something that looks like this. Oh, that was blocked. Oh, fuck. Why was that blocked? I'm not sure why that was blocked. I don't know. My bad, dog. I have no fucking idea why that was. I don't even know what this is GDP, but I mean something that looks like this. I don't know if you could spell out whatever sign you just put in there because it gets blocked, and I don't know fucking why. But we got percentage here. I don't know if this is like what you wanted. But year to date return, 1 year total returns, and then 3-year total returns. 2018 annual total returns percent history. Use GDP. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna Google that. But also, let me tell you something. GDP doesn't super matter if your quality of life is down, right? So I'll do it. So an example of this is China's GDP is fucking skyrocketing. But would you like to live in China? You would say it's a pretty shit place. You could leave it up to socialism. I don't give a shit. But their GDP is skyrocketing, but I wouldn't want to live there. They have like shit internet, like there's a bunch of quality life stuff, just workplace lifestyle too. I'm pretty sure they have a high suicide rate because people hate working. But their GDP is high. So when you look at GDP, the only problem is quality of life, basically, right? If you have, this is a little extreme, but slave labor is a great way to fucking absolutely skyrocket your if you want to build something and you have slave labor versus volunteer work, what's going to get the job faster? Slave labor. But I bet you that's a shit way to live. I'm not exactly sure how well that goes by, but yeah. The US GDP increased by 3.5% from the second quarter of 2018 to the third quarter of 2018. Overall, the real quarterly US GDP growth is in recent years since the recession has been mostly positive, with some small exceptions. From 2019 to 2020, global GDP is expected to increase by 3.72%. Not the point that it was GDP, just trying to see the graph. Is it even showing up? I don't know why chat's not showing up, to be honest. Is it even? I don't know what's going on, dog. I swear to God, I have chat here, but it doesn't. It's not showing up. Let me just hold on, give me 2 seconds. Let's boost this 30 seconds. I don't know if this is gonna help. I might have changed the whatever. Sorry. Not the point that it was GDP, just trying to see the graph I was talking about. Okay, let me just find the graph for you then. Is this it right here? Oh, just trying to show the graph that I was talking about. Okay. Is this right here? This is what you want? Statistics.com or Statista? Or do you want another one? Is this what you wanted? This is from, is that 2011? Q1? Yeah, okay. So 2014, 2011. And then, yeah, so pretty decent. You know what? Fuck it. YOLO. Why not? Yeah, okay. So we could give GDP to Trump. Why not? But, oh, there you are. Yeah, it is white. My bad. You can see chat, but your name is, I have to, change it to something else. But it works over here. Not really. I'll figure it out one day. Anyways, so yes, GDP is high. You know what? Fuck it, YOLO. I'll give it to Trump that the GDP is higher. But like I said, quality of life is like a reason. Let me just go. Why is not of economic well-being? GDP is an indicator of a society's standard of living, but is only a rough indicator because it does not directly account for leisure, environmental qualities, levels of health and education, activities conducted outside of the market, changes in inequality of outcome, increases in variety, increases in technology, or something else. Yeah, but this only shows, like, this graph only shows GDP. This is the Dow, and you got the graph here for the Dow. In 2008, and then, right? You see a little drop in 2018. So you got all these, like, the Dow's up, and then there's GDP. Like, there's different ways of doing economics. Now, I don't know a fuck ton about economics, right? But GDP could measure economic well-being. Yeah, as you see, like, GDP is just, like, a little rough, right? So if you, what did it say on the fucking total income in the GDP measures both the economy's total income and economy's total expenditure on goods and services. Yeah, like, I get it. Like, GDP is fine, but don't use it as your sole example for economic well-being. Let's say. I think that's the proper word for it, right? Because, yeah, like, if you look at this, thus GDP per person tells us the income and expenditures of the average person in the economy. Because most people would prefer to receive higher income and enjoy higher expenditures, GDP per person seems a natural measure of the economic well-being of the average individual. Yet some people dispute the validity of GDP as measured of well-being. When Senator Robert Kennedy was running for president in 1968, he gave a moving critique of such an economic measure. Gross domestic production does not allow for the health of our children, the quality of their education, or the joy of their play. It does not include the beauty of our poetry or the strength of our marriages, the intelligence of our public. Yeah, okay, we get it, right? GDP has a rough time showing you the rest of what's going on in the country, right? Like I said, when the GDP is high, you could have, like, smog in China, right? Beijing, China, has a fuck ton of smog, but they get shit done, right? Like, okay, they're building stuff, they got a bunch of factories running, but it causes environmental problems, which could affect you and your physical health, okay? If you are working 80 hours a week, you have less time to do shit, and so you're working 80 hours a week, that will raise the GDP because you're working longer, you're getting paid more, but you might want to kill yourself because you're working 80 hours a week. You have nothing else to do with your life, right? You have no free time. You can't do that. Okay. But yeah, thanks for, like, yeah, you're being reasonable, which is cool. And I get why people would use the GDP, but just be cautious of other things. But you have L. Crowder in your name, and you weren't an asshole, so that's good. So yeah, okay, we're gonna move on to the other point that the guy was making, because why not? But cool, I'm glad we understand that. I'm glad you're not like, GDP is the only fucking reason our economy's great, because the GDP is up. Because I have a guy that I know who said that, like, somebody was a Trump supporter in one of my classes, and he's like, I like him because of I think it's like what he said was like what he does, whatever. The GDP is high, employment is low. Also, so employment is low and I forget the other thing. But with employment being low, sure, if everybody in the country is working, great. Employment is zero, unemployment is 0%. But what are they getting paid? Okay, so if the cost of living is $10 an hour and you're getting paid $5 an hour, you're employed, but you can't live. You can see this as with factors in different areas. If people get signed to a contract, I don't know if you know about this, but okay, cool, thanks. Well, that was GDP, not Dow though, but I got both. So yeah, if that's the graph you wanted, like for GDP, that's fine. Like yeah, okay, for sure. Yeah, like unemployment, homelessness went up, right? I think holy fuck. Rate over years, I think is how I get it. Homelessness in the U.S. rate. Let's see that. Sorry, but what was I talking about? Oh yeah, living wage. But I think you get it, right? If you might be unemployed. Yeah, okay. I was using the example of like Reebok. I think got in trouble because you could work for their factories, but the condition was you have to pay them $500, but they'll let you take out a loan on it. Yeah, no worries, Doug. I'm Canadian, Doug. It's okay. It's fine. We'll understand our own politics better because we both have parliamentary systems of government, and our economies are very similar. Well, are they very similar? I don't know about economies being similar, but our countries are very similar. But yeah, no, it's cool. I'm not from the United States either. I just watch I just absorb a lot of information on this shit, and I'm trying to get better. So us having a discussion now is beneficial because you're not getting angry, and I'm not getting angry. I mean, sorry if you think I'm getting angry. My voice just raises when I talk a lot. That's just a thing that I do, and people think I get angry, but I'm not. I'm just speaking. I just breathed really heavily into the mic. My bad. Where's the... Oh, was that it right there? Fuck. Nope. Homeless population by state changes... Oh, there we go. Okay, this is not loading. If homelessness went up, then that's bad, because if unemployment is down, but homelessness is up, that doesn't really make sense, right? Okay, increase 75... Whoa, what the fuck? Fuck off. Ad blocker. Yeah, I have ad blocker. Please select your ad blocker. This one. Oh, fuck off. I want to kill myself. Okay, I can't go to that one because it doesn't want me having ad blocker on. Here's some sexy graphs for you. Oh, fuck. You're blinking a bunch of shit and it's not showing up. Hold on. Let me just... Ah, fuck me. God damn it. I have a bunch of... Hold on. I have a link blocker on, and that's 100% my bad. Oh, fuck. Where's shit, is my bot in here? Holy fuck. Host giveaway. Fuck. Shit. Sorry. Fuck. All your links are blocked. I'm sorry. This is so bad. Fuck. Where's the... Oh my god. Better Twitch. Okay. Is this it? I don't know if I have the link blocker on Better Twitch TV or on like Nightbot or some fucking bot. I don't even think it's in chat right now. Ain't on chat. Fuck. Yeah. Hold on. You can, but I just want to see if I can fix this because it would be better. Like, I don't give a shit if links are in my chat. Okay, yeah, sure, I'll take it here. These are not even... Yeah, thanks. Is it the whole link? Yeah, it's the whole link. Fuck, I'm retarded. But let me see if I can find this. I don't know why the fuck they're censored. Shit, it's not in Steam. It's got to be in Better Twitch TV, right? This is a really... Holy fuck. What is this? Gross domestic production. What? This seems like a really weird graph. What are you trying to show me? What the hell is this graph about? Like, what? I don't know what this graph means. There's a lot of information. I don't even know if there's a lot of information here. It's not like really telling me stuff. It's like, okay, yeah, wealth is going up. Like, that's obvious. Wealth amendment indicators. can change it on. Oh, to a bunch of shit. Okay, so this is just whatever the fuck is on here. Okay, I get it. I thought you were sending me this specific graph. I was like, this doesn't mean much. Okay. GDP growth rate. See that? Whoa. That's 2009. That's kind of static. Why is this graph so weird? Why is it so Like, I feel like it needs to have more information than this. Like, is this not a super fucking weird graph to you? Like, why? On point. Oh, okay. Now it's on 1%. Like, this is between -3% and 8%. It just seems like a really jagged graph. It doesn't seem to give me a lot of information. It's weird. I don't even know what I was talking about. Oh, yeah, the homeless rate. Oh, is the homeless rate in here? Educational, financial sector, health, infrastructure, poverty. Intentional homicides, poverty gap, poverty headcount. Oh, homelessness is not in here? Okay, well, let's look at some poverty stuff. Why not? Income distribution. Let's see what this looks like. Maybe I'm just retarded. Look. Okay. Okay. There is nothing on the intentional homicides. Oh, yeah, it's going down. This graph is weird, though. I don't know if it gives me... It's like 0.3%. I don't know. These graphs just look weird to me. Maybe I'm just retarded. That's obviously a thing. Oh, that's right. Okay. Homelessness not on here. Oh, shit. Oops, I could just go homelessness graph. Oops. Holy fuck. Yeah, poverty would be good, but it doesn't, like, it's just a thing. It's not, like, overall. So poverty, and then inside poverty is a bunch of other shit. So it's like poverty headcount ratio. Doesn't have enough information. Headcount ratio at national poverty line. Doesn't even give enough information. Presence of peacekeepers. I don't know what that has to do with poverty. Poverty gap. Oh, also doesn't have enough information. Income distribution. Doesn't have, like, so there's not enough information on a bunch of this shit. So I don't know. These are like unfinished graphs. Balance of payments. Doesn't give enough. Is it because I'm doing something wrong? The chart. Oh, fuck. I'm retarded. Yep. I'm dumb. I'm the dumb one. Poverty gap. Yeah, I'm retarded. 2 a day. $1 a day. Let's go $1 a day. Yeah, I mean, I've taken statistics classes, but I don't... Like, what is this? 4%, 0.4%, 0.3%, 0.6%, 0.6%, 0.9%. Is this the... Like, it doesn't give me... Like, what is this percentage based off, right? So, poverty gap, poverty line, $1 a day, $2 a day. Like, is this per... Why is it not working now? Why does $1 a day work, but not $2 a day? Okay, weird. Some counters don't have some types of information. Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird because it's like this percentage, poverty gap, $1 a day, $1.5 a day. Like, is this people who work? Okay, cool. Like, is this people? Like, is this the percentage of people who work at $1.5 a day in the United States? Like, I'm not sure. Like, it's or is this like, I think that's what it is, but it's not like there's a thing here that tells me. It just tells me poverty gap, United States, poverty line. Like, maybe I'm the dumb one, but I probably am. Let's be honest. Like, unless, of course, it's more of like a comparative thing, right? So if I do this, you've got the Canadian one. So is this less? So 0.3% of, so United States is 0.4% of people. See the biggest one? 1% of people working on it, and Canada has 0.2. Is that how it's supposed to work? Even though it's not even up to date. I don't know. Homelessness, our world in data. Empirical view. Oh, this is great. Number of homeless people by shelter status, United States. 2007, 600,000 people. And by 2016, which isn't enough data, Oh, fuck, why is this not long enough? Okay, well, that's an okay one. It seems to go down, but it doesn't tell us. Number of homeless people per capita. Per 100,000. I don't know if that's directly per capita, but go over the question mark. I don't even know what the question mark is. Oh, this thing? Oh, fuck. Wow. I'm retarded. The World Bank periodically prepares poverty assessments of countries in which it has an active program in close collaboration with national institutions. Other development agencies and civil societies, including poor people's organizations. Assessments report and extent and causes of poverty and proposed strategies to reduce it. Countries have varying definitions of poverty. Comparison can be difficult. National poverty lines tend to have higher purchasing power in rich countries, where standards used are more generous. In poor countries, poverty measures based on international poverty line attempts to hold the real value of poverty line consistent across countries, including when making comparisons over time. Data here includes measures of population living below the national poverty line as well as the international poverty line. Also included are more. Okay, so I don't know. This is weird because there's no way when people can't afford their health care that 1% of the population is below the poverty line. Like, poor. Let's see if that works. I don't know. Poverty in the United States. Oh, fuck off. I don't want a Wikipedia thing. That might be an okay graph, but poverty rate in the United States by age and gender 2017 statistics. So there's another statistic graph. What the fuck? Under 18 years old. Yeah, okay. See, this is already like more information. So, under 18 years, 18% of the population and 15% of the female population are poor. Are in the, I don't know if you can see that. I don't know. I don't have the, there we go. Oh, hold on. Let me just, before I go over this, because I really want links to show up in chat. Readable colors, hide chat, pop out, chat info, not for chat filter off, follower chat only, nope, slow mode, manage, oh, got it, although I just fucking got rid of my Twitch chat, fuck me, okay, block hyperlinks, there we go, got it. Don't type in chat right now because I don't have it up. Just gonna save, hopefully it saves. Dashboard. Oh, I was in there too. Oh, it's really right there. Okay. Whoopsies. So fuck me, your chats are gone, but that's my bad. I don't know if you sent anything in chat. I don't know how to get to I think, did I drop frames? I didn't. Okay. Cool. Oh, it'll show up here. Okay, we're good. Okay, so I got it. You can throw in links now. You can do whatever you want. And I'll click on almost all of them. Okay, so homeless people in the United States, even though it's not up to date, we'll just ignore this. England. See, doesn't England have a huge fucking problem with homeless people? Anyways, let's move on. I'll open that up later.
We have joblessness at all-time lows, especially minority joblessness.
Oh, yeah, so there we go. So he's talking about the joblessness. He's talking about the joblessness. So like I said, the issue with it is being that you can't, like it depends on how much people are getting paid, right? And since you don't have now, if you had a actual like living wage, right? So if Bernie Sanders came in and he put in $15 an hour, and joblessness was low, then it would be a good, like, if there's an enforced minimum wage that is proven to be like the living wage, like if you get paid this much, you can live comfortably as a one single person in like a one bedroom apartment, like whatever's the minimum to live. And then you have a statistic saying that employment is at an all-time high or unemployment is at an all-time low, then it's fine to cite that because you know that people are getting paid a specific wage at a minimum. So they can live off that. But that same graph is not a good representation of quality of life still, because yes, they have a job, but if they're all getting paid minimum wage, they're all living a minimum wage life.
So Hispanic and black and female unemployment. We have
lack of education would take an effect, because odds are if you're living off minimum wage, you can't afford any kind of college or university, unless of course that system also goes public. But I would say that's unlikely.
A relative peace abroad. We have an approval rating that is now reflecting this. President Trump today
I like how he says a relative peace abroad. I don't know what that really has to do with anything, but you're causing a lot of wars.
just passed 52% in the daily presidential tracking poll. We have excellent Supreme Court judges and justices who are.
Wait, what is
the
it?
approval rating that is now reflecting this. President Trump today just passed 52%.
Okay, what's the approval? I'm going to go over that right now. So, either he's lying, because disapproval is still above 50%, and approval is not over 50%. So, I need to know where that guy's getting his statistic. Are these other ones? Pollster YouGov, disapprove 51, disapprove 51. Oh, is it this one? Did he cherry pick this one? Plus opinion search? Oh, this one and this one. Oh, no, never mind. Just this one. So only one of them is... Oh, and adjusted. Oh, rip. So there's one poll out of these ones. 4 more polls. What else we got? So this is where you have to watch out. And he has to cite his shit, but he's in a speech, so he's obviously not going to. What the fuck was I doing? Oh, my bad. Fuck. I just closed. Oops. We're good. Is you can cherry pick any of these polls, right? And then it depends on how. So there's the same one, just from a different date, and then readjusted. So look at all of these and get like a median, right? And the median is that has a disapproval rating. I'm gonna give him a favorable 55%. Okay, because there's a couple that are really high, and most of them around 53. So 55% disapproval rating. That's not whatever he just said.
In the unemployment, we have a relative peace abroad. We have an approval rating that is now reflecting this. President Trump today just passed 52% in the daily presidential tracking poll. We have excellent Supreme Court.
Daily. Okay, wait. Daily. Oh, it's that. It's that. It's that. He cherry picked it. I got him. Is that it right there? $50, yeah, right there. That's it. I got him. See, I told you. So he did cite it. Good for him. But, whoops.
Court judges and justices who are interpreting the law rather than rewriting the law. These are
big
policies.
yike. Big yike. That's one big yike. Oh, by the way, maybe you're a good person to ask this. I need a name for... So I got Firewire for Daily Wire shit whenever I like watch Daily Wire stuff. I just need something for Crowder. I was going to go with Crowder Hour, but I'm not going to do it for an hour. I'm going to do it for however long it takes. Like, I'm already at an hour and a half. I also want to play games, but I don't know what kind of games I can run because I have a shit CPU and RAM sticks that might explode at any moment, so I don't know how much I can do. Right now, I seem to be running fine. Like, my computer is broken for like a month before this. It's a big yike. But yeah.
That are working out well for the country. They're corresponding with reality. And I don't just mean economic reality. I mean they're corresponding.
What?
These are policies that are working out well for the country. They're corresponding with reality.
I would like him to mention a policy. I don't know if you can... Wait. Oops. I don't have a gun. What ways to kill yourself? Okay, well, you've got what I would suggest, okay, is you grab a razor blade and you hold it up to your neck and you get it real tight and close in there and just give yourself a nice little shave. Okay, that's what I recommend. You don't need to actually end your life. You just need to give yourself a little shave, and then like you've killed your beard or any facial hair you have, and then you breathe new life into yourself. That might be true. I'm not sure. I wish fuck. Can I change it right now? I don't know why. Okay, so I'm using like the Twitch chat that I have popped up is off of Streamlabs, but it doesn't let me do text color in like a rainbow. So I don't know how to like make it display. It's really fucking annoying, and I can't make it transparent any other way. Do I just want to make it all blue? Is that good enough? No, but then the names are not. Fuck. Text color. Oh, black? No, well then I can't see anything. All F? I don't know what's going on, dude. I'm not gonna hit save. Whatever. I don't even know if it updates, to be honest. Ooh, rip-a-rooney, dude. What was I doing it? Oh, major policies. Okay, let's look at some policies. Economic policy of Donald Trump. This is better. Oh, fuck, I remember you now. Holy shit. Crowder, I remember you. Ah. Oh, fuck, experience. Yeah, dude, I was. Crowder, holy fuck, I remember you now. Jeez, you remember from back in those days? Holy fuck. Hello, buddy. Hello. If you want my Discord, by the way, hit me up. Weed is fine. Maybe not. Okay, don't smoke a bunch, right? Oh, fuck. My friends force me. Drugs are for mugs, yeah. I mean, hardcore drugs, no, but don't do hardcore drugs. But weed is not a problem to do drugs. Okay, well, maybe get some new friends, buddy. Uh-oh. Yeah, I know. I remember you now. Holy fuck. I don't know how I didn't. I saw L. Crowder. I was like, louder with Crowder. I was like, fuck, god damn it. Somebody's already here to fucking roast me. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, God. We got a human trafficking problem. Anyways. What was I on again? Economic policies. Let's see. Is there like a... I hate fucking Wikipedia. Just think of a better source for me. Okay, big yike. I'm just going to go this way. These 5 Trump policies are leading us towards economic chaos. Okay, here we go. 5. This might be biased, but let's see. Oh yeah, no. I don't know. I've uninstalled Arma. I stopped playing. Fuck off. I stopped playing. Cause I don't know. I just stopped enjoying it at a point. I forget what I was doing. Like all of the RPE servers kind of died. And I don't know. I just wasn't like I didn't feel like throwing time into it, right? So back then, what was I doing back then? I think I was just in like high school at that point. So at this point, I'm in college now, and I just haven't really had time, right? So, and I've gotten way more political since then. Like, I want to talk about this shit. I want to, like, you know. Do they make you put it up your butthole? Do you have to? Do you have to like? Do you have to put it in a balloon and put it up there? Is that what you have to do? Anyways. So yeah, like I don't know, like I don't know if you watch Destiny, but I kind of had the same awakening he did, except for, well, not really awakening. I've always been political. I just wanted to talk about it more because people like this piss me off at this point. I can't watch these policies. I don't want to turn off ad blocker because I fucking hate my life. Click on your whatever. Fuck it, I'm just gonna do it. Pause on this site. I gotta piss really badly. How old am I? I'm 19 years old. Hopefully you don't think I'm a retard. That's totally, you know what? You're totally allowed to think that. I don't know what you're saying nope to, but I agree. Oh, Destiny, right. My bad. Yeah, okay. Well, if you watch Destiny, he's like he was a StarCraft 2 professional player. And then he went political, basically. He just started, like, he still plays and everything like that, but he was just like, fuck this, I'm talking about it now. He had an interview with JonTron when JonTron went insane. He's like interviewed a bunch of people. He's ripped on the skeptic community and stuff like that, right? Continuous banking deregulation. I don't think I have to mention that to you guys. Why that's bad. Yeah, I'm 19, dog. I won't show you my ID because it's gonna dox me. But it says 19 on there. I don't look 19 at all. I understand. I could probably fool a couple people, and I don't want to suck my own dick or anything, but I feel like I am more like I'm like more mature than most people. I'm like, well, not okay. I'm not gonna say, well, maybe I am more mature because I'm more self-aware, but yeah, I'm 19. I'm about to turn 20 in May. I'm second year of college. Tension rises in the auto wars. Oh yeah, so there's Ford and Chevy all dumping a bunch of employees and moving. That's bad. So I don't know what this. Oh yeah, Trump's tax cuts. I don't know what the fuck. Currency wars and conflicts to come. Like I don't. Okay. Fighting the Fed. Okay. Yeah. I do enjoy my beard, let's be honest. I was going to say something witty, but... Oh, I don't doubt that, but I haven't seen my jawline in a while, but I feel like I have a weak jawline, so my beard gives me like a stronger one. Holy fuck, Crowder. We're like the same fucking person, dog. Jesus Christ. Okay, so let's look at these, right? So he was saying that his policies have reflected into the economy positively, right? Okay, so let's look at number 1. Continuous banking deregulation. I shouldn't have to explain this. Banking deregulation led to all economic crashes that have ever happened, right? The two big ones, let's say. The first one before World War II and the 2009 one, both from banking deregulations. 2009 one, brief description, was that banks could take when you put money into the bank, they could take that money. Let's say you put $2,000 in the bank. They take that money. This happens anyways. But instead of safely investing it, they just invested it in fucking chaotic fucking stocks that could go way up and make them a fuck ton of money or crash like a fucking stone. And guess what? It crashed like a fucking crash, dog. Yeah. Oh, I least had like 23. That doesn't look that bad. Some people are like, you look 29. I'm like, okay, fuck off, buddy. Next policy. My bad. Next policy. Tensions rise in auto wars. You've got all those layoffs from Ford and Chevy. That is obviously bad. And them moving to like different countries. I don't think I have to explain that one either. Yeah. You're right. So the auto wars, I think hopefully you're in on that. Basically, all of the car companies were ditching people as their workers. Are you 5'6"? No, I'm not 5'6". What the fuck? I'm 5'9", 5'10". And when I'm trying to impress a lady, I say I'm 5'11". I'm not 5'6". What the fuck? What? Tensions rising. So the auto wars are bad, and then we've got the propulsion of tyranny of the Trump's tax cuts. Now, I don't know about this tyranny claim, but just the Trump tax cuts themselves, they were a bad thing because they basically gave. Let's say you put in. This is not exactly how it went. It was a little different. It was more like 7% for the rich and like 5% for the poor. Stuff yet? What's up? I'm 5'2". Dang, dude, how the fuck are you 5'2"? What the fuck? How are you? There's no way you're 5. I don't believe you. If you're 5'2", dude, you should play some soccer, dog. Who's a fucking 5'2"? Let's see. Let's make you feel better. Famous. I really doubt you're 5'2" anyways, but fucking. Look at that. You're as tall as Kim Kardashian, Christina Aguilera, Christine something. I don't know. Lady Gaga. And other people that are 5-3 and other. Holy fuck! Wow. Damn. What the fuck? Okay. No, fuck this. I don't care. Oh, obviously it's asking me to disable my ad blocker again. Short celebrity women. Okay. Anyways, yeah, you got these people to look up to or forward to. Okay, let's go back to politics, guys. I'm gonna move back there. So tax cut. If everybody got a 5% tax cut, that might be $500 to you, but to a rich dude, it's more like $500,000, right? And you can see like where the problem is. So a tax cut, and Trump's tax cut specifically, basically did that, right? Yeah, I'll do that for you. I'll make you happy. Famous. Fuck. Oh wait, how tall is Kevin Hart? I don't know. I erased 2 of those votes. 1 point. Okay, fuck. Whoa. Oh, look at that! You're as tall as Kevin Hart, dog. You might have to look up to him a little bit, but you've got Kevin Hart on your side, dog. Congratulations. Famous men under 5'4". Bruno Mars, Kevin Hart, Mark Wahlberg, Aziz Ansari, Daniel Radcliffe. You could be Harry Potter, dog. Seth Green. Oh my God, you could play. Wait, is it? I don't know. Seth Green, Lil Wayne. Wow. Look at that. Amazing. Yeah, do you want to see the size comparison between Kevin Hart and Kevin Hart? Rock. Oops. Whoa. Alright, I'll just do that because it's going to autocorrect it. Height diff. Oh, fuck, I want to kill myself. 6'5". Where's a good one? Yeah, there you go. That's you. And that's a basketball player. And that's Dwayne Johnson. Dwayne Johnson. Anyways, let's go. Okay. Oh yeah, and the trade wars, all the trade wars are fucking bad. So I don't know what this guy's talking about with policies.
And I don't just mean economic reality. I mean they're corresponding with our tradition. They're corresponding, in a way, with the American people across demographic lines, across political lines. You have the Trump Democrats. I suppose they're now called the populist movement, the Trump populists. You have it across racial lines. President Trump's support among black voters doubled within the first 8 months of his presidency, and it has continued.
This is a stupid graph anyways, but number. Fuck it, I don't care. I don't. Who gives a shit if more black voters vote for Trump?
Continued to go up since then. The same is true among Hispanic voters. He's grown the tent because of the effectiveness of his policies. Some people have the idea that it's because of his acerbic personality that he's attracting people, that he just attracts mean-spirited people to them. I don't think there's any evidence for this. When Trump is really mean, when he's really going after people, when he's doing things that they deem cruel, his approval rating does drop. And at the moment, he's just winning, like hashtag sick and tired, totally winning. He had a very successful State of the Union address. The Democrat presidential candidate.
Okay, I don't really want to watch the State of the Union address, but I know it was bad because nobody actually said anything. Literally, it was just like a clusterfuck. Like, nobody said anything, dog. See, this is a troll. I'm about to get trolled. Oh, good thing I didn't know.
Well, I mean, of course, one government policy leads to the next. If you raise the minimum wage, then it's going to raise the rents. When it raises the rents, you're going to have to build affordable housing. When you have to build affordable housing, you have to tax people to build the affordable housing. When you tax people to build the affordable housing, people move out of the city, and you have to raise taxes on the... Well, I mean, of course, one government policy leads to the next. If you raise the minimum wage, then it's going to...
Before I go through this, actually, okay, see you, Crowder. Love you. So before I say, I know where this comes from, and he's going to say some dumb shit in a second, and like, if you when I'm watching this, watch this. What he'll say a bunch of shit, and he'll throw in like one really dumb thing. Maybe you're on my side. He'll throw in like one really dumb thing, and then everyone else on this panel gets totally flabbergasted and has no idea how to respond because it was just so stupid. But you have to respond because he has a million fans who are like, "Oh my god, he's so smart."
raise the rents. When it raises the rents, you're going to have to build affordable housing. When you have to build affordable housing, you have to tax people to build the affordable housing. When you tax people to build the affordable housing, people move out of the city, and you have to raise taxes on the people who remain in the city, and this is how you hollow out the economy of a major metropolitan area in the
He has no data to back up what he's saying. Yeah, no, nobody does. This guy won't. Okay, I'm gonna give him. Actually, I was gonna give him the benefit of the doubt that he's talking at a live speech, so it's hard to bring up the data. Problem is, Bernie Sanders does it, and the other problem is, he doesn't do it on his live show either. So when he's in studio. Also, Ben Shapiro, what he's saying here is dumb as fuck because now you can have like valid reasons against minimum wage. I haven't really heard them. I'm kind of skeptical on minimum wage because so if you raise the minimum wage, in my mind, it opens up more opportunity for the market to kind of take over, right? So if you have so his qualm or his problem with minimum wage is that if the price of bread is $7 right now, and you raise the if it's $7 and you're making $7 an hour, whatever the fuck, and then we all of a sudden go to 15, then you have to, now the price of bread is $14 because you doubled the minimum wage, you doubled the wages that everyone's working, so therefore everything you buy will also double. Sadly, this isn't how economics work. If you pay everyone at a minimum rate, sure, bread companies could raise their bread prices from $7 to $14. But if you're that one company that keeps their bread price at $7, because it worked before, why wouldn't it work now? Instead of trying to go for maximum profits, you keep it at $7. In the long run, your business will outlast the rest because everyone will go, holy shit, that bread is half the price of this bread. Why the fuck would I not buy that? And now you're the sole provider of bread, and now you have a monopoly and you rule the world. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, there's a way to counteract monopolies, but already he says some dumb shit. And since this is a talk, they can't retort to this right now. He's going to say a bunch of other dumb stuff. He's going to end his conversation, his talk, on something really dumb, and all these people will be flabbergasted at the last thing he said. All of his fans will love what he said, and they can't respond to any of it because they have to go so far back. And like I've done, I am 8 minutes into this video and 18 seconds into this video, and I've already talked for let's just an hour and 30 minutes on the other thing, and let's say 5 minutes on this.
The United States.
Wait, what?
United States. Well, I mean, as far as the idea that small business would approve of single
Oh, this is title. Oh, God.
payer health care, we can look to the thriving small business sector in Canada, Britain, and other socialized medicine countries where small business clearly leads the way in their massive and growing economies.
What?
In their Canada, Britain, of single payer. I mean, as far as the idea that small business would approve.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Well, I mean, as far as the idea that small business would approve of single payer health care, we can look to the thriving small business sector in Canada, Britain, and other socialized medicine countries where small business clearly leads the way in their massive and growing economies.
I don't know how these two correlate at all. I don't know what he's talking about. Okay, so Canada's a much smaller country than the United States, so obviously the small business isn't going to boom. But if I go to places like Toronto and Quebec and Montreal, they have a fuck ton of small business. Even in my own city, they have a ton of small business. I don't know what he's talking about, these big businesses. If you go to, like, this is all anecdotal, I guess, but there are, like, in the manufacturing. So I'm in college right now for CNC machining, tool and die, general machining stuff, right? Every time somebody has a better idea than another company, they just open a new company, and the government subsidizes your new business. So I don't know what small business has to do with healthcare, but
when it you know, as far as the original question in their massive and growing economies,
no, it's left towards him.
Original question whether benefits should count in all of this. Look, these should all be negotiated. This is why while I'm not a believer in public sector unions, I'm a big believer in private sector unions. This was the whole goal of having private sector unions. I mean, the rationale for having private sector unions was not to bring in the government in order to adjudicate these disputes. It was supposed to be an agreement between the employees and the employers. People...
What? The employees and the employer. Okay, public unions and private unions. I don't see it again. I'm not really sure, but I'm gonna think about it while I go piss, because I really have to go to the washroom. So I'm gonna be right back. Don't leave me. I love all of you. Not everyone's gone from the stream. Let's go. Oops. 1 second. New incognito window. Okay. Oh, it opened over there. My bad. Whoopsies. Oh. Wait. Oh, fuck. Oh, wait, actually, everyone did leave. Oh, fuck. Anyways, back to this thing.
People want a lot of things, housing, health,
Actually, we'll
to
go
live forever.
Get this open.
To humiliate themselves, and his approval continues to increase.
The guy left, so
he enjoys it. And this is the key word. I never got the feeling that Barack Obama enjoyed being president. He always looked so miserable doing it, gray in about 8 days. He got wrinkles on his face. His plans were constantly foiled. His strategies went awry. His legacy has been totally eviscerated. There is no legacy left for the Obama administration, because it turns out that opposing reality is not terribly conducive to happiness. There's a line that Democrats used to use all the time that George Bernard Shaw, he was a playwright, and Robert Kennedy would quote this line. He'd say, "Some people see things that are and ask why, but I dream things that never were and ask why not," as though this was
speaking or
firing, yeah, man, totally, snaps. But it's not. That line is from a play called Back to Methuselah, and the line is actually from the mouth of the devil. It's from the mouth of the serpent tempting Eve in the garden. Fantasy is not conducive to human happiness. And we have a cult of fantasy now in our country. 1/2 of American millennials believe that there are more than 2 biological sexes. How many people in this room think that there are more than 2 biological?
No, nobody thinks that there's 2 biological sexes. Okay, maybe there's an extreme minority of people who believe that, but the general consensus is that there are more than 2 roles. Okay, gender, if you search it up, gender is defined as either one of the 2 sexes, male or female, especially when considered with reference to social and cultural differences rather than biological ones. See this? The term is also used more broadly to denote a range of identities that do not correspond to the established ideas of male and female. Okay? So male and female are genders, and they're directly correlated with sex. Okay. So you can be a male or a female biologically, but your gender, your role in society, might be different. You might feel differently, and that's just how it is. Like, you wouldn't say, what's a good well, I guess household rules, right? If you're the mother, you don't have a section. You don't have like a binding, a law, a binding contract that you have to uphold, right? When like by law, like, you're the mother, you have to do this. Now, some people think that way. Some people think that's a thing, but that's not true, right? The father, the male in a situation. Sorry, my Discord just popped up a thing. I don't know why. The male in a situation. Oh wow, there's a bunch. Anyways, fuck it. I don't care. Sorry. The male in a relationship in a household with a son or daughter could take on the role of the mother very easily. If we're gonna categorize the role of a mother as staying home, taking care of the children, whatnot, okay, a father can do that. So that's why, like, there's family roles, okay? There's the mother role and the father role. And historically, they were directly tied to, like, a gender, right? Mother is female and father is male. And then there's traits to go with that correspond. Like, if you're a male, you have these traits, and that's what makes you a father or whatever. But it turns out that being a father and being a mother, if you want to give them roles, anyone can do them. It's just a thing. It's just something you do, right? So if you want to define the roles of being a father, it doesn't mean that only men can do them. Like, it turns out females can do them. So when gender is put into play, the roles associated with being male and female are being. Now, I'm not great on this. This is not exactly scientific or whatever. Like, this is, I'm not a genius on this, but the statistical things that like, if a feminine trait might be that you are caring and loving for others, right? Let's say, and a masculine trait is being aggressive and assertive. Okay, both sexes can do those things. Right? A female can be assertive and dominant in a relationship, on a workspace or whatever, and a male can be caring and loving to others. You wouldn't just say that all males are this. A sex may be more dominant in those roles over history, but, like, the roles can switch. Like, culturally, like, there's a huge cultural part to it. If you ingrain in your children that you have to be this way, they're going to be that way. So, yeah, like, obviously, men might be more aggressive because testosterone has a tendency to make you more aggressive, blah, blah, blah. But that doesn't mean that, that, like, all men are aggressive, whatever, or, like, aggressive status is, like, only a male thing, whatever, right? I don't know. I kind of devolved the explanation there, but you kind of get it, right? There are roles in society that you can fit into, and if you're not comfortable with the female role, you might want to switch roles, and that's what transgenderism is, because you and your brain, there's a huge disconnect to some people with their brain and their body. Some people generally feel like they don't have a left arm, and their left arm feels uncomfortable. I've heard that's called, but it's called something. So there are different feelings. I know Ben Shapiro's all about facts over feelings, and this guy is crazy. But
biological sexes. See, there's a little self-selection here. If you come to see the Covfefe on campus tour, you are probably a little more tuned into biological realities. But among our fellow young Americans,
yes, biological realities, but you're not tuned into role-based realities. Yeah, I don't know.
I believe that there are more than two. Facebook says that there are 56 biological sexes. As of an hour and a half ago, there may be more now. I haven't checked it since I left my hotel room. Millennials are 60 times as likely as the average adult population.
When you go to sign into Facebook, it doesn't say what is your sex. It's what is your gender. Turns out gender is a role, and sex is a biological thing. So yeah, people are biologically male or female. Biologically, you have an XY chromosome or XX chromosome. But your role in society is defined by you yourself, not by the sex you are. There we go. That's a better one, right? If you're born a male, you aren't predisposed to be a certain way. Okay, you're not what every rad femme says to you, like some toxic masculinity, fucking big buff boy, and whatnot. We can have a discussion on toxic masculinity, but no one's here to discuss it, so whatever. Right? Like, there's different role. Like, do you understand?
Population to be confused about their own biological sex. This has led them to become the most anxious, most depressed, most overprescribed, and most suicidal generation in American history. Fantasy is not conducive to happiness. This confusion stems from the left's embrace of radical skepticism. There are a lot of words for this. You can call it postmodernism, relativism, subjectivism, nihilism. It all amounts to the same thing, which is a rejection.
He's about to go into religion. I bet you $10,000. Turns out when you actually discover the realities of the world, the world is a pretty shit place. Okay.
Of the truth. A rejection of even the concept of the truth, or the concept of objective reality, in favor of my truth, or your truth.
Oh, wait, hold on.
You can call, there are a lot of words for this. You can call it postmodernism, relativism, subjectivism, nihilism. It all amounts to the same thing, which is a rejection of the truth. A rejection of even the concept of the truth, or the concept of objective reality, in favor of my truth.
Okay, see, here's the problem, okay? This is where he's going to get into religion, right? So he's saying that there's an objective truth, and it's not subjective, okay? If he's saying there's an objective truth, he's suggesting that there is not a subjective truth, which is provably false, unless, of course, it's provably false, but you won't believe this if you are religious, okay? So if you're religious, you will think that there is an objective truth, right? God Almighty said this, therefore it is true, okay? In reality, that is not the case. People who murder other people, in their minds, believe they're doing the morally correct thing, or they're not doing anything wrong, okay? They've rationalized it in their brain themselves. You may think it's wrong, but that doesn't mean, if you think it's wrong, that doesn't mean that it's objectively true. You've just, how the fuck does Matt Dillahunty explain this? Everything is like subjective in a sense. Okay, so if like everyone disagrees and agrees on other things. So someone might go out and murder somebody else, and they might think that they did the right thing, but it turns out they did the wrong thing. Okay, like I don't know. Fuck. Hold on. Let me just go to. I don't know if. Fuck off, dude. Oh. There it is. Dashboard. Fuck. Expense. This is what I wanted. Okay. Because that might pop up a thing. What was I going on about? Oh, yeah. Objective truth and subjective. Okay. So, like, most things, if not all things, are subjective. If, what the fuck? If I'm a materialist, which I'm pretty sure I am, all things come from, like, the material world. There's no fantasy land or spiritual realm where we gather information from. So there's no God figure. There's no spaghetti monster telling us what's right and wrong. It's just us. We've figured it out. Because examples of this is we all thought, or anyone alive at the time, the majority of people, when slavery was a thing, thought it was the right thing to do. But today, we would say that it's not. So guess what? Slavery, turns out, is a subjective truth. Now, this guy will say that no, it's a bad thing. Well, how can you say that? If it's objectively true, then how did we fuck up like before? Like, they were all religious. Like, were they the wrong kind of religious? And he'll explain, oh yeah, they were wrong, or God made a mistake. Like, in the Bible, it even like has explanations for how to take care of your slaves and whatnot. Like, go watch Matt Dillahunty to get this explanation. He's way better at it than I am.
Truth, or your truth, or his truth, or Zer's truth. This creates a
Like, this is a true thing. Like, we all have different truths. Doesn't make them true in reality. Some people think the Earth is flat. That doesn't mean it's actually that. But I perceive the world to be round. Well, I don't physically. Like, right? If I walk outside, I don't perceive that I'm standing on a fucking globe, right? It's not perceivable because I'm too small to notice the difference. But if I fly up in space far enough, I'll see that it's round. And then even at that point, I might think it's a flat disk because I can't see in 3D because I'm a 2D. I'm a 3D being, so I can only see in the second dimension.
a serious problem for conservatives. Not just you all on campus, even people like me who go around and give lectures on campuses. It shows that fundamentally the left is unwilling to reason. There is a hard core of the left. People like me who go around and give lectures on campuses. Zer's truth. This creates a serious problem for conservatives. Not just you all on campus, even people like me who go around and give lectures on campuses. It shows that fundamentally the left is unwilling to reason. There is a hard core of the left wing right now that will not be reasoned with. In order to reason, you need to at least accept the premises.
Okay, see, here's his problem. He says there's a hard core of the left. He's not gonna tell you who's in this hardcore, like directly, right? Or no, he will. If he does, he just says everybody in the Democratic Party, but like he kind of masks it behind like, oh, it's a minority, or like it's
Of reality, that there is an objective truth. We have different opinions about it, and that's what we're arguing about. If you deny that,
do I have to explain that one? Yes, we argue about things all the time, like.
there's no debate, there's no logic. It actually sort of makes sense from that perspective as to why they try to shut us all up. Because they're not having a debate. For them, politics descends into a brutal interest battle where there is nothing civil or reasonable about it. So I propose an alternative of talking out the left and bringing the middle.
Okay, so because we don't have an objective truth, we can't debate? Or like, what do you... I don't know.
And my alternative is to show them how much nicer it is on the right. It's so much nicer. It's so much more enjoyable. It's so much less miserable. You judge the tree by its fruit. And if we show the left the logical conclusions of their terrible premises, I think they might be more likely to come on over. That's the best option that I have. The evidence is clear. Conservatives are happier than leftists.
Again, if you're dumb, if you have an ego big enough, you'll think you're happy all the, like you'll think you're the best, right? And that will make you happy. If you actually know what's going on in reality, like if you're not delusional, like a delusional person is probably happier than a person who understands what's happening in reality. Like that's the same. It's like religion. People who are religious tend to be happier than people who are not religious, and that's because of a couple things. A, they have a community base, which with people who are non-religious typically don't, right? But if you're non-religious, you can find a community-based thing. Go play cards at some place. Go to get a group of friends to go watch movies all the time. Sports, stuff like that. Like those are other community-based things. But when you're religious, you have a set practice of every Sunday I'm going to go here, blah blah blah. Or like you have like there's a community-based foundation to it. So that adds to the happiness, okay? Which isn't religion-based, right? Okay, like God isn't the reason that that communities form in religious parties. It's just communities form, therefore, like, and communities promote happiness, whatever. Like religious communities don't promote happiness. I don't know if I worded that right, but yeah, basically, communities are a huge portion of why the community aspect of religion is a huge reason why they're happier. Other reasons because they have they themselves believe they have an explanation for the world. Even if it's true or not true, to them it's true. Therefore, they think they're right, which makes them happier. Okay, if you know everything, no, sorry, not if you know everything. When you're religious, you believe you're gonna go to heaven and stuff like that. So that would give you some happiness because it doesn't matter what you do in this life. You believe you're gonna go and be happy in the end, right? Okay, so if you fuck up and you have no job and you're poor as fuck, you might think, oh, okay, well, when I die, I'm gonna go to heaven. But people who are non-religious don't have that. So when they fuck up, it's a huge problem. When they're poor, if you're poor and non-religious, this is the only life you have, and now you're living in poverty, right? That's a saddening thought. But when you're religious, anything you do, you have that background thought of like, oh, I'm gonna go to heaven. Oh, what's waiting for me? Even if it is or isn't, right? There's right?
Conservatives are more content and more joyful than leftists. USC did a study last year. They analyzed 5 different studies. It was a meta-analysis. 20,000 people in 16 different countries from the 1970s all the way up to 2017. It showed that conservatives are happier, more satisfied, find greater purpose in life. And what kind of conservatives are we talking about? Are we talking about those squishy, vishy kind like John Kasich? Are we talking about those wishy-washy moderates who make Twitter videos about how much they love yoga yesterday? It was so awful. If you haven't seen it, do not watch it. It's just unwatchable. No, it isn't those middle-of-the-roaders. If you stand in the middle of the road, you're going to get hit by a truck. These studies actually showed that the more conservative you are, the happier you will be. This is very helpful for someone like me.
Like I said, the more delusional you are, like if you... Yeah, I don't know.
Whose politics is slightly to the right of Genghis Khan. For those of you who are similarly Attila the Hun fellows, this will also be good for you. There was a study from Pew Research in 2006. Conservative Republicans.
Do you take this a boat? Like he's slightly more right than Genghis Khan. That's fun. He's just like more right wing than Hitler.
Are 68% more likely than liberal Democrats to be very happy. Extreme conservatives, self-described, are the
Again, if you're delusional, you have a higher tendency, especially if you're religiously delusional, you'll probably be happier because there are set things that will make you happy, okay? If you go through... Okay. If you have a shit day, if you're... Okay, you and somebody else are in the same classes at school and are basically identical twins, right? Everything you do, the other person does as well. The difference is that you believe that you're going to get cake at the end of the day, and the other person knows for fact... Oh yeah, okay. You're a twin. You're a twin with somebody else, and you are about, like, everything you do is the exact same thing. You get the same test scores, you get whatever, like everything. You have a clone. Let's say you're not even a twin. You have a clone, okay? And you get up in the morning to go to class, and one clone doesn't check the fridge and goes to school, and the other one checks the fridge because they want to see if there's cake there, and it turns out there's no cake. Or the day before, both of them were told that there's cake in the fridge, and the next morning, one of them leaves to school without checking the fridge for cake, and one of them does and realizes there's no cake. So when they go to class, and this might be a bad analogy, and they go to class and they bomb the test that day, one of them might be slightly happier than the other one because they're like, ah, fuck, I bombed that test, but at least I have cake at home. And it doesn't matter if it's real or fake cake, or there's no cake there, or there is cake there. At that moment, they're happier. So you could apply this, I think, to religious people, because no matter what the fuck they do, they believe that there's an afterlife that will give them endless happiness. Obviously, you're going to be happier if that's what you think.
happiest of all, according to these surveys. So why are they so
Like if you I don't know.
happy? We can begin with religion. Religion is the basis of our
Yeah, if you lie to yourself about positive things, you'll probably be happier, but your life might be a mess, right? If you're constantly telling yourself that you're fine, your brain will think you're fine, when you're not.
identity. As St. Andrew Breitbart of the Blessed Hollywood Conservative showed, politics is downstream of culture, and culture is downstream of religion. Cult and culture come from the same word. What the culture worships will define that culture, and everybody has a religion. Some people pretend they don't have a religion, but what you worship will define your culture. So some people worship God, some people worship money, some people worship sex, some people, it depends on the time of day or the day of the week, but everybody has a religion. Conservatives...
It's not true, but like he just plasters the word religion on everything, and everyone has a religion now.
are more religious, and specifically Christian, than the left. Religious conservatives, rather, outnumber religious leftists 4-1. This is not news. Anybody who happened to watch the
So like I just said, apply what I just said to this.
Democrat National Convention in 2012 would have seen the entire party booing God in their national platform, which is good evidence that you're not worshiping God if you're booing him. Religious people are twice as likely as the irreligious to consider themselves very happy. This, of course, makes sense. If you believe that God loves you, that you live in a world with purpose and reason, and that ultimately you're going to be with God forever, you're more likely to be happy than if you think that the world is just...
Yeah. Exactly. Like I just said. The reality is that there's no evidence for that to be true.
A sick joke and a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing, that we all take a dirt nap and get eaten by worms. That's not a very happy-making idea. Conservatives take part in religious behaviors, a much higher rate rather than leftists do. Conservatives specifically get and stay married, and marriage makes people happier.
You know why they stay married? Because they think it's a sin if you're not married. So, if you have a higher tendency of staying in marriage because you think you're going to die or get sent to hell if you don't stay in that marriage, maybe you're not even this wacky, but let's say you are, because he's saying that the farther right you go. So if you're super conservative, you would think that staying in a marriage for as long as possible is positive towards you, even if that marriage is objectively a failure. Okay. Yeah, right? Okay, like you're fighting all the time and stuff like that, but if you believe that just being married is a good thing,
Though this may not always appear to be the case, it's true. The Institute for Family Studies is a
Wait, hold
very
on.
happy-making idea. Conservatives take part in religious behaviors, a much higher rate rather than leftists do. Conservatives specifically get and stay married, and marriage
Yeah, okay, there we go. Like that.
makes people happier. Though this may not always appear to be the case.
Yeah, okay. So he said that religious people tend to get and stay married. So like I said, if you think it's a sin, because we're looking at the extreme, if you think it's a sin to ever get divorced and you want to get married one time and you didn't have sex before that, you will. So if you don't have any sexual partners before the first sexual partner, I think statistically you are more you are more prone to get stuck to that person, and like delusion like yourself into it. So that person might be super toxic towards you, but you still love them, quote unquote, because it was your first love. You'll never think you'll have another one like that, blah, 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 stuff like that, because you have nothing else to compare it to, because you've never been in another relationship. So there's one delusion, right? So since this is your first and only girlfriend, you have no comparison to other women. Okay? The other problem is he says that typically marriage leads to happiness. And then he instantly goes with, well, that always doesn't seem to be the case. Exactly. It's not always the case. So for you to say that marriage leads to happiness is just like... It's not true.
The case, it's true. The Institute for Family Studies showed in 2015, one, that conservatives are
Oh,
more likely to
okay.
get.
So then he goes it. So marriage typically leads to happiness. Sure, fine. Because I bet you this graph is based off of. Sorry, yeah, I fucked up. This is my bad. But the graph that he's probably, if I looked at the graph, it would probably say of married couples, who's happier. So they're not taking into consideration divorced people. Because guess what? Usually when your marriage sucks, you get divorced. So you're not going to get polled on if your marriage is positive if you're not in a marriage.
Married, and controlling for economic factors, kids in red states are much more likely to grow up in the home of both of their biological parents. The General Social Survey showed that Republicans are more happily married, more likely to remain in their first marriage. And I can just speak from personal experience. I was an atheist for 10 years-ish, from 13 until about 23. I was rather single during much of that period as well. I reverted to Christianity after college, and I got married to my wife last year, to sweet little Lisa. My life has vastly improved. Her life has deteriorated and fallen apart, but my life has gotten very, very good, and I can personally attest to it. But religion and marriage don't tell the whole story. There are many different kinds of conservatives. Many of them don't realize, to sweet little Lisa. And I can just speak from personal experience, both, one, that conservatives are more likely to get and stay married, and controlling for economic factors, kids in red states are much more likely to grow up in the home of both of their biological parents. The
What does this have to do with anything?
General Social Survey showed that Republicans are more happily married, more likely to remain in their first marriage. And I can just speak from personal experience.
Did it say Republicans who are more or happily married? What? Okay. So all this is, to me, sounds like bullshit. I don't really want to go deep dive into it and go over it again, but it sounds like...
One, that conservatives are more likely to get and stay married, and controlling for economic factors, kids in red states are much more likely to grow up in the home of both of their biological parents. The General Social Survey showed that Republicans are more happily married, more likely to remain in their first marriage.
Yeah, okay, Republicans who are happily married stay in their marriage. Duh. And then, I don't know what this, like, I don't know, like, who cares if your parents stay together? Like, my parents tried to stay together, because he's going to go into anecdotal, so I'm going to go into anecdotal. My parents tried to stay together, and it didn't work out. And I could say that it was negative for them to be together throughout my lifetime until they didn't, because they're constantly fighting, and they didn't get along. So that reflects on me poorly.
And I can just speak from personal experience. I was an atheist for 10 years-ish, from 13 until about 23. I was rather single during much of that period as well. I reverted to Christianity after college, and I got married to my wife last year, to sweet little Lisa. My life has vastly improved.
So this is all anecdotal, so who cares?
Her life has deteriorated and...
Okay, while he's going into anecdotal, I'm going to run upstairs and get food. Not like anyone is here to stop me. stab myself. Can I try to put on push to talk so I don't just blow up by chewing in the fucking microphone? But I don't know how that's gonna go. So I don't use push to talk all the time. Okay. That was weird. I don't. Fuck. What buttons like are hotkeys on? Can I do this? Nope. Oh fuck. Oh, that just turned on my volume. Oh, that really reduced my volume. Okay, that was weird. I don't know what that was about. Oh fuck. Yeah, these are all hotkey to do a bunch of music shit. Okay, that's not gonna work. I don't know if Alt and Spacebar is gonna work. Fuck. What can I? Fuck. What can I push to talk? These two? I don't know, man. Fuck. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, oh, fuck. It's not even... Oh, did I do push to mute accidentally? No. What? Mic/aux. Okay, well, it's not working. So I turn on push to talk, but it's not working that way. Push to talk is that. So if I mute, okay, oh. Fuck. Oh, whatever. I guess I won't have push to talk on because it doesn't work. So, I guess I'll just try to, I don't know. Maybe it's because I can't, like, I can't change it while I'm using it. I don't know. Okay, well, I'm going to try not to gross you guys out, so I'm going to move the mic over. I'm going to crack the, pep. And, yeah, I'll just, like, move over to the microphone over here if I need to talk. And, yeah.
Falling apart. But my life has gotten very, very good, and I can personally attest to it. But religion and marriage don't tell the whole story. There are many different kinds of conservatives. Many of them don't realize that they are conservative or that they are partaking in a Christian tradition that has just come to them through their culture. Religion plays a role. It's the foundation. But there are many other joys.
Okay, the other stupid thing that all these fucking retards say is they assume that everything revolves around Judeo-Christian values. Like, everything you think is good comes from that, which is provably false because slavery is in the Bible. And B, other traits came out of cultures that weren't Christian, right? So Buddha, and I think it's like Mongolian and Chinese and Japanese, all of those cultures, before ever coming into contact with Christianity, all believed in taking care of other people and put on to others as you would put on to yourself and stuff like that, blah, 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 right? So clearly, Judeo-Christian value shit isn't true, but whatever.
To being right. The most obvious one is humor and laughing. The left cannot laugh at the moment. We all know that the left can't meme, but the left also can't laugh.
This is fucking stupid as fuck. Because You know how, like, you have a friend, and everything you say to that friend and anything that friend says is funny? Guess what? To the rest of the world, you're probably not that funny. This is the same. This can be applied to these fucking retards. You're all sitting there laughing at your own jokes, and you think that you're the ones who can meme. So, because he doesn't think any jokes from the left are funny, and he only thinks that jokes from the right are funny, now he will say, oh, the left doesn't know how to laugh, and the left doesn't know how to meme. Even though, if you look at it and all the stuff, every comedian is more left-leaning, like majority of comedians are more left-leaning, stuff like that. All these other statistics that will prove him wrong, but because he doesn't like the joke, it's not funny.
They can't. They don't laugh anymore. They screech and they yell and they cry and they try to get the presidents of universities fired for a chalk that says Trump 2016. Comedians don't play college campuses anymore. Jerry Seinfeld won't play college campuses. A lot of others won't either because they're afraid that the kids are going to pretend to be offended and try to ruin their careers with one or two tweets. The left lacks a sense of proportion, a sense of balance, a sense of humor. Every Republican president these days is Hitler. Every Republican policy is not just going to cause political pain.
Okay. The example of colleges, communities don't go to colleges because nobody laughs. That includes conservative students. Because everyone at college is a little fucking dweeb idiot. And I'm included in that demographic.
It will literally destroy the world. It will cause the end of human life as we know it. Forget those polar bears. Those polar bears are long dead. It will kill them all. Horace Walpole observed that to the man who thinks life is a comedy, but to the man who feels life is a tragedy. Conservatives have a more balanced, reasoned, logical view of the world. It's based on sounder premises that acknowledge reality and truth. The left is stuck in its own subjective tyranny of feelings. And when you're a slave to your emotions and your passions, you're not going to have a very good time. This unreasoned despair, own subjective tyranny of feelings. Logical view of the world. It's based on sounder premises that acknowledge reality and truth. The left is stuck in its own subjective tyranny of feelings. And when you're a slave to your
Okay, so things are all objective except for the left stuff. That's all subjective, tyranny of feels, but religion is not subjective at all, guys.
emotions and your passions, you are not going to have a very good time. This unreasoned despair leads to rather dark policy prescriptions. You can see this in particular in
Oh, unless, of course, he's making like a point like, oh, they all think everything's subjective, so therefore they're sad, which...
Virginia with Governor Blackface. Governor Blackface now, in his unreasoned view of the world, his absurd view of the world, is advocating fourth trimester abortion. He's advocating post-birth.
Okay, here we go. We'll have to talk about the stupid abortion thing. The law in Virginia, wherever the fuck it's from, Georgia, wherever the hell it is, does not say that you can just pull a baby out of the womb and it's perfectly healthy and you can kill it. What it now includes that if your baby, if you're about to give birth, like you're ready to blow, right? But the baby has a problem and is now killing you, or the baby itself is now dying, you have the option to get an abortion. Also, if the baby comes out of the womb and there's a problem, either let's say worst case scenario, the doctor straight up drops the baby on the ground. Nothing was your fault. The doctor straight up dropped the baby. You can sue the doctor, whatever. But at that moment in time, that baby is now brain dead, let's say, like a huge concussion, comatose, brain dead, never recover. The law allows you to abort that baby, okay? Because now the baby is brain dead, right? Like you have the choice at any point in life to end the life of somebody who's brain dead, who's your family member, and I know that I would want that, right? Okay. So that's all that the law does. It just allows you to have options, and if you listen to the person talking to him, so there's this nice trick that right-wingers will do. They'll ask a question and say that it's only a yes or no answer when it's not. So one of the people was asked about this thing, this law, and she was asked, like, does this allow for abortions after birth? And he's trying to get a yes-no answer, because if she answers yes, it sounds bad. But the truth is that, yes, it does. And then you have to add context. You're like, yes, it does, but only if the physician, the parent, and a council of people agree that it's the right thing to do. It's not like the doctor's like, oh, your baby sucks, I'm gonna kill it. Oh, fuck, I'm gonna kill it now. And the mother herself can't even decide it. She has to get permission from her physician. Her physician, and I think a couple other people have to all unanimously agree that is the right thing to do to abort the baby. Like, fuck off, dude. Or that is the proper thing to do. I'm pretty sure it's like the physician might suggest, and it like comes down to like whoever thinks it's not right. So the physician might think, okay, the better option is to abort the baby because the baby will be forever brain dead, or has some huge problems, so you'll have to be dealing with this for the rest of your life. Then the director of people also agree that yes, the baby is in a troubled state for the rest of its life. I agree with the physician because the physician has the expertise of what is wrong with the child, and the board will agree or disagree with that based on some other stuff. I don't even know if the board exists, but let's so I think there's a couple other people. I think it's like a group of physicians have to agree on it. Yeah, I think so. They all have their expert opinions about it, and the physician who did the operation in the first place, right, or whatever, and then the mother and the father and whoever else also has to make a decision on whether they want to keep the baby or not, right? So if the baby is comatose for the rest of its life, or even just comatose, or brain dead for the rest of its life. Let's say comatose. Let's say there's a chance that it might come out. Then that person could decide yes or no to aborting that child. You can have your own disagreements with aborting a comatose child, but I know for a fact that if I was comatose at any point in my life, let's say I go comatose tomorrow, and the prediction is that I might wake up from comatose in 6 or 10 years or something like that, or something ridiculously long. Like, okay, maybe even 10 years I wouldn't agree with, because yeah, let's say 10 years I might come out of comatose, but my parents can't. Actually, yes, fuck it. Let's say 10 years I might come out of comatose, but my parents cannot afford it in any way, shape, or form. Now in Canada, I have single-payer healthcare, so I would, because the government would take care of it. But let's say my parents in the States can't afford it. I wouldn't mind at that point being killed, because I'm a burden on somebody else, and I would not appreciate that myself, right? I don't give a shit about my life if it's a detriment to somebody else's. If I like without my choice being involved. Like if I'm even if I'm woefully an asshole. Well, I guess not, because then in my own mind I'm not doing the wrong thing. Like if I'm being a toxic piece of shit to my girlfriend, in my mind I would think that, why would you ever break up with me? But objectively I would be okay with it, right? So in this case of me being comatose and it being a financial burden on my parents, I would not mind being killed off. And also if I'm brain dead, pull the cord. But it's not a fucking, it's this law in Georgia, wherever it's from, is not a freelance or New York, isn't, I don't know, is not just allowing you to just kill children 5 months after they come out of the womb or whatever. But they'll all say it is.
Abortion. Of course, there's no such thing. He's advocating killing babies after they've been born. And then when he's called out on this on radio, he says, no, but listen, I'm specifically talking about killing babies with deformities. As though that makes it better. As though, because the baby's missing a finger, his life...
Okay. So yeah, let's say he straight up said that. There's a problem, right? Because you don't want some what the fuck is it? Like, I don't know, birth selection. I forget what the word is for it, but where you select kids to have because of, oh fuck, no, I don't know what the word is. Where like the government instates that you can only have kids if they have these traits, whatever, blah blah blah. And yeah, I'm against that, but even if the doctor straight up said that, that's not what the bill says. So who cares?
Life is not valuable. He should be killed after he has been born, according to Governor Northam. And this is not just a gaffe. Governor Northam is a very stupid man, but it is not just a gaffe. This comes naturally. If anything, Governor Northam is honest. Governor Northam, by virtue of his simplicity, he shows his blackface from the 1980s. Turns out every other Virginia politician was wearing blackface in the 80s too, so he's not the only one. He shows a logical conclusion of this absurd and unbalanced culture, such that to the left, if you're a little bit imperfect, you deserve death. Though what the left doesn't realize is that we're...
Oh my god, I like, this is the absurdity of, like, I can't respond to this. Because, like, what the fuck am I supposed to say to, if you're a little bit imperfect, you deserve death? I'm not, like, advocating genocide, dog. But if your imperfection is a serious economic, financial, or emotional burden on me, I have the right to not allow that to happen to myself, okay? If I knew... No, I'm not going to bring up the Hitler thing. That's fucking stupid. Okay, no, I'm not going to do it. But if I'm gonna have a child who will be born, and for the rest of my life, I have to pay, like I have to pay some expenses that I cannot afford, guess what? I'm going to abort that child. You know how you could solve this? A single-payer system, so that if that child has problems, the government will subsidize you and give you money. Guess what the government gives disabled children in Canada? Depending on your disability, could be thousands of dollars, hundreds of dollars. Guess what? Yeah, the government gives you that if you're disabled. It's called a disability check.
We're all imperfect. We all have foibles. Our imperfections actually...
Oh, yeah, sorry, but that disability check will reduce, like, social programs reduce abortion because there's options, right? So if you have a child that has no legs, The government of Canada gives you money so that that person can live and have a good life because that person can't get it. Like if that person has a disability that won't let them get a job, and even if that disability happens later in life, right? You could have a random disease that paralyzes you, stuff like that. The government will subsidize your existence, which will reduce abortions, which you're super against, because if I have a child with Down syndrome and the government helps me take care of that child, why would I have to abort it if there's no burden placed upon me besides the emotional one, which is a choice that I believe everyone, like if you have a Down syndrome child, you shouldn't abort it based on you thinking that you can't take care of it, because you can. There's a bunch of help for it, community help, and again, governmental help.
Grand scheme of things are fairly funny.
Governmental help should be more of an economic help, because that is like if you're poor, if you have a child and it puts you below the poverty line, you're gonna have a lot of problems, a lot of problems.
We can laugh about these. Incongruity and imperfection makes for a good joke, but not to the left. For the left, imperfection is a horror. It is a humiliation. It is something to be denied, stomped out, snuffed out, and killed. Now, this, in part, comes from the left's embrace of pride as a virtue, as the virtue. I don't know how they managed to convince themselves of this, but the left managed to take the queen of all sins, pride, which goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall, and turn it into their greatest virtue. They hold pride parades. Not just for gay pride, for all sorts of pride. Fat pride, skinny pride, black pride, lady pride, not white pride. White pride you're not allowed to do, but all other sorts of pride. Pride.
I'm not even sure what his point is. I don't know what his point is, but, like, if he's saying that you can't take pride in shit, then
which is a vice.
Oh, okay, maybe he's saying, like, I don't know.
Pride, which is the queen. Black pride, lady pride, their greatest virtue. Take the queen of all sins, embrace of pride as a virtue, as the virtue. I don't know how they managed to convince themselves of this, but the left managed to take the queen of all sins, pride, which goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall, and turn it into their greatest virtue. They hold pride parades. Not just for gay pride, for all sorts of pride. Fat pride, skinny pride, black pride, lady pride, not white pride. White pride you're not allowed to do, but all other sorts of pride. Pride, which is a vice. Pride, which is the queen of sin. They exalt as their highest virtue. Now,
is it a sin in, like, I don't know, because I'm not religious at all. Is it a sin to be prideful, like, to take pride in what you do? I don't know. That seems really fucking stupid if that's what he's saying. If he's saying it's the queen of all sins to take pride in what you're doing, or who you are and stuff like that, then he's got a problem being, like, proud of his nation and stuff like that, I guess. I don't know.
Brings us to another discrete joy of being right, which is diversity. The left despises imperfection. If you contradict their narrow, homogeneous view of perfection, the joy of being right, which is diversity, as their highest virtue. Now, this brings us to another discrete joy of being right, which is diversity. The left despises imperfection. If you contradict their narrow, homogeneous view of perfection, they want to discard you. Literally, they will kill you for it, as Ralph Northam made very clear. Conservatives love diversity. This is ironic because the left says they like diversity and then they disinvite.
The conservatives love diversity, but every single one of their politicians is somehow all white and old. And rich. Interesting. Wow. Amazing. Who knew? That's so weird. They're so for diversity that all of their people of power are all white men. Yeah, weird. We are so do not, if you can't see that if you call yourself diverse, like if you're okay. Yeah. Well, there's millions of people in the Conservative Party. If you actually believe you're diverse, you have to look at yourself and realize that you're not. If you say that we are the most diverse political party, and then you look back at all of your politicians, and they're all one race, something is not that diverse.
People and yell and screech at you if you have a different opinion. The conservatives truly love diversity and always have. Conservatives love the variety of life. We love to be surprised by the differences among people, the differences among experiences, and
we love the differences among people, unless, of course, you're on the left, then you're a socialist fucking rat.
Expressions of our human nature. There's a quote from Thomas Carlyle that this calls to mind. Every man is my superior, in that I can learn something from him. You don't have to recite the party line. You don't need to toe the line point by point. You can learn something from everybody. You can learn something from those screechy blue-haired leftists as well. They can teach you something about ideology, or about youth, or about going down a wrong intellectual path. But the left can't stand diversity, so the left exalts only its own perverse view of perfection. This is why it disinvites conservatives.
Yeah, we can't stand diversity, but the Democratic Party made history by electing a non-religious person having a non-religious person elected to the House, a Muslim, also part of the same person who is non-religious is also bisexual. Wow, a lot of diversity. Is it forced? Well, I mean, they took part in a democratic system and got elected because of it, so...
Conservatives from campus. This is why the left censors conservatives through big tech. So big tech companies persistently have kicked conservatives off of the platforms. Shut.
Okay, this one's fucking retarded. Because if I turn off ad blocker right now, and there's 5 ads in the rest of this video, all of them, every single one will be a Blaze TV ad. Oh yeah, they're being censored, buddy.
Shadow banned them. I've had my show censored constantly because I'm such a threat. I'm so intimidating. I had a conversation with a priest on my show. Shadow banned them. I've had my show censored constantly because I'm such a threat. I'm so intimidating. I had a conversation with a priest on my show about the sacrament of marriage. You could not possibly get drier content than this. Not exactly a provocateur. The episode was banned. It was banned from the internet. The leftist.
I would like a source for this, or like evidence of this happening. I know he won't give it to me, but I mean, okay. Also, you're for private companies, so they have every right to ban you.
Threatened by free speech because the left is not confident that its own ideas correspond with reality. This too flows naturally from its premises, which deny objective truth, which deny a real epistemology, which deny that we're all talking about one thing. So there is no premises from the internet. The left is threatened by free speech because the left is not confident that its own ideas correspond with reality. This too flows naturally from its premises, which deny objective truth, which deny a real epistemology, which deny that we're all talking about one thing. So there is no way for us to have a civil dialogue. It is just brute force and a shouting match. This is another...
Again, this is why they win the debate, because I have no idea how to fucking respond to something so ridiculously stupid. Let me rewind again. Like, this is why I could, like, I'm sitting in a position of power, I'll call it right now, because it would be impossible for me to point this out until I have years of experience under my belt with fucking rampant dishonesty.
Ideas correspond with reality. This was banned on my show about the sacrament of marriage. You could not possibly get drier content than this. Not exactly a provocateur. The episode was banned. It was banned from the internet. The left is threatened by free speech because the left is not confident that its own ideas correspond with reality. This too flows naturally from its premises, which deny objective truth, which deny a real epistemology.
Okay. Yeah, so we're back at let me move this back on. So we're back at the whole objective subjective truth thing. So because he agrees with some things, he has this idea in his head, and a couple other people agree with him on the majority of it. Therefore, what he thinks is the objective truth, and anyone outside of that is either wrong, or they believe in some fantasy of subjective truth, even though he is being subjective, if I'm getting this understanding correctly, right? His notion that there is an objective truth is subjective, and I think, if I'm getting that correct, and his notion that everyone else besides him is wrong is also subjective. So, like, the idea of an objective truth is...
Which deny that we're all talking about one thing. So there is no way for us to have a civil dialogue. It is just brute force and a shout.
And I don't understand this whole, like, because there's no objective truth, we can't have a civil dialogue. I don't even understand. Oh, fuck. That's, like, the whole reason why we have civil dialogue is because everything is subjective, so you talk about it. Because one person thinks this is right, and the other person thinks this is correct, so therefore you talk about it and figure out who is actually correct. Right? If truth was objective, then there would be no argument against it, because it's the abject truth, right? Am I wrong?
Shouting match. This is another joy of being right, is clarity of vision. Nobody sees with perfect clarity, of course, but generally speaking, conservatives have a much clearer political vision. Nobody
sees clearly, but it's subjective, right? That makes no fucking sense. Am I retarded? Because the objective, if everything was objective, like, so if maybe this is how he thinks, that there's an objective truth out there, but we just can't see it clearly, which would be a subjective thing. No, maybe not. Yeah, so we can't just see it clearly, and then because he agrees with his objective truth, the subjective objective truth, because he agrees with it, he can see clearly, or more clearly. Is that what he's getting at? Is his thought process is that there's a pool of objective truths, like slavery is bad because he thinks it is, and stuff like that. And if you don't agree with it, his objective subjective truth, therefore you can't see the objective truth clearly. I think I'm getting this right. It's really fucking confusing when you're talking about objective truth, but you're saying a bunch of subjective things.
This is borne out by social science surveys, which show that the right understands the left much better than the left understands the right.
I can bring this back to being, like, dishonest as fuck. Like, okay, if you talk a bunch of retarded shit, okay, oh my god, I think this is like, as proof in the pudding. I don't know what kind of, like, thing you can kind of compare this to, but if the right is being delusional as fuck and everything they say is incoherent and ridiculous, of course the right will understand the left better than the right. Like, isn't what he just said proof that the left makes more coherent arguments than the right because they're easier to understand? But no, his argument's that they're dumb.
We generally understand where left-wingers are coming from, because the left brings to their political vision very narrow ideology, the rationalization that strips away inconvenient facts. A good example of this came yesterday with Amy Klobuchar's announcement that she's running for the Democrat nomination for president. She's a senator from Minnesota. She's standing there in the middle of freezing cold Minnesota.
It's not a sponsor.
And Amy Klobuchar starts talking about
Hold on.
the rationalization that strips away inconvenient facts. A good example of this came yesterday with Amy Klobuchar's announcement that she's running for the Democrat nomination for president. She's a senator from Minnesota. She's standing there in the middle of freezing cold Minnesota.
That's right.
Much better than the left understands the right. We generally understand where left-wingers are coming from, because the left brings to their political vision.
Even though you don't, you have no idea where we're coming from. When you hear the words wealth gap and what the fuck, Jesus Christ, is that the word, economic disparity, or like the huge inequality between wealth. You're just like, socialism, even though you don't understand anything of what's going on, and like culture and subjective and objective truth. Like you clearly don't.
Very narrow ideology, the rationalization that strips away inconvenient facts. A good example of this came yesterday with Amy Klobuchar's announcement that she's running for the Democrat nomination for president. She's a senator from Minnesota. She's standing there in the middle of freezing cold Minnesota. And Amy Klobuchar starts talking about how global warming is going to kill us all. Now, by the time...
That is fact, right? So it was hilarious. He thinks there's an objective truth of things, right? So what is the objective truth of global warming? Because science, research, and stuff like that tells us that global warming is a factual thing that's actually happening, okay? You are subjectively assuming that it's not true. Okay, I'm going to see if I'm retarded. Based on influences by personal feelings. Okay, yeah, so feelings and then objective is facts. A person or... Yeah, okay, right. So, objectively... Yeah, so I think if I'm understanding this right, I don't know if whatever I just said was retarded or not. Maybe I am, because I'm getting heated and I'm not the greatest at talking. But there are some objective facts, right? Gravity pulls us towards a body of mass. Global warming is a thing. And, right. And then I think there's, like, you can... you can have a subjective thought about global warming, right? So it's true that global warming is happening, but you can subjectively think... Well, you can subjectively think about anything, right? Like, if you don't think it's happening, that's subjective as fuck. There's no factual basis to that. I was going to make some other example, but you can't do it. Like, gravity is a factual thing that's actually a thing. Like, what? I don't know. But facts over feeling is what he's going for, and this is pure feeling right now. He has no evidence to back up that global warming isn't happening. You might be able to come up with some rational arguments for the reasons why global warming is happening, even though I bet you his argument is that it's not human-caused, which is objectively false. Yeah.
She was finished talking about how global warming is going to kill us all. Her whole head was covered in snow. She had little snowflakes all over her hair.
Oh, here we go. Subjective, I think, right? Feelings. Snow. Therefore, that's why he brought up cold. Oh my God. See, this is why it's hard. This is why his statistic about the left not understanding the right is, like, not in his favor. When you say something this fucking stupid, there's a reason. Like, when I get to this video, you'll see that these people cannot possibly respond to the dumb fucking shit Ben Shapiro says, because he's so, like, it's hard for them to understand him because he talks so fast and so stupid, and he bats off so many stupid ideas at once that it's, like, impossible to respond to one of them because it's just so stupid. It's just like you in their brains they think there's no possible way anyone actually believes this. But then you go to the fucking Daily Wire channel and you look at the 1.3 million people actually believe it. Or, let's say, give or take. So, because there's snow in Minnesota, well, global warming isn't real, guys. Even though extreme weather is evidence for global warming and climate change, right? Here's the explanation for that. If you have a really hot summer, there's more precipitation in the air, right? More water in the oceans and lakes evaporates into the air. And then when winter comes and it's colder, the extra water that evaporated into the air now comes storming down to the ground. Whoa.
Everyone was shivering cold. You're in the midst of a polar vortex throughout all of the country. I've been traveling a whole lot the
Oh my god, a polar vortex.
last few weeks. Everywhere I go, it's colder than the next place.
Wow, it's almost like it's winter, dog. Whoa.
And she says that we need to immediately re-enter the Paris Climate Accord. They all,
Oh, we do. Or the United States does.
boo, yeah, Amy, we're going to enter the...
Oh, I love this. I love this because he says, like before when he said like, why would we do it when no other country is? You know what the Paris Accords is? It's an agreement that other countries will do, what the United States will do and stuff like that, right? I can see. Okay.
The United States presently, which is not party to the Paris Climate Accord, is doing a better job of upholding the tenets of the Paris Climate Accord than the signatory nations themselves. We were told when they tried to pass that ridiculous climate accord, we were told if we don't do it, the whole world is going to end. So then we didn't do it. How are you feeling? Are you feeling healthy? Are you feeling okay?
A huge anecdotal argument towards it. Awesome.
Not sick? Everybody's good? Everybody's...
Wow, guys. Whoa, guys, we didn't get into that Paris Accord. Is anyone dying? Did anyone die recently? No? No one died today? No one in this crowd has died today? Well, climate change is a myth then.
Fine. And ironically, the countries that have signed on to it, they don't really care. They're not reducing their air pollution. They're not reducing carbon...
Well, I just need to see how this sounds, to be honest. I don't know how I sound.
Are you feeling healthy? Are you feeling okay?
A huge anecdotal argument towards it. Awesome.
Not sick? Everybody's good? Everybody's...
Wow, guys. Whoa, guys, we didn't get into that Paris Accord. Is anyone dying? Did anyone die recently? No? No one died today? No one in this crowd has died today? Well, climate change is a myth then.
Fine. And ironically, the countries that have signed on to it, they don't really care. They're not reducing their air pollution. They're not reducing carbon...
Well, I just need to see how this sounds. Okay, back to this shit.
carbon dioxide, but we are doing that. And ironically, the countries that have signed on to it, they don't really care. They're not reducing their air pollution. They're not reducing carbon dioxide, but we are doing that. Nevertheless, she says...
Can you give me any evidence for that? Do you want to cite, like, anything? I mean, I know you're in a public speaking thing, but you gotta, like, have these things on hand. Like, there's no papers in front of you. Like, you're reading a paper. Like, you should have the source right beside it. I mean, I bet you I could find, like when things get deregulated, right? Like, you know, like I don't know. So fucking stupid.
We need to destroy the entire American economy.
My favorite is that before he was arguing that like coal gives him energy, but then he's now talking about how America's like moving off of coal. So like, which side are you on? Or do you want to get rid of coal, or do you not want to get rid of coal? Like, if other countries aren't getting rid of coal, then isn't it a good idea that they're not getting rid of coal? Or like, but like, I don't know.
Economy for global warming. Never mind that the predictions don't ever seem to come true. We are doing that. Nevertheless, she says we need to destroy the entire American economy for global warming. Never mind that the predictions don't ever seem to
Okay, reform, not destroy. Like, I don't know.
come true. Never mind that New York has not been underwater for 5 years. Never mind that...
Why would New York be underwater? Are they underneath the? Are they a city that's below sea level? Let's see. Is New York? Oh, am I about to get roasted? Wow, elevation 10 meters, 10 meters above sea level. You know what the prediction was in the next 12 years? 7. So even if it's true, New York would still not be underwater. But you know what would be? Is why did it give me a... Okay, sorry. Holy fuck. Elevate. I don't know. Oh my god. Elevation. Thank you. I don't know why New York was so easy to find, but this is so hard to find. Okay. What the fuck? these countries. Oh, okay. Okay, let's go USA. Fuck. I want to kill myself. What the fuck? Like, why is Los Angeles? Oh, because it's not on here. Why the fuck? Okay, New York's 10. Washington, D.C. is actually more likely to be underwater than other things. It's 2 meters above sea level, but they're very much inland. So if there's something closer to the... Oh, God. Yeah, it's not a coastal region. Whatever, fuck off. So Atlanta, Boston, Chicago. So L.A. is not even on this. Why is it so fucking hard to find? Holy shit. California. I know they have mountains, but... Oops. Why is this so impossible? Okay. So dark green is sea level. Sacramento might get flooded. Fuck me, whatever. Mexico's there. Phoenix is there. Why is it? Why is it only so? What the fuck? It's a myth, guys. San Diego doesn't exist in LA. Okay, Los Angeles is right there. So that is right there. Wow, look at that. Just above sea level. I'm not sure how high because it goes all the way up to 500, but 500 feet, below 100. It's below 100 meters. So maybe or maybe not.
Tony, I mean,
wrong video. Oh,
Florida, just neighbor down to the south, has not been underwater for 5 years. Never mind that the polar bears are not dead. The polar bears are doing just fine. Their populations have increased. Never mind that Amy Klobuchar...
Wow. Holy fuck. I can't type from this far away. Chart? Sure. Just gonna look for a graph, but graph and chart are the same thing, I think. Well, unless it's a pie chart. Okay. Polar bear status and population by the Wildlife Foundation. Stable. Data deficient. Okay, so declining there, stable and increasing. So in 2 places it's increasing, 1 place it's stable, and in 1 place it's declining. Based on population, so a good amount are stable, so it's not increasing. Maybe slightly increasing, but it depends on how much this is declining by. It's a pretty small dot, so I don't know how they don't have information on this if they know the population. Okay. International vulnerable. Can't guess what? Like a while ago, I'm pretty sure they're endangered, right? Guess what? We stopped hunting them and stuff. Canada, special concern. Greenland, Denmark, vulnerable. Norway, see how it's special? Like, do you have different like things, right? Fuck me. Rare, recovering depending on population. Threatened in the United States, right? Because Alaska, right? Like fucking. Like there are different. It's like the elephant thing. Like elephants in certain parts of Africa are endangered, but in other parts of Africa they're not. But if you murder all the elephants in one spot of Africa, and then fuck up the other spot, or I don't know, I forget. Yeah, fuck it. That's a bad example, I think. I don't know where I'm going with that one.
Was freezing cold, bundled up in snow. No, ignore the reality. Who cares? Don't believe your... Their populations have increased. Never mind that Amy Klobuchar was freezing cold, bundled...
Ignore the reality. It's cold today. But tomorrow it might be 27 degrees. Am I supposed to, when it's 27 degrees in the middle of like, because it was 20, it was like 10 degrees a couple days ago or something. Do I ignore the reality then when it's hot in the middle of winter? Or am I just supposed to take the median? Oh, fuck. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Hold on. Sorry. Hold on. Average. Oh, fuck. Let's see. Okay. Change in temperature. Okay. Let's see. Is there a graph on this? This is not the good one. Fuck. That's 2010. Shit. There's one where it's like a global temperature record, instrument temperature recording. Oh, fuck. These are all Wikipedia. I don't know Wikipedia. There's one like chart where it just put it out in forms, like it was like 2016 temperature this whatever blah blah. I just went like down the years. I'm trying to look for it instead of like a graph that I can't really look at. Anyways, if I find it, oh, is this it? Widget. Close enough. You see this? See how it went from like a stable kind of thing, a stable kind of temperature, to exponential? This is over 2,000 years. Let's go back even. Can I zoom out even further? Oh, it doesn't actually change the graph though. Oh yeah. Can I change the graph? Can you give me more of the graph, please? Fuck. Okay, this graph isn't exactly long enough. But basically, for the past couple of years, for the past every year for like the past 7 years, has been hotter. Has been the hottest year in recorded history ever. So I think it's like it was like 2007, or like let's say 2010. Hottest year in history, then 2000, or I think it was like, I think it was past 5 years, I think something like that. So, it was the hottest year in history in 2014, hottest year in 2015, hottest year in 2016, hottest year in 2017, hottest year in 2018, hottest year in 2019, or 2019 hasn't been like done yet. But like, see the problem? How it's been the hottest years in recorded history for the past like 5 years. So like. You not notice that? Oh, it's just a natural increase in temperature. Sure, but then why hasn't this happened at any other point in our history? Why is it now, when we have the most industrialization? Why is it that when we have the most pollution going on in all of recorded history, it's also the hottest in all of human history? It's almost like they're connected.
Up in snow. No, ignore the reality. Who cares? Don't believe your lying eyes. Who cares what's going on in the real world? What we
like, I better not have to explain this to anyone in my life. That your eyes are a fucking poor judge of character or anything like that, right? If I go outside right now and it's cold, I wouldn't think that we're in an ice age. Okay.
We have to care about is what is going on in the leftist fantasy theories. That is what she told us yesterday.
Wow.
Ideology discourages learning. This is another simple joy of being right. If you've got the answers, do everything. If you have a totalizing political system, ideology, then you've got nothing to learn. For the left, politics and history are science, not art. Do everything. This is what she told us yesterday. Ideology discourages learning. This is another simple joy of being right. If you've got the answers, do everything. If you have a totalizing political system,
Isn't this your argument? Because you have an abject reality that you take from, right? You have a God. So you think that everything's that he...
then you've got nothing to learn.
What? Isn't... What?
For the left, politics and history are science, not art. Conservatives view it as art. Aristotle says politics is a practical science. You can't formulate it all in a little calculation in an Excel spreadsheet. You can't have a bunch of egghead bureaucrats planning out everybody's life exactly for them. Politics is an art because we have free will. We are free people. The world is infinitely...
So there's another argument of a free will, blah, blah, blah.
Immensely complex.
whatever.
It's a beautiful thing. It's part of why we love the variety of life. But for the left, it's a formula. And if you find the formula, then everything is supposed to follow progress perfectly. This is why
I don't even know what his point here. It just sounds ridiculous as fuck. Because, like, there's arguments against free will, and, like, I don't even know what he's going with this whole, like, graph. Like, is he just saying, like, don't...
Politics is an art because we have free will. We are free people. The world is infinitely, immensely complex. That's a beautiful thing. It's part of why we love the variety of life. But for the left, it's a formula. And if you find the formula, then everything is supposed to follow
Okay, so is this, like, his argument against, like, the graph I just showed? Because that graph was probably made by the left, so they found a formula, therefore it's the reality. It's like, so when you have a statistic, is that his argument that, like, because it's a statistic, because it's, like, formulated, because we have a prediction, it's you can't learn from it, but, like, you think that's fact? Like, well, yeah, like, I don't know what he's arguing against. Is he arguing against, like, graphs and statistics and stuff, and, like, science? Because, like...
progress perfectly. This is why they're always...
Like, I think his argument against, like, the graph I showed is, like, oh, well, you're stupid if you think that this prediction of continuous hotness is gonna continue perfectly forever. Like, tomorrow it could drop off the map. It's like, yeah, but there's no evidence to show that it would. Is that his argument? Is that his argument that, like, everything is fluid and free moving? Even the static environment we live in, like our planet could randomly fly out of orbit on the sun. No, it couldn't.
Always shocked to find out that they lose elections. They don't ever believe it when it happens. When Stacey Abrams lost that election here in Georgia, she would not give it up. She was supposed to win. The formula said it. That was the path to progress. The only reason Stacey Abrams ended up conceding, I'm certain, is because all those little Democrat activists who came in to fill out forms for fraudulent votes, she didn't want them to get
Oh my god, don't bring up the fraudulent votes. I don't want to go into this fucking fraudulent vote shit. Like, if there's any viewers in here that want to bring it up, fucking go for it. But, like, the dumbest thing ever. Like, there's, like, a whole thing, like, what was it for, what the fuck was his name? In Florida, whatever. It was like, we found the fake votes. They were in a storage room somehow. And they counted them, and they were just sitting in a bag. It's like, what? Like, oh yeah, it was like, they found votes that weren't counted for, like, some reason. Like, got busy, somebody forgot they were in this area of the store, like, wherever they were storing votes. So then they counted them, and everyone on the right was like, these are fake, forged votes. It's like, if you were gonna fake and forge votes, you would have had a better plan than to just, like, do them, not put them, like, you made up all the fake votes, and then you, like, forgot to put them into the election. You're like, fuck, shit, I left them, oh, fuck. Oh, shit, I left them in... Oh, no. I left them in that storage bin. And then they find them, and they're like, oh, okay.
carpal tunnel. So she said, no, in the interest of your health, stop writing in all those fake votes. Hillary Clinton was supposed to win, and then when she didn't win, she found out it was the Macedonians. It was James Comey. It was Bernie. It was...
Nobody gives a shit about Hillary Clinton.
Did I mention the Macedonians? It was the Russians. It was everybody except the American people who did not want to vote for her. Those deplorable, irredeemable American people. Brings us to another joy of being right, which is love. Conservatives love our countrymen. Even Hillary Clinton. Sometimes.
No, this is the difference. Everybody loves their country. Well, except for, like, huge nihilists who hate their country. But everyone loves their country. All the difference is that you love it the way it is and don't see the reality of what's going on. And the left loves it enough to change it. Right? You're the person, it's like, if you love something, let it go or whatever, like set it free. You're the person who loves something and holds on to it, even if it kills whatever you're, right? Yeah, whatever you love. So you love your country enough blindly that you don't realize that what you're doing is, like, detrimental to society. So anybody who disagrees with you hates the country, right? Doesn't actually want it to be like, what? Oh, guys, I want to solve poverty in the United States by putting in a minimum wage. You hate this country. That's socialism, guys. That's...
Not all the time. In so much as she is our countryman, we love her. The left doesn't love its country. This is why the left wants to knock down all of the buildings and rebuild all of them within 10 years.
Okay, so he puts up a fake thing. He says something fucking dumb. So he's not gonna. Maybe he will in 2 seconds, but so far he hasn't sourced anything as for reasons why the left don't like their country, right? he hasn't said that. Like, he's not gonna explain to us exactly how the left hates America. He'll just say that, oh, they want to destroy all the buildings. Okay, well, let's say that's true. Why do they want to destroy the building? Oh, to improve the environment. That doesn't sound like hating your country. But in reality, they just want to rebuild them, replace, and upgrade the buildings to be more environmentally friendly. They don't want to destroy every building.
This is why the left wants fully open borders. This is why the left protests.
Okay, here another one. Why is it that open borders and hating your country connect? Okay, what is the connection? Let's see if I can think about it. Okay, so if I have open borders, that means I want everybody to be in my country. Wait, how does that? Wait, hold on. Sorry. How do I connect this to hating the country? When I want, it's like I want other people to be part of my country because I hate it. No, I think you would be for closed borders and kicking people out of the United States if you hated it, telling them to run away. If you hated the United States, you would tell people to not come to the United States. You wouldn't tell them to freely walk into the United States. Why is closed borders a sign of loving your country? If you lock away your country to all other people. Again, this is an example of him loving something, even though he set it free. He wants it all to himself. He's going to close the borders. No brown people. Nobody else is allowed to enjoy the United States except for me and my friends.
The American flag. The Americans can rebuild all of them within 10 years. This is why the left wants fully open borders. This is why the left protests the American flag.
Again, protesting the American flag, it depends on why you're protesting the American flag. If you believe that there's rampant racism within the United States, that's more of a sign that you love the country of the United States rather than you hate it, okay? You hate how it's currently acting. It's not even the United States that's acting. Right? Okay, so when slavery was a thing and you had protests against slavery, did those people hate the United States? No, I would think you would agree that they loved the United States and they wanted it to become better. It's the same thing here. You just don't agree with them this time.
The American left does not love its country or countrymen. The left loves humanity, but it doesn't like human beings very much. It loves humanity in the abstract, but it doesn't like humanity in the particular, in the real, in the familial, in that with which we have a relationship.
Okay, I'm going to hope he goes and explains this, but I bet you won't. But regardless, you say that that the left doesn't like humanity, but neither do you if you don't want other people in your country, right? If you say fuck brown people and fuck Mexicans, build a wall, don't let them in, I think you hate them. Or it's a point towards hating them. I'm not going to get into the reasons why you want it. Even if you want it for legitimate reasons, let's say Mexico is actually sending an invasion force to us, and you still hate them because you don't want them here.
This is why you see it baked into this ideology. This is why you see it baked into utopia. This is why, frankly, the left is so angry at all of the conservatives, is because they have the keys to progress. And if you impede progress, you can be one of two things: extraordinarily stupid or evil, have bad intentions, you're a bigot, you're a sexist, you're a racist, you're whatever silly euphemism they want to use. Those are the only two options. And who could love either of those people?
Aren't you guilty of the same thing? Just the opposite, right? So you say that the left calls you a bigot because you're not for being progressive, and you say they're bigots and stupid because they're for progressing.
As a result, the left is more likely to unfriend people on social media than conservatives are. I've been traveling to all these campuses. I just saw...
Do you want to know? Again, this goes back to delusion. If you have a delusional friend, and statistically they're more... if your grandmother, or not even your grandmother, if you just have a friend who's constantly posting, religious shit and, all of this crap that nobody cares about, you might unfriend them. Guess where they land? On the right. I guess who's going to most likely agree with people on the right. So when you're more delusional, of course, you're going to agree with more delusional people. Obviously, this is not a point towards him, I don't think. As far as I'm concerned, this is a point against him and more delusion. If you are as far right as humanly possible, right? Or as religious as humanly possible. Let's say in the best ways, too, because I know that if you're actually as religious as humanly possible, you would do a lot of bad shit. Let's say you're the best religious person ever. You think that God is great, whatever. You're posting all this shit online, like this absolute dog shit online. Other right-wingers will agree with you, but people on the left who are based in reality, who don't believe in a stupid God, because guess what? There's other ones and whatever, blah, blah. Obviously, like, I'm going to remove you from my friends list if you're just constantly babbling on about some fucking bullshit that no one cares about.
In
Or no one
Washington
should care about.
University, there was a headline that read, quote, "It's okay that conservatives don't feel welcome." It's okay. No, it's okay.
Wow, guess what? Are you not doing the same thing? Again, like, how is it, like, what? How are you not doing the same thing? Or is your argument that, oh, they're doing it, so I'm doing it? Well, no, that is your argument for, like, everything, even, like, saving the planet.
It's okay, according to this kid, because we already know conservative ideas are wrong. We've never read them or engaged with them or talked about them or thought about them for 5 seconds.
Again, so he has no evidence for that, because people engage with them all the time, but he just ignores them, or he just goes to the extreme. Okay, cool.
Wrong. So it's okay for conservatives not to feel welcome. At my own dear alma mater of Yale the other day, they published...
Okay, again, like, if you're far right, you'd probably be racist, okay? I don't want you in my chat if you're being a racist bigot. So yeah, if you're far right, I don't want you here. If you're far left, I probably also don't want you here. But you're not saying death to all X race or whatever.
An opinion piece in the student newspaper about how white men with brown hair are evil. All of them, every single one. And the whole point of the piece, newspaper, about how...
Okay, so one opinion piece in one random newspaper, therefore all lefties are bad.
White men with brown hair are evil. All of them, every single one.
I wonder how many people actually agree with this piece.
Because all these kids at Yale end up becoming Brett Kavanaugh or somebody. They really hate Brett Kavanaugh. They really don't like Brett Kavanaugh because of that.
Yeah, there's a bunch of reasons to hate Brett Kavanaugh. So A, you can either have the, like, let's say, so there's no evidence that he did the gang rapes or whatever, or maybe there is. I'm not really sure. I don't give a shit about that right now. I don't care, because if you look at it, so the reason why I might hate Brett Kavanaugh is because he's a lawyer for the I forgot it again. For the federal court? Holy fuck. Why am I so dumb? Supreme Court. Jesus Christ. He's a Supreme Court justice who continuously lied while under oath. Yes, I want that guy. I love that guy. After he continuously lied. Like, who cares about anything else he did? Let's completely ignore if he did or did not gang rape or whatever. If you go into a job interview and you lie about 90% of what you say, let's be generous to Kavanaugh, 60% of what he said, you shouldn't get the job, especially if it's of such high importance. If you're lying under oath every time you're spoken to, and you're a Supreme Court judge or about to be a Supreme Court judge, like, he failed an interview. If there was an actual legit, if you took that as an interview, as everything he said and stuff like that, you should fire him. Like, he lied under oath multiple times. As a judge, like, of all people that would lie under oath, he shouldn't be doing it.
It is moral. It's a moral duty for students at Yale to go up to every white, brown-haired young man there and ruin his life. Find a picture of him too drunk at a party, find a text message that looks kind of weird, and ruin his life. That was the thesis of the op-ed.
Wow, one thing.
What a cold and miserable way to go through life. What an absolutely terrible way.
Wow, but yeah, maybe for that one person. Again, one person.
To view your fellow man and your institutions and the world. The idea that if anything is different from you, that it is offensive. That is a miserable way to go through life. This is the definition of pride, by the way. To say that everything that I am is perfect. Everything I am and have and know is perfect. And everything that isn't me is terrible. That is pride. Michael Oakeshott, a wonderful philosopher who does not get read enough, gave a very good definition of conservatism, and I think it gets to a little bit why we enjoy it so much. He said, to be conservative is to prefer the familiar to the unknown, to prefer the tried to the untried, fact to mystery, the actual to the possible, the limited to the unbounded, the near to the distant, the sufficient to the superabundant, the convenient to the perfect, present laughter to utopian bliss.
Fuck.
Familiar relationships and loyalty will be preferred to the allure of more profitable attachments, the perfect. And I think it gets to a little bit why we enjoy it so much. He said, to be conservative is to prefer the familiar to the unknown, to prefer the tried to the untried, fact to mystery, the actual to the possible. Michael Oakeshott, a wonderful philosopher who does not get read enough, gave a very good definition of conservatism, and I think it gets to a little bit why we enjoy it so much. He said, to be conservative is to prefer the familiar to the unknown, to prefer the tried to the untried, fact to mystery, the actual to the possible, the limited to the unbounded, the near to the distant, the sufficient to the superabundant, the convenient to the perfect, present laughter to utopian bliss. Familiar relationships and loyalties will be preferred to the allure of more profitable attachments. To acquire and to enlarge will be less important than to keep, to cultivate, and to enjoy. We don't want to fundamentally transform things. Evolution, not revolution.
Okay. Holy fuck, dude. Oh my god. Okay, I have to put this in normal speed and go through this because that just sounded all so fucking ridiculous that I want to blow my fucking head off, dude. Holy shit.
Said to be conservative is, and I think it did not get read enough, gave a very good definition of conservatism. And I think it gets to a little bit why we enjoy it so much. He said to be conservative is to prefer the familiar to the unknown.
To prefer the familiar to the unknown. Okay. Let's look at this a couple ways. Okay, first, I think this is bad on all sides for this to be a conservative. Like, if this is a conservative value, it's bad on all sides. Okay, so if you prefer the familiar to the unknown, that means that, if I'm understanding this correctly, that means that you prefer, like, whatever's, like, the status quo, basically, right? And you're afraid to take a chance and do something else, even if it betters your, which is against most of what he said. Like, if anything, like, about business, like, if you go through a bunch of stuff, he's like, capitalism, people take chances and do all this shit, but he just said that that's, like conservatives take chances, like, so there's probably a million contradictions with this guy said. And then to the unknown, like, what's bad about liking the unknown, being, like, I don't even know if I have to go that much explanation about why that one's dumb.
To prefer the tried to the untried.
Okay, again, another basically the same as before. The tried to the untried. So in other words, don't try anything new. Even if it's a benefit to the entirety of society, don't do it. Because it worked before, it will work today. So you can apply this to slavery. You can apply this to feudalism. I guess monarchism is feudalism. You know, like, it worked before, so it will work right now. Even though you would disagree with that. But right now, this is a good definition for conservatism.
Fact to mystery.
Fact to mystery. So this is another play on the other thing, like known versus the unknown. Even though most conservatives believe in religion, and religion is not based in fact at all. So there's that. Whoops. Wrong again.
The actual to the possible.
The actual to the possible. Okay. You don't. This plays back on the other stuff. How do you know something is possible if you haven't tried it? Right? So, somebody before could have argued that it's impossible to live without slavery. Based on this mindset, you would have never, if conservatives under this definition were in power all throughout history, we would have never have changed anything ever. We wouldn't be in the society we are today, even though he boasts that it's so fucking great. Or he has some twisted thing that if conservatives ruled the world throughout history, they would always be this way.
The limited to the unbounded, the near to the... prefer the familiar to the unknown, to prefer the tried to the untried, fact to mystery.
Fact to mystery. Oh, no.
The actual to the possible. The limit to the untried, fact to mystery, the actual to the possible.
The actual to the possible? Well, I guess these are all like symbolisms of like everything else, right? So, because it's working right now, it'll work forever.
The limited to the unbounded.
The limited to the unbounded. Hold on to sneeze. That was a hard one. That hurt. I don't know if that fucking peaked my microphone. Hopefully it didn't. Should have muted, but I didn't really have time. Okay. What do you say? The limited to the unbounded?
Fact to mystery. The actual to the possible. The limited to the unbounded.
The limited to the unbounded. It just sounds like something you can like pull both ways, right? I think. I'm not really sure what this means. Like what he's saying about this. Like limited to unbounded. Limited what? Unbounded what? I don't know. Like, wouldn't you want unbounded capitalism, or do you want limit? Like, I don't know what this means. I don't know. Moving on.
The near to the distant.
The near to the distant. This is another thing. So the near to, I'm guessing, okay, near to the distant also sounds like what he just said before. So these are all the same thing, which is this worked before, so this has worked all up until this point. Why change it now?
The sufficient to the superabundant.
The sufficient to the superabundant. Sounds like socialism.
The convenient to
Wait,
the perfect.
hold on. That is literally.
The near to the distant. The sufficient to the superabundant.
Sufficient to the superabundant sounds like each to his own, each to his need, or to each according to their need. Was this it? This is the quote. Yeah, from each according to his ability and to each according to his need is what this sounds like. For each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Sounds like
the limited to the unbounded, the near to the distant, the sufficient to the superabundant.
Right? Sufficient? What's sufficient to you? What is sufficient to your need?
The convenient to the perfect, present laughter to utopian bliss. The convenient to the perfect, present laughter to utopian
More of it worked in the past, so why try anything new?
bliss. Familiar relationships and loyalties will be preferred to the allure of more profitable attachments.
Isn't this like not true at all in like capitalism? Like what? Isn't this the problem when you deregulate banks? Is because they look to more profitable things? Like isn't this a thing against capitalism? Like are conservatives against capitalism at this point? This sounds like this kind of took a socialist kind of turn. Or like the allure of more profitable things, which is what capitalists do, is they take the allure of more profitable things. And they like I know like the familiar part isn't socialist, it's conservative, like right, do things that have worked in the past.
To acquire and to enlarge will be less important than to keep, to cultivate, and to enjoy.
Some more of the worked in the past works now, right?
We don't want to fundamentally transform things. Evolution, not revolution.
Oh, okay, so this is where it bounces back to progression, guys, but evolutionary progression. Did you know that evolution sometimes happens radically? Well, buddy, who fucking knew? Did you know our brain, in terms of time, was a radical evolution? Our brain went from like really small to really large very fast in comparison to like evolution, like our evolution as a human species. So like this is just like wrong and like a naturally based thing. Like things happen revolutionarily in nature, dog.
The conservative view, in which we accept our limits in order to exercise our creativity, because these limits are not such a bad thing. Like the parameters of a poem, they allow you to be more creative. They allow you more enjoyment.
Wait, what?
This view,
The parameters of a poem. So you're saying regulation allows you to do more things? Whoa, fuck.
view in which we look on the world with awe and wonder, in which we feel gratitude and enjoyment. This view in which we look on the world with awe and wonder, in which we feel gratitude for our lives, which we did not earn and which we did not invent, in which we venerate the author of those lives.
That sounds like a materialistic view on the planet. Because, yeah, we didn't earn our lives. And we only have one of it.
And the order that he created, in which we defend and cherish the tradition that carries this vision throughout the ages.
Again, it worked in the past, traditionalism, blah, blah, blah.
This view is more conducive to joy, because it's more in line with the truth, because it's more in
Subjective.
line with reality.
Subjective.
For leftists, for there aren't very many of you in the audience on the left, I think most are on the right. For those of you in the television audience who are on the left, ask yourself, if you are miserable every single day,
I might be a nihilist.
if you are
Or depressed.
constantly irritated,
Again, those could be psychological. I'm gonna wait till the. I guess I should wait till the question's answered. But right now, many people can answer this just by like natural causes, right, or like biological things.
By the news cycles, by your conservative uncle at the dinner table,
Okay.
by your conservative friends on Facebook.
Okay, well, this could lead back to nihilism, which is just kind of a trait you developed throughout your childhood. That anything people say is like dumb. Like if you're a supreme nihilist, you just be kind of sad and distressed with everything, right? You'd hate the human race, blah blah. Like people are this way. Like I don't know, on any side of the spectrum.
If you are constantly and perpetually joyless,
You might be depressed.
you maybe have a problem? Is it possible that the problem is not Donald Trump?
Oh, I see where he's going. If you're depressed, you might be the problem. Or it's the society around me. If you're poor, you might be the problem. Get rich. Guys, just get a job. Guys, why don't you just get a job? I know that every business owner around you won't hire you because your name is Jaquan. I get it. I understand. But you just gotta get a job, man. It's not that hard.
It's not George W. Bush before him. It's not Ronald Reagan before him.
Okay, I would label, even though I'm not American, that all of the past presidents have stagnated or regressed progression.
That maybe you have the problem, and maybe the...
Wow, guys. Curtailing to the... No. I was going to say curtailing to, like, the minority, but I don't know. Whatever. Fuck it. He's just making a dumb point.
problem is not so much psychological as philosophical.
Subjective.
To them,
Well, okay, this is like a question. Fuck it. Ignore that, because it's just a question he's asking, even though he's wrong.
say, come on over. The water is warm. Global warming has made the water warm. It's really, really nice.
I fucking knew he was
Just
gonna
dip
go,
your toe
"Holy
in.
fuck."
You won't
It's cold, but the water's now fucking... Oh, my God.
regret it. You can choose how to live. You can choose another mode of viewing the world, and you can choose a new
So can you.
politics.
If you think that you're happy for no reason and have no factual evidence for anything you're saying, are you the problem? Could you be the problem? Is it possible that you are the problem if everything around you is peachy and great and anything that happens in the world is inherently good as long as you agree with it? Could it be that you're the problem? Open yourself up to new ideas. Like, what?
You can
This is just like a big, like, dick suck to the rest of this crowd.
either choose to remain wrong or, and this is the one that I recommend, you can choose to be right. Thank you very much.
What if the other side is right? Always me on questions now.
We can all line up down here along this aisle. And if you disagree, I know this is a common tactic with Ben. I'm not sure if you do that.
The Daily Wire makes me do this rule. If you disagree with me, you have to cut the line.
My favorite about this is this is like their scapegoat out of getting any like debate is they'll just say like whenever you ask them like why don't you debate, it's like, oh, we debate people all the time, you're allowed to cut the line in these things, except for like the format is totally wrong. Okay, A, you're not holding the microphone when you're up on the stage, so therefore when the guy who's holding the microphone could easily just rip it away from you at any time. Okay, so if if Michael Knowles tells the guy on the microphone, the people asking questions only have 5 seconds to ask their question, or like they have to ask a question and then rip the microphone away from them. We don't want them taking over the microphone, which is like maybe like legitimate. Like you could have like like it's fine for you to like have control over the microphone, because yeah, some people might actually get up there, take the microphone and start fucking yelling and running around the place, not giving you the microphone, like generally disturbing people. The problem is when someone comes up there with a legitimate question and they ask their question and then they can't respond. Okay, and second, you have a minimum amount of time, right? Like you open up, like I don't know if you know, I was speaking for 3 hours, and I'm 30 minutes into this video. Okay, there's no fucking possible way that anyone coming up here can actually form a legitimate argument against anything he says, and they're supposed to ask a question first, so they can ask a question about anything that happened in the fucking in the thing, and he can just backtrack and curtail or just say something, and they can't respond properly. Like, watch, we'll see.
fine. I think
There's gonna be like no actual talk because like there's a time limit on everything, right? So he'll never get into a real debate with somebody, and when he does, because like you saw like the Politicon stuff, he looks like a fucking retard.
this creates a terrible and perverse incentive, but that's okay. That's what I have to do. That's what my bosses say.
Okay, so if you disagree, you have to come to the front of the line. So I know some of you itching. Bubby, you can come on down.
It's discrimination.
All right, I'll start off then because I'm president and you're not, like Donald Trump says. My first question, what do you see being the consequences of there being an elimination of the center? And do you see a third party emerging anytime in the future?
I think it's already
My favorite is that there's actually no elimination of the center. I mean, yeah, no, there's really not. There's a bunch of fucking Democrats who are who are super centrist, dog. It's like not even funny. Just that the right is constantly moving farther and farther right, and the left is moving farther and farther left. Even though that AOC in any other nation would just be considered like a normal politician. Like, oh, I pressed paper. Like would be a normal, like in Canada, pretty sure she might be like the Liberal Party, maybe slightly left than that. I don't think she would be running in the NDP party. Well, maybe she would, because the NDP party is kind of fucking dumb. Like the NDP party is kind of like, they're not their true name. Like the NDP party is supposed to be the Socialist Party in Canada, but they constantly like back away from that all the time, and it's really fucking annoying.
promised to us. The loss of a center in American.
So like that's why bring up Canadian politics. That's why people like Doug Ford got elected, because he had both the Liberal Party and the NDP party could not for the life of them bring up any sort of like actual policies they wish to implement into the system. They kind of just said like, hey, I'm good at stuff and whatnot. Watch Where My Dog's At. Well, you can link it, dog. If you wanna watch that, link it. I might watch it. I'm doing like political stuff mainly, but like I don't know what the fuck that is. But you can link it. I'll watch it.
Politics can be either a good thing or a bad thing. It depends where the
What the fuck was I talking about? Oh yeah, no, whatever. People like Doug Ford get elected in Ontario because he had like a form of policy. Like, okay, so the problem is when nobody mentions any kind of policies, anyone who's populist instantly gets elected. So that's why there's like a general argument against being a populist, because it's a way to get a win when nobody else is talking about stuff. Okay, so the NDP party and the Liberal Party could not for the life of them mention any kind of policies. So Doug Ford walks up to stage and goes, I'm going to bring dollar beers, even though that was kind of a lie, and I'm going to give you a tax cut. Right? He just says two policies, both of which are failures now, and he like did a bunch of stuff which is like stupid. Like he's removing a bunch of dumb shit, and he wants like there's a bunch of stupid shit happening, but he won because he had policies. Even though they're bad, he actually had a plan, right? So so the NDP party, because they avoid being socialist, they get stuck with, I'm the Liberal Party, but better. And the Liberal Party just goes, hi, I'm the Liberal Party. So the NDP party just goes, hi, I'm the better one. And then Doug Ford goes, here's some dumb policies. I think you might like them.
The center is. The conservative movement is responsible for destroying the American center. It's responsible in so much as there was a liberal consensus, and then in the 1950s there was a more conservative movement. Now, it wasn't our fault exclusively for long, because then the radical left came in, pushing what was, in those days, socialism, versions of Marxism, the introduction of identity politics, the destruction of the barrier between the personal and the political, the anti-Western politics, hey, hey, ho, ho, Western civ has got to go. And this process has continued unabated for the last 50 or so years, to the point that now you have democratic socialists running openly as Democrat candidates for office, and you have a conservative movement.
Wow, every other nation has that as well.
That is more conservative. I think this is a very good thing. Howard Schultz, the billionaire from Canarsie, who's self-made and actually a fairly inspiring figure, is a lifelong Democrat, but he can't run as a Democrat because Democrats are socialists now.
Doug, if you don't link this shit, I'm not gonna watch it. I'm actually probably not gonna watch it anyways, because I don't know what the fuck is MTV cartoon, Jennifer Aniston, Owen Wilson, like, who fucking cares?
He is going to run. He's not going to win.
Okay, the problem with this fucking idiot, this billionaire dumbass, is that he's getting all of this airtime because he's paying for it, and he has like no real policies. He's just saying like, I'm rich, vote for me, independent, I don't like Democrats because they want my money.
Though he would go along
Like
with
he's an abstract idiot.
A viable third party in the United States. I like this
If he's the viable third party, I want to end my life.
idea in so much as it will throw the election to Donald Trump, so I'm pleased about that, and it will force the Democrats to moderate.
How on earth would it ever throw the election to Donald Trump?
will force them to realize that they have got to ditch some of the Bolshevism. You know, they can't collectivize the farms in 10 years.
Who is asking for this?
This would be a very good thing. However, broadly speaking, third parties don't always help us out. Third parties can be spoilers and can actually undermine the will of the American people. And in our republic, that's an important thing. So what I would much rather see than a third party is a candidate like Howard Schultz come in, disrupt things, throw the election to a Republican, and more importantly, bring Democrats not just back to the center, not to be moderate conservatives or something, just bring them back to the point that they accept objective.
Bring them back closer to the right so that I can agree with them slightly more, and then they can never win because they're centrists. Okay, I'm about to ban you if you say like one more dumbass thing.
Reality. That they accept that there is truth about which we can argue. If we did that, that would be a huge benefit to American politics.
Hey, so you talk about objective and subjective reality. Do you believe that President Trump is actually thriving off of the subjective reality in politics today?
I think that he's thriving in so much as he makes fun of the absurdities of the left, and this gives him a lot of material. So he's always talking about how the whitest woman in America pretended to be Native American for 30 years to advance her career, that she filed with the Texas State Bar as American Indian in her own handwriting. This helps him out. Without these subjective, ridiculous, emotivist fantasies of the left, we probably would not have a Donald Trump phenomenon.
Okay, you know what I hate about this though? Okay, you could have like a bunch of like white heritage, but if you grow up, if you're culturally, like if you grew up on a Native American reserve, I don't know the whole story about her, but if you grow up on a Native American reserve and stuff like that, I would consider you Native. Like you're indulging the culture. Like, well, no, I guess not. I don't know. This is so dumb. Like, whatever. Like, it's just stupid. Some stupid fucking talking point. No one cares about Elizabeth Warren. Like, you somewhat do, because she has somewhat good ideas. Okay, see you later, buddy. Is it this? Oh, IP ban. Oh, that's not how you do IP. I'm gonna kill myself. I typed in chat like accidentally, but whatever. Oh, I don't want to ban myself. That'd be funny. What's the IP ban command? What the fuck? Am I dumb? I probably fucked up like a little bit. Slash ignore slash is so is it just slash ban? Why the fuck do people use exclamation points? Whatever, gone anyways.
We would not reward a man who speaks bluntly like a guy who grew up in Queens and who has a very basic relationship to people and to the media and a sort of basic and visceral, ridiculous, emotivist fantasies of the left. We probably would not have a Donald Trump phenomenon. We would not reward a man who speaks bluntly like a guy who grew up in Queens and who has a very basic relationship to people and to the media and a sort of basic and visceral understanding of human nature. That really helps him. The notion that President Trump is himself living in some kind of fantasy, I think, is totally overblown. They throw these silly terms like fake news around or alternative facts. Let's not forget these are terms that the
okay, But Doc, he literally is living in like a fantasy world. He thinks that everything he's doing is right. His Muslim ban was absolutely fucking roasted and was unconstitutional. His wall is never ever happening. His tax cut does not benefit anybody besides the rich. Call that fantasy land, dog.
Left has popularized. Fake news was a term to undermine conservative-leaning outlets, which is ironic coming from the mainstream media, which is now simply a megaphone for Democrat Party politics. As for alternative facts actually are alternative facts. They're not a contrary reality. They're not a parallel universe. When that phrase was used, it was Sean Spicer saying Donald Trump had the biggest inauguration crowd ever. It is true that in Washington, D.C., it was a smaller crowd, but the total crowd, when you factor in social media, television, and eyeballs around the world, was larger. The phrase alternative fact referred to that. It's a sophisticated point, and it's a subtle point that is certainly lost on the left, but nevertheless.
Why the fuck did this all of a sudden get really loud?
That is a reality. And always with the left, they are projecting. They are projecting their own bigotry onto the right. They're projecting now their own anti-Semitism. You've got freshman members of Congress calling for the obliteration of Israel, and yet they call conservatives anti-Semitic. That is nothing more than projection. I think the same remains true of their claims of subjective reality and lived experience.
Thank you.
Very good question.
Wait.
Hi, thank you. You've got freshman members of Congress calling for the obliteration of Israel, and yet they call conservatives anti-Semitic.
Okay, let's get this out of the way. being anti-Israel is not anti-Jew, okay? Just because a lot of Jewish people live in Israel doesn't mean that you're anti-Semitic if you think that Israel as a nation is doing bad things, okay? When Israel murders people in the Gaza Strip, I would consider that bad. Not because they're Jewish, but because that's bad. Murdering people is bad. I think we would both agree on that, okay? It wasn't in defense of Israel, because it was the Gaza Strip, a place in Palestine, and Palestine, or the Palestinian people, were in Jerusalem first, and we just decided to give it to Israelites, Jews, okay? Like, it was, Palestine was occupied by, Palestine, Israel, Jerusalem was all occupied by Palestinians for, like, almost all of human history, until we all of a sudden decided, oh, we're just going to give it to these Jews. Which there's, like, just, like, there's no way for peace to arise when you move your thing and, like, you act as if they're totally different people. Like, just allow people to coexist in a society, and guess what? They'll coexist. When you just plop a group of people down and say no one else is allowed here besides the Jews, or whatever happened, I'm not 100% sure, but when that, because that's why there's a wall there, right? They're completely encapsulated, so the only Israelites exist. You got a problem, doc. Like how are you supposed to have peace when you completely ignore the opposition? And then, especially adding on that, Trump moving the embassy to Jerusalem confirms, or in the minds of Palestinians might confirm, that the United States will never back them in any kind of situation, because when you move your capital from a neutral ground to Israel, and you don't have a embassy in Jerusalem, it means you're taking a side.
That is nothing more than...
Like, I could easily twist this onto you and say that you're an Islamophobic person or whatever the fuck, because you hate Islam. It's like, what? Like, you have all religion is dumb, but like, you can hate religion and you can hate how nations act. That doesn't mean you hate the people living in that nation.
Projection. I think the same remains true of their claims of subjective reality and lived experience.
Thank you.
Very good question.
Hi, thank you for coming out tonight. You made mention that people like Amy Klobuchar aren't paying attention to reality as events like polar vortex swept across the country the past few weeks. Per NASA, 18 of the 19 warmest years have all occurred since 2001, with the exception of 1998. Excuse me. The year 2016 ranking as the warmest on record, and record keeping beginning in 1951. I'm wondering what you would believe for then would account for the increase in global temperature.
My only question is what Amy Klobuchar, or you, if you hold this view as well, predict will happen as a result of variations in recorded temperature by NASA. What you think that the tangible effects of that will be, and how you propose to stop it.
Oh my god, I have to go to normal speed because this is about to get really dumb really fast.
Result of variations in
Global temperature.
my own
51.
So he has a very, like, honest question, like, what the fuck's gonna happen if
The year 2016 ranking, with the exception of 1998, excuse me. The year 2016 ranking as the warmest on record, and record keeping beginning in 1951. I'm wondering what you would believe for then would account for the increase in global temperature.
My only question is what Amy Klobuchar, or you, if you hold this view as well, predict will happen as a result of variations in recorded temperature by NASA, what you think that the tangible effects of that will be, and how you propose to stop it.
Okay, so now he's twisted the question onto his head to kind of an unanswerable one, right? So now he doesn't have to answer the question. The other guy does. So he's not a scientist, and he's not a environmental scientist. So it's very hard for him to judge what the fuck's gonna happen. But, like, we'll just see how this goes. I'm predicting this is a trap. It's a trap.
Just like, I mean, for me, it's just kind of more so hearing on.
Well, Amy won't answer the question either, and so the reason that
It's called the Green New Deal. Does she support it? Oh, there's an answer.
she won't answer the question is because, of course, there is no answer. She's complaining that we're not party to the Paris Climate Accord. We're doing a better job of fulfilling the Paris Climate Accord than the nations that are actually party to it. What is the prediction? We've been told a lot of predictions by global warming alarmists. New York is going to be underwater, but by the
Okay.
early 2010s, didn't happen.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Florida's going to be underwater. The polar bears are going to be dead. On and on and on.
And
it hasn't happened. So
Oh, yeah, but you know what has happened? Record high temperatures, extreme ice cap degradation, whatever, in like Greenland, where it actually matters, right? So in Antarctica and stuff like that, it doesn't really matter that much because it's farther north. But in Greenland, the ice caps are moving back because guess what? It's fucking like warmer there, right? It's not gonna. It's the ice caps in Antarctica and stuff like that aren't gonna melt as fast as the ones in Greenland are, because Greenland's farther south than the rest of the. So that's where you have to look first, is in Greenland, and they're shrinking quite rapidly. Okay, and if the ice starts melting, this is a true thing. When the ice melts and breaks off and falls off, the water will rise. That is a factual thing. That's going to happen. It hasn't happened yet. You're right. It hasn't happened yet, but it will. Would you like to wait until it does happen and then solve the problem, even though the problem has already occurred? Or would you like to try to solve it now, and it will better our society in the long run anyways? Let's say we do. Let's say our predictions are totally wrong, that the ice caps actually will never ever break off. What is wrong with moving towards renewable energy? Why do you have such a fucking visceral attack against solar power plants? Wind farms. Like, what the fuck is so problematic? Is it because your precious coal that makes you a ton of money is going to go away and all the jobs will leave? Guess what? People can get jobs in the solar industry and the wind farms of it. Those jobs exist too, by the way.
I want a concrete prediction of what's going to happen, and then I want...
There's the trap right there. I want a concrete prediction. Guess what? No, I bet you the predictions are out there from NASA and stuff yet. You just refuse to listen to them. Wow, I don't know what was using up all that GPU, but I closed like a couple tabs and all of a sudden my rate, it's back up again. Fuck, whatever.
Want a plan to stop it, because so far I've seen no plan to stop it other than this Green New Deal is the first piece of legislation which proposes we destroy 88% of American energy, we knock down every single building in the country, we outlaw air travel, we outlaw automobiles, we spend $40 trillion, and the way we pay for $40 trillion is to just print it at the Federal Reserve through, like, you know, quantitative easing or whatever. So that isn't a plan, and I owe the person who proposes that...
Oh, sorry, I'm not listening to that right now. Hold on. Oh, fuck me, dude. Oh, piss again. Holy shit. Because I think Better Twitch TV is the one that... that's from Twitch themselves. Twitch how to manage ban command, Twitch. Okay, so why do people how are people somehow allowed to use IP banning and not IP banning? Why the fuck is that a thing? Why... Must have followed for 30 minutes. What? Oh, is that from me giving mod? Oh, that's follower only mode. Oh, I can set the font. Oh, that's how. Okay. Is that how? I don't know if that's how. No, it's probably not how. BTT settings, channel. Oh shit, I shouldn't do it. Basically. Like, I don't know. Oh my fucking god. I gotta piss so fucking badly. Okay, Jesus Christ. Let me bring up, let me just mute this. Okay, let's get back to this bullshit.
That idea. I owe them no explanation whatsoever of my point of view. If they are going to make an assertion and propose a policy,
and you wonder why they don't understand you, maybe it's because you won't explain yourself.
To avert that oncoming catastrophe, I'm more than happy to entertain it, but they're simply behaving like children. The point I will make on this as well is that the left always talks about global warming as just...
They won't bring up a proposition for this apparent global failure, but so why would I do it? Like, why would I? Green New Deal, buddy. You mentioned it not too long ago.
Believing in science. You know, it's just the science. But for the left, it's not science, it's religion. This is why a bill designed... But for the left, it's not science, it's believing in science. Is that the left always talks about global warming as just believing in science. You know, it's just...
It's not believing in science. It's science-based fact, I guess. I don't know. Like, it's
just the science. But for the left, it's not science, it's religion. This is why a bill designed strictly to combat global warming includes socialist health care. It's why it includes a universal basic income. It's why it includes a universal job program. It's why it involves...
First, it's an aspiration.
Totally redoing our democratic...
Wait, so is this not a solution? I'm sorry, buddy. You just asked for... Is this not a solution? Okay.
Republic. Because for the left, it is a religion. It is socialism by the back door. It is a religion that has indulgences. You can buy indulgences, such as carbon tax credits. It has sin. It has original sin. It has pollution. It has all of the criteria. And for a people who would call themselves largely secular and modern, it fulfills a natural religious law.
Oh, except for the big yike you're about to... Oh, wait. We don't believe in some fucking magical demon. We believe it's not even a belief. It's knowledge about a factual thing that's actually happening.
But I know of no 19th century doomsday cultists who have ever been so consistently wrong as the left-wing global warming alarmists.
Thank you.
Okay. I mean, you're just wrong, I think. I don't even know what you really said.
Hi, I just want to say I love your book.
Thank you you're clearly a scholar.
Absolutely. I just want to know, like, what sort of academic rigor did you put yourself through when writing it?
Oh, yeah. Context to this. He wrote a book with no pages on it. It's like how to debate the left or something like that. I don't know. Or like it's just a blank book, and people actually bought it. Like a fucking bunch of retards. And so now he's like, oh, I have the best book. I am the best.
Sourcing, just general information is not online available.
Obviously, I built on it from my undergraduate thesis in college. I had been preparing there for 4 years. I did some work. I studied abroad. And I spent about 27 years of my life researching the book. And when I finally sat down to write it, it was as though inspiration struck me from above. It poured out, it flowed right out of me, and within about 17 seconds, I had finished my first and final draft of that book. And so I'm planning a revised and expanded edition in about 10 years, but in the meantime, I hope that the first edition is serving you well.
It's really remarkable. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, per the Emery Wheels request, I would like it if you could say your name when you ask your question. All right.
I'm Jasmine Jaffe.
Hi, Jasmine.
Hi. So next week, there's going to be a pro-abortion speaker here talking about how abortion is a moral good from a
Doxed.
Christian perspective. How do you... yeah.
How
do you argue with someone who has such an extreme position about abortion?
Well, I have an extreme position about abortion, which is that it's bad to kill babies after they're born. Or
Okay, so now extremism is good, right? So when you agree with this extremism, it's good. I thought this was like normal behavior. It's like
as they're being born, or just before they're born, or really any time before that they're born. I think that extreme position is easy to hold and easily defensible.
So I have to ask these people, like, if they're for or against Plan B. Because if they're not against it, like a huge chunk of the argument falls apart because they're like, at any point, well, what's Plan B then? Like, if they say that it's not an abortion pill, okay, sure, it's not an abortion pill, but you know what it does? It stops the egg from fertilizing. Oh no, sorry, it doesn't. Or it can either stops the eggs from fertilizing or doesn't give it nutrition by not allowing it to attach itself to the uterus. Sounds like abortion to me. You're starving the fertilized egg of nutrition for it to grow, and then it goes away. Like, I thought it was a baby at the point of fertility, so whoopsies.
The question you'll have to ask is what that person's premises are. Because there are 2 points to that topic. One, that abortion is a moral good, and 2, that it is Christian to kill babies. I seem to recall some verses of scripture coming from, a guy named Jesus.
In the Bible, there's actually, like, abortion stuff. It was, like, there's, like, a scripture about, like, I think it's, like, if the baby's not yours, give her, like, a sour milk or whatever the fuck, or a sour drink or something soup. I don't know. And it basically is like a drink that aborts a child.
Christ, who talked about he'll hold you accountable for whatever you do. Each of these, and tie millstone around your neck, and it'd be better. Right, that guy. So I'd be curious as to what he says. I've never heard a coherent argument for abortion that did not also imply that it would be perfectly fine to kill other various human demographics. One of the arguments that cynical people make for abortion is that it's good because these kids, they'll all be on welfare and probably grow up and commit crime. And this is a very racist argument because everyone who makes that argument is saying that it's good to kill the little black kids, but you wouldn't want to kill.
No, this is actually a class-based argument. When you say that they will grow up on welfare and stuff, yes, the demographic is toward, like, includes black people, okay? And you might say, oh, well, if I can't say that's racist, then you can't say that voter ID laws against the poor isn't racist, except for the fact that you're trying to restrict the quote-unquote poor, and that includes a majority of black people. So, yeah, it's like, what? Like, even if you don't have the intent of it being racist for whatever reason, you just want to exclude poor people from voting, it has a racist, like, tone to it because, well, you're targeting the policy of not allowing poor people to vote. The outcome of it is that a majority of black people can no longer vote anymore. Right? You get that? So when somebody says that abortion is good because they might grow up poor, the connection is not that they're black, so I want to kill them. The connection is that they're poor. Like, maybe I'm wording this wrong, but because I don't know, like, it's not like, what? It's class based, dog. I don't know, man.
Kill the precious little white kids who grew up in the suburbs. And the question
No, what? Okay, I don't know.
you have to ask him is,
like, we don't want to kill the precious little white. No, the reason they're not aborted is because the family can afford them. So it's like a recommendation that they take care of a child they can afford and not, like, rampantly abort random people. The reason that you would abort a child that would grow up into poverty is because their life might actually be worse than them being dead. And because of the child being a burden economically, three people's lives might be, or let's say two, because let's go with max, like a minimum of one person, because if you're living in a one-parent household, one other person life might be burdened and worse off, right? Okay, so if you can abort the child because of financial, like, let's say you have huge financial problems. If you have this child, you won't be able to deal with it at all. Like, there's no way you could possibly afford this child, okay? His back argument would be, oh, but we're not going to curtail to a minority. Like, what? That's just, I don't know. I think it's like a different level of dumb, because isn't your defense? Maybe this is not yours, but this is Steven Crowder's, that like rare is like a big thing. Like they want abortion to be safe, rare, and like whatever. Isn't it being in the minority a good thing? If I don't know. Anyways, so economic reason for aborting your child is valid because it ruins your life along with your child's. Putting them into the adoption, like aborting them because they get put into adoption, the adoption system could be a valid argument if the adoption system is shit. Okay, if you improve the system for adoption, then guess what? Abortion would go down because people, if they don't want a child, would just put them into the system, okay? And if the system is very good, then it wouldn't matter. Like, the kids wouldn't have a worse life because the system's better. And guess how you do that? More government. A privatized adoption center would be shit because they're looking to profit off of kids finding a home.
Which young black man in an inner city would you be willing to apply that logic to at the age of 24? And look at me in the eye, because they're never called out on the absolute...
I don't understand what this means. Like, is he saying that, like, oh, why wouldn't you just kill this random black dude who's 24 years old because he's poor? No, it's because he himself might want to kill himself because he's poor, right? Like,
absolute racial bigotry of it all. In New York City, more black babies are killed in the
I don't know, that might have been a horrifying part. I'm really not thinking that much. This is all dumb. Like, I've been here for fucking 4 hours of this, and I've gone through 45 minutes of this goddamn video.
Than are born. That is horrific, and future generations will look on that barbaric racial bigotry of it all. In New York City, more black babies are killed in the womb than are born. That is horrific. And
okay, this is only New York City, and there's probably other reasons for that. But he won't source any of them.
And the future generations will look on that barbarity with great moral opprobrium, and will look on the people who advance that with great moral opprobrium. And if this fellow is a Christian, then when he gets to St. Peter's Gate someday, I have a feeling that the eternal judge is not going to look very well on him spouting horrific heresy
religion
that has led people possibly of good faith astray. He will meet the millstone in the next world, and it would be better for him to correct.
Oh, but guess what? Subjectively, he thinks he's right. He thinks that his truth is the objective truth. See where, like, you get absolutely roasted by your own, like, he's also religious. So is his objective truth wrong? Which would mean it's subjective. So then why isn't yours also subjective?
His views in the present. All of that is to say, you should always take the level-headed approach. Do not, you'll notice I'm not yelling or screaming about this man. I'm not yelling or screaming even about abortion, even as the Democrat governor of Virginia says we should kill babies after they're born. Because the truth is on your side. You don't need to pretend that this is some passionate interest battle that is brutal and unreasoned. For him it is. For you it's not. So I would calmly rip apart his arguments, and then I would advise him to go have a quick confession and
except for you didn't.
Day.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is John.
There's like there's valid arguments for not aborting a child, right? Okay, so like the one argument Destiny brings this up is like if you one of the arguments for it is that you probably wouldn't want it, like, right? Okay, so some people in a situation where they're a child and they're going to be born wouldn't want to be aborted, so why would they do it to other people, right? They have empathy for others, people like other unborn children and whatnot, right? So then they are against abortion because they don't want that to happen to themselves. In my case, I also wouldn't want that to happen, but I'm also aware that it wouldn't matter because if I was aborted, then I wouldn't exist. So I wouldn't be here disagreeing with it. So, like, right? But maybe that's just kind of like a weird way to think about it, because it's like, what? So yeah, like, I think, but in my own mind, if I'm a burden on somebody, like a huge burden on somebody, financially, emotionally, and like a whole bunch of other things, then I would not want to be a burden on them. So I believe they should have the right to pull the plug on me if they want to. Same, I could apply that to myself right now in my current age. Because if I go into a brain-dead state, my brain no longer works, I would want my parents to pull the plug. If I was in comatose for a significant amount of time and my parents could not afford it, I would want them to pull the plug. But socialized medicine has allowed me to have the ability to live to be in comatose for an extended period of time and it not to burden my parents. Whoa. In your privatized system, they would have to pay every single day. So if you want to reduce comatose death, subsidize it.
My question is, what do you think is the best way to kind of argue in favor of capitalism and against socialism? Because it seems like a lot of young people today just kind of fully buy into this.
This is going to be really dumb. Watch, ready? This is going to make me want to become a socialist. Ready? 3, 2, 5.
The utopian idea where we're just like, oh, we'll just take money from the rich people and give it, just kind of...
Why not? They got all that money.
Like, it sounds good.
Okay. So he's already derailed himself because he's talking about the utopian side of it. Whereas if you talk, where both utopian sides would fail. Okay, so the utopian side of socialism, communism, whatever, is bad because you just take money from people and don't give it back to them, or like just kind of take it and whatever, like whatever he thinks is utopian for it. But the utopian for capitalism is monopolies, completely unfettered, pay people whatever they want or whatever that you want, not whatever they want. No protection if you can't afford it, no healthcare if you can't afford it. No firefighters if you can't afford it, no roads if you can't buy them yourselves. Like unfettered capitalism, like completely utopian capital. If everything was anarcho-capitalism, if you went into an anarcho-capitalist state, you have to buy your own police, buy your own firefighters, buy your own medics, buy your own hospital, buy your own medication, buy your own mode of transportation / roadways, like, right? Like if you built a road and you were a capitalist, you would want to profit off it, so you'd ask people who ride on your road to pay for it. And if there's no state collecting that payment, then it's just an independent person. Therefore, like, right? Does anyone see this?
But like, how can you explain like reality? I guess it's wrong to take other people's stuff. This is bad. This is coveting your neighbor's goods.
Okay, and then he replies with the most fucking autistic thing I've ever heard in my life. It's wrong to take other people's stuff. This is subjective, because if I take an apple while I'm starving, sure, stealing is wrong. But if you're starving to death and you take something, you shouldn't be punished for it. And the person who got it stolen from them shouldn't be mad, because that person is in a really bad spot, okay? So you can't say that stealing stuff is bad as a blanket statement, because in some situations it's not bad. So, for example, policing, the government is allowed to take your money to pay for a police force. The government is allowed to take your money to pay for roads. The government is allowed to take your money to pay for military. The government is allowed to take your money to pay for firefighters. The government is allowed to take your money to pay for the wall, right? Okay? This is the government taking your money. Would you say these things are bad? I don't think so.
This is stealing. This is a very bad thing. This is envy. You can speak to them in basic terms like that. The majority of American millennials identify as socialist rather than capitalist. This is a new phenomenon in American history, and it's a very bad thing.
Well, it's because capitalists have shown themselves to be fucking vile human beings in recent time. So yeah, like it's like fuck, I completely forgot the example. Well, I guess feminists, right? No one would call themselves a feminist today because feminists have fucked themselves by being vile human beings. Right? Okay.
The way that we can argue for capitalism is from a moral perspective. We should not strictly argue for it from questions of efficiency. It is true that free...
Okay, but then socialists can do the same thing. If you... Like Hassan says that your work is theft. Your labor, when you work for somebody and they give you a wage that is lower than theirs or whatever it's theft. Profit is theft is what he says, right? Okay, so that's a moral thing because he's appealing to theft being a bad thing, and applies it to you, and applies it to his system, right? So you can easily switch this onto the other side and give moral arguments for socialism as well as capitalism because it's subjective.
Free markets very efficiently allocate goods and services. They generate wealth. They generate wealth for everybody, not just some people, every single...
Until it doesn't. Trickle-down economics does not work. Wealth for everybody is not entirely... Wait, hold on. So wealth for everybody, what's the argument against this again? It's like... Because like they say that high tides raise all ships, whatever the fuck. Except for it clearly doesn't when Jeff Bezos owns 15 people own like more wealth than like the bottom 50% of people or whatever the fucking statistic is. It's like, how are they on the same ocean as I am? They're clearly on a higher playing field than I am. Like, what? So yeah, sure, they brought up like capitalism brought us out of feudalism. But feudalism was like forced poverty, right? Like obviously the only way out of there is up.
person. But this is not the strict argument. The argument for it should come from our moral sense. Free markets come from our property rights. Our property rights come from our idea of natural rights. Our natural rights come from our idea of the natural law.
Okay, now he brings it to natural law, which is religion-based, which is fucking nonsense. So you've destroyed yourself again. Natural laws aren't a thing. Things are subjective. If we had a natural law and you take it from God, you would still have slaves.
This is grounded in the history of the church. This is grounded in the
Yep.
School of Salamanca. Many popes have written encyclicals on the evils of socialism. How socialism...
Great. Wow. Amazing. Did you know that the Bible has like instructions for slavery? Okay. Sorry. I was wondering if you knew that or not. That doesn't seem very moral to me. Doesn't seem like a rule you should aspire to be, whatever.
Should be rejected, not merely because it is inefficient, though it's very inefficient. People are eating rats in Venezuela because of how...
Oh, there's the Venezuela argument. Found it. I should have mentioned this. I should have called it before. Fuck. I kind of missed the mark there. That's my bad. But there it is, the Venezuela argument again. They'll never cease to amaze me with the
but also because
Venezuela
it is inhuman. It is anti-human. It stokes our vices. It suppresses our virtues. It is a wicked and evil system. The left talks about socialism in a moral...
I don't know if he really said like anything there.
Way. It tries to pretend that there's a moral basis for it. We should speak in precise...
Oh, see? Now they're pretending that I don't agree with them, so they're pretending it's moral. So if I bring up an argument for morality on socialism, he just disregards it because you're pretending. What if you're pretending? What if I think you're pretending? Like what? Like, you see how this doesn't work? See how I can easily turn whatever you say against you? Like, I think you're pretending. You're the idiot. Like, this is why it's subjective.
Precisely those moral terms.
Like what?
We should not be eggheads with our spreadsheets talking about how the Laffer curve means that tax receipts to the government will increase when we lower taxes. No. Boring. Nobody cares about that. We should speak in a moral way. It tries to pretend that there's a moral basis for it. We should speak in precisely those moral terms. We should not be eggheads with our spreadsheets talking about how the Laffer curve means that tax receipts to the government will increase when we lower taxes. No.
Tax receipts to the government will increase. I don't know.
Boring. It's that tax receipts to the government will increase when we lower taxes. No. The Laffer curve should not be eggheads with our spreadsheets talking about how the Laffer curve means that...
I think that's how you spell it. Oh, fuck, I'm retarded. It's okay. Everyone can see that I'm retarded. It's fine. Laffer curve is the theory developed by supply-side economic Arthur Laffer to show the relationship between tax rates and the amount of tax revenue collected by governments. Growth maximizing point. Region of increasing revenue. Revenue maximizing point. Region of declining revenue. Now I'm wondering if this Laffer curve is fucking retarded or not. Oh, it might not include, like, it might not be about a marginal tax rate. Also, this Laffer curve is different than the other one. Okay, this doesn't mean anything. Is that 50% tax rate? Because if so, then the other Laffer curve doesn't agree with you. So what is the Laffer curve? But regardless, I guess they're basically explaining that, like, I don't know. It's, I wonder if the Laffer... If this is the official one, then, like, this is already wrong because the tax rate during, like, the 60s and stuff like that was something over here, right? Or, like, over here. Somewhere around this area, not here. When tax rates are here, the government can't do fucking anything. And, like, I don't know if any... Like, that's what, 10%? Like, who the fuck has a country at 10% tax rate? What the fuck's going on? And revenue maximizing point? How does that revenue maximizes there? Like, I don't know. What the fuck? I'm confused. I don't know. And then there's another Laffer curve. Good investment. Wait, what the fuck? Oh.
Tax receipts to the government will increase when we lower taxes. No. Boring. Nobody cares about that. We should speak in a very moral way because one thing about young Americans is although they are like totally morally uneducated, they've grown up without a moral, ethical, or religious tradition in huge numbers. They are morally very curious. They are searching for purpose. They are chiefly motivated. They've grown up without Nobody cares about that. We should speak in a very moral way, because one thing about young Americans is, although they are totally morally uneducated, they've grown up without a moral, ethical, or religious tradition in huge numbers, they are morally very curious. They are searching for purpose. They are chiefly motivated by a feeling of personal value.
So you want to indoctrinate them in whatever you believe in. Do you not understand the problems with that? Okay.
By a feeling of virtue. This is why they virtue signal. And we should give them something about free markets to virtue signal about, because there's a whole lot there that is virtuous. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kimia Tabatabai. Thank you for coming to speak to us. So I'm wondering, based on your point of climate change and all that stuff, so as I'm sure you know, William Buckley and President Nixon were one of the first people to actually make great strides in environmental protection. So my question was, is a conservative, I guess, denial or opposition to climate change based on the science that's been presented about it, or is it based on just like a disagreement with the steps that need to be taken to implement protection measures that have been put forth by people on the left?
What am I denying, I guess, is the first question, because people say that conservatives deny the science of global. What am I denying? I don't deny that the temperature changes every year and that some places get.
What are you denying? I don't know. The endless amount of fucking evidence that our planet is changing in a radical way because of the amount of CO2 we're releasing into the air.
Get hotter, or some places get colder, or I'm denying that the polar bears are all dead, because they're not dead. The polar bear population has.
Again, like, okay, the polar bears aren't dying, but you know what is happening? The CO2 in our atmosphere is continuously increasing. You know what that leads to? Warmer temperatures. Whoa, that's what you're dying. Holy fuck.
Has increased. I'm denying that New York is underwater, because New York is not underwater, as the left promised us it would be.
Holy fuck. Like I love the cherry picking of like the radical shits that like nobody cares about, whatever. I don't know.
I'm denying that Florida is underwater because it's not underwater. I'm denying many of those IPCC climate models because they haven't proven to be true. I don't feel that I'm the denier. I feel that the left, which is sticking to their models in the face of reality, are the ones who are denying, the ones who insist that the whole world is going to be over within 10 to 50 years. It's just not going to happen. They have not presented a convincing case.
If you don't change your ways, yeah, maybe. My favorite is like they kind of ignore, like, okay, so when he says like the world will be over in 10 to 50 years, okay? And then before he's saying that we're actually doing better on the Paris Climate Agreement than all the other nations who are signed to it. Okay, so that means if you're doing better than all the other nations, that means you're actually more environmentally friendly than the other nations, which would increase the time we have to live. Right? Okay, so if in 10, like if we can, like right now, what we're doing right now, if we continue it, maybe we die in 10 years. But if you change anything in that time, it increases the time.
That warming is being,
and like they just kind of ignore that, like, right, like he said that we're doing better in the Paris Climate Agreement. Okay, so then you're for stopping global warming. He's like, oh no, global warming isn't real, but we're doing better at whatever they want us to do.
Primarily driven by man. They have not presented a convincing case that warming will be catastrophic and end human life as we know it. Warming is being ones who insist that the whole world is going to be over within 10 to 50 years. It's just not going to happen. They have not presented a convincing case that warming is being primarily.
Okay, I don't know where the fuck I need like information on this, because I don't know where he's getting this, that they haven't presented a convincing argument that warming is coming from man. What is CO2? A greenhouse gas, which means it keeps heat in. An example of this is Venus. Venus is atmosphere. Is it Venus or is it Mercury? Fuck. Venus. Yeah, okay. The atmosphere of Venus is the layer of gases surrounding Venus. It is composed primarily of carbon dioxide. So, Venus, a planet whose atmosphere is primarily carbon dioxide, is, on average, 467 degrees Celsius. So, from that, we can decipher that carbon dioxide, more carbon dioxide in your atmosphere increases temperature. Who is releasing the most carbon dioxide, or who is producing the most carbon dioxide on the planet Earth? Human beings. Whoops. Where'd that come from? I don't know.
Driven by man. They have not presented a convincing case that warming will be catastrophic and end human life as.
If our atmosphere continues to move toward, if we continue to release more and more carbon dioxide into our atmosphere, we will slowly unbalance our atmosphere and carbon dioxide may eventually become the majority gas in our atmosphere. I've kind of said atmosphere a lot of times. An example of why carbon dioxide in your atmosphere could be catastrophic is Venus again. Huh. Well, how could it be catastrophic? Well, if most of the I don't know, it doesn't say like a percentage of how much of the atmosphere is carbon dioxide. Whatever. If most of our atmosphere was carbon dioxide, our planet could look something like Venus. Now, sure, Venus is closer to the sun than we are, so maybe that's why their temperature is so high. Okay, let's see how far away Venus is from the sun. Venus distance from sun. Okay, 100 million kilometers away. Okay, compared to the Earth, is right there. So compared to the Earth is 100. Oh, okay, so the Earth is 50 million kilometers farther away. Okay, so maybe Venus is hotter because it's closer to the sun. Therefore, any planet closer to the sun would be hotter than Venus. Huh, interesting. Mercury is closer to the sun than Venus. How hot is Mercury? Sorry, Mercury surface. Whoa. Huh. 800 degrees Fahrenheit. Where's Huh. Interesting. Venus is 872 degrees Fahrenheit, and Mercury, a planet closer to the sun, is only 800 degrees Fahrenheit. Interesting. Huh. Why is that? Mercury. What fact? How much carbon dioxide? Wait. Okay, let's go back to carbon dioxide. Atmosphere. What's Mercury's atmosphere? Let's see if we can find a correlating factor. Okay, so Venus has more carbon dioxide in its atmosphere, and carbon dioxide has been proven. I don't want to search this up because it's just a fact. Carbon dioxide holds in more heat than oxygen or any other gas. Mercury's atmosphere contains small amounts of oxygen or of hydrogen, helium, and oxygen. Okay, so low amounts of carbon dioxide. Okay, but maybe it's like more dense. Maybe some of the gas particles. So okay, so what's so and the pressure is okay. So let's say maybe there's more gases on Mercury. Or more. Okay, maybe the density on Venus is the reason why it's so hot. Maybe it's not the carbon dioxide. Maybe it's just the density. All that density is keeping the heat in, right? Okay. Mercury bar. I don't know if this is gonna show me. Fuck. Anyway. Bar stat. Oh, that's not how you say stat. What is the oops. £14 per square inch. Okay. So the pressure of wait, what the fuck was my example? That Venus is more because there's more. Oh shit. No, I worded that properly. Not the pressure. Because there's more. Well, that's more carbon dioxide. That's why there's more pressure. Okay. Well, that's yeah. Sorry, I went on a weird tangent there because the pressure on Mercury is higher because there's more there's more carbon dioxide and Venus and Mercury has less pressure on it because there's less atmosphere to push down on the planet. Which would also be a reason why it's colder. And that's why our ozone layer being destroyed is a problem, because when your ozone layer gets destroyed, your atmosphere gets ripped away from you. Let's see. What happens... Oops, shit. when your ozone layer is gone. Oops, spelled gone wrong. Spelled ozone layer wrong. The ozone layer prevents most harmful UVB wavelengths of ultraviolet light, UV light, from passing through the Earth's atmosphere. These wavelengths cause skin cancer, sunburns, and cataracts, which were projects to increase dramatically as a result of thinning ozone, as well as harming plants and animals. Oopsies. Wait, so if plants and animals are harmed, okay, what happens if I think it also says that the ozone layer goes, then like winter solar winds, like, oh no, that's magnetic. Is that the magnetic field? Yeah, that's the magnetic field. I'm just gonna assume that's the magnetic field. Okay, let's see what happens when we lose all of our plants. Actually, fuck, I don't even need to Google that. If we lose all of our plants and animals on our planet, there's no oxygen to take up our atmosphere, and no carbon dioxide to take up our atmosphere. So our atmosphere would slowly deplete.
As we know it, they haven't created a convincing case that any of their models are going to really bear fruit with their catastrophic predictions in 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, or 100 years.
Okay. Rate of CO2 emissions. Let's do the calculations right now. Atmospheric growth rate. Is that per year between those years? Or is that... Daily CO2. Atmospheric growth rate between 2005 and 2014. Let's say that stays the same. Oh god, this is really okay. This is gonna be a really difficult calculation. Well, you can even see this right there. Look at the growth rate. Okay, so in the 50s to 60s, it's a less time frame because that's when they started recording, and then that's when they wanted to make the first record so that they can keep it within 5. Anyways, you can see that it's 0.73 parts per million. Let's ignore that because it's a smaller time frame, even though. Anyways, okay, so within a 10-year span, 1.6 parts per million within those 10 years. The next 10 years after that, 1.44. Okay, and then it goes down, right? In the 90s. Okay, and then it jumps up really heavily. I wonder why. Maybe it's because of our rapid expansion and like the start of the industrial era, right? Okay. Well, the industrial era is pretty earlier, but like massive industrial eras, right? Whoa! We nearly doubled our parts per million of CO2 in the atmosphere in less than 100 years. Huh. Interesting. If we keep this pattern up, we'll soon reach 5, 7, 8, 10 parts per million. Let's say another, how long is that? 59, like 60, the 60s to now 40, 50 years, 54 years. Let's go. Another 54 years in the future. If it doubled there, it will double again. So now we're at 4.22 parts per million per year, even though this is looking more like an exponential growth. So it might actually be even worse, especially considering industrial expansion, right? It's all right in front of you, and you just refuse to look at it. If you take this number, parts per million, and you continue to multiply it up and up and up, you'll eventually get to CO2 parts per million on Venus. On Venus, where carbon dioxide concentrations in the atmosphere reach 30,000 parts per million. Sure, that's a big number. But if you continue to pour CO2 into your atmosphere, you'll again eventually get there. Like, how far does this go? What does he think will happen if we cut down and burn every single piece of vegetation on the planet? I wonder if he thinks we'll cease to produce oxygen. And if we cease to produce oxygen, like, okay, I want to ask him if what do you think will happen if all forms of vegetation on the planet cease to exist? he'll be forced to answer. Well, we wouldn't have any oxygen left, unless because he's a total fucking idiot. We would no longer produce oxygen into our atmosphere, and we will die because of that. Okay, so as deforestation, if we continue our ways of deforestation and continuously destroy the Amazon rainforest without replanting it, do you think that it's possible that if we continue our current rate, one day we will run out of oxygen? Well, yeah, obviously, because if you run out of trees, you run out of oxygen. Okay. If you continue your rate of destroying trees and also continue growing your rate of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, what do you think will happen? Well, we'll run out of oxygen, which will probably kill us, which is an environmental issue that we could stop with environmental policies, and it would contribute to global warming or climate change, because we would have less oxygen in the air, which is climate. But the increase in carbon dioxide would also exponentially increase even more, because there's less trees to absorb the carbon dioxide and turn it into oxygen. So with increased carbon dioxide, what do you think happens with increased carbon dioxide? Well, the temperature of the planet would slowly rise. Oh, until it hits 300,000 parts per million, or even like half of that, and you can no longer live on the planet unless because you had radical evolutionary change, which is very unlikely to happen. Whoops. Like, it's right there. Like, a couple Google searches, you could see that. Like, oh, global CO2 concentration passes 400 parts per million. Oh, so that was the rate. That was the rate, the yearly rate in those years of parts per million. And we're at 400 right now. So if you continue those parts per million over and over again, continuously going up, let's say we double this again, and then double it again, and double it again, you're going to get pretty fucking close to having catastrophic things. We don't even know what's going to happen. We don't even know what happened to Venus. Like, we don't even know what happens to a planet, because Venus just always had that carbon dioxide there, and therefore it's hot as fuck. We don't even know what happens to a planet with a stable ecosystem if you raise the CO2 levels at a fucking ridiculous rate. We're finding out right now. And it seems pretty bad. There's an argument.
And now the question is, should conservatives protect our environment? Yes, of course. That's a wonderful thing. Conservatives conserve. But the left does get it backwards. And I will just draw this distinction. Conservatives tend to be conservationists. We like the environment because it's beautiful, and we like to spend time in it. We want to protect the deer population so that we can go hunt them, because we really like hunting them, and they're beautiful, and we like to have them on our walls. We like to see them prancing around. We like them on our dinner. But the left does get it backwards. And I will just draw this distinction. Conservatives tend to be conservationists. We like the environment. Yes, of course. That's a wonderful thing. Conservatives conserve. 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, or 100 years. And now the question is, should we create a convincing case that any of their models are going to really bear fruit with their catastrophic predictions in 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, or 100 years? And now the question is, should conservatives protect our environment? Yes, of course. That's a wonderful thing. Conservatives conserve. But the left does get it backwards. And I will just draw this distinction. Conservatives tend to be conservationists. We like the environment because it's beautiful, and we like to spend time in it.
Oh my god, dude. We like to protect our environment, except for you have no policies. All of your policies that you put into the general population do the exact opposite, right? So deregulation of businesses, allowing them to dump more shit into our oceans. Do you think that's positive or negative towards the environment? Well, it has to be negative. Okay, well, how are you a conservationist if you're currently destroying the ocean? Okay, massive deforestation because you've deregulated the lumber facilities, whatever. Oh, well, that's negative too, because you're destroying that. Like, what?
We want to protect the deer population so that we can go hunt them, because we really like hunting them, and they're beautiful, and we like to have them on our walls. We like to see them prancing around. We like them on our dinner plates. That's very different than
Yes. Okay. You like them on your dinner. I don't even think you like them prancing around because you don't see them. But when you go and hunt them, now if everybody did that, you would kill them all.
environmentalism, which puts the cart before the horse, which makes it seem as though human beings exist to serve nature in some quasi-divine way, rather than merely serve it up for dinner.
So what would be a proposal that
Okay, so he just destroyed his own conservation area rather than serve it up for dinner. So yeah, you want to go out. You don't want to keep deer around because they're a valuable part to the ecosystem, right? Like too many deer in the population causes a bunch of problems, and too many predators in the population causes a bunch of problems. I believe predators are easier to regulate because if a predator population doesn't have sufficient prey to eat, they just die off, right? Whereas if a prey is outgrowing its environment, it just eats, and eats more fucking vegetation, which, well, like I said, take away all the trees. What happens?
Conservatives would be in favor of, or would present, if you're not denying that global warming exists.
I certainly admit that temperatures rise and fall at various times, and that I suspect that of the myriad contradicting climate models that various scientists put out, one of them is possibly correct.
Okay, so if one.
See, like the weasel, right? I think that maybe it's correct, but you haven't given me sufficient evidence. But maybe your model's correct. Like, it's a little weasel word, so that he's like, oh, I've never been against it. You just haven't showed me sufficient evidence, except for I have. Well, you know, I don't know.
One of them is possibly correct. And if there was one way to fix that one possible correction, then like what would be a proposal that conservatives would present? You know, what would be
Fix it from what?
I mean,
of the temperature increasing 0.2 degrees in 100 years?
Like if there.
Except for that's not the prediction. 0.2 degrees in 100 years. It's already broken that record then.
If there's like a trend that may lead somewhere, then like if we were to agree on that, then like
we do agree that a trend might lead somewhere, but lead to what? What is the somewhere?
I mean, increase.
Oh yeah, I forgot. This is how his stupid little fucking brain works. When he says 0.2 degrees, what he means is the average temperature of the planet going up 0.2 degrees. Which is stupid because if you have a summer at 400 degrees and a winter at negative 400 degrees, your average temperature for that year is 0 degrees. Right? See the problem? So when you have extreme hot and extreme cold seasons, the average doesn't change much, but you're getting more extreme weather. And extreme weather causes problems that organic life can't evolve through, right? So if we have more and more hurricanes, an example is humans themselves. If you have a hurricane every 6 months, how would you ever expect yourself to live there comfortably, right? If you live in a place that has a hurricane, like you wouldn't, right? You would move, okay? But now, hurricanes are always happening in Florida every 6 months. Now the entirety of Florida is unlivable because hurricanes constantly smash through there every 6 months. And then 3 years later, it's no longer in Florida or only in Florida. Hurricanes are smashing into Texas and like the entirety of the East Coast in just 5 years. Okay, so now you can't live in the entirety of the East Coast. And then it's going to move over all the way over, and then all of a sudden we can't live anywhere in the United States or anywhere on the planet because hurricanes are smashing into everything. We can't out-evolve radical change in the environment. So, if we have extreme weather, extreme hot and extreme cold years back and forth constantly in exponential in an exponential way, every year is going up every single time, and every year the coldest days are even colder. One day we're going to hit our breaking point, and we'll either one day we'll hit our breaking point and it will cause catastrophic problems, right? Okay, so we have an extreme, the hottest summer ever on record, right? And 100,000 people die. The next year, that record is smashed, totally destroyed. 1 million people die. And the year after that, like, do you think you can out-evolve that? Do you think that evolution works that fast? No. So the population would die.
Increased global warming equals increased air pollution, which is...
Does it? I thought increased air pollution causes increased global warming.
It does.
Yeah, burning fossil fuels increases greenhouse gases.
Does it? I'm not totally sure about that because the main graph that the left used to argue this point, the hockey stick graph, was shown to be a fraud within the last 7.
Global warming equals increased air pollution, which is...
Does it? I thought increased air pollution causes increased global warming.
Yeah, burning fossil fuels increases greenhouse gases.
Does it? I'm not totally sure about that because the main graph that the left used to argue this point, the hockey stick graph, was shown to be a fraud within the last 7 or 8 years. Right?
Oh, so the one graph that the left showed turned out to be wrong. Does that mean that greenhouse gases don't increase temperature? Oh wait, no, it doesn't. Sorry. The graph, if the graph is wrong, that doesn't mean that like physics is wrong. Carbon dioxide, again, Venus is proof that more carbon dioxide equals higher heat. Because Venus has the most carbon dioxide and is the hottest planet in our solar system. And you would think, oh, it's because it's closer to the sun. Well, Mercury's actually closer. and it's not as hot. Venus is hotter. Why? Because of the carbon dioxide in its atmosphere. If both planets didn't have an atmosphere, Mercury would be the hottest planet. But Venus has a carbon dioxide majority-based atmosphere. So it has more heat retention. Therefore, the planet's surface temperature is on average higher. This is fucking simple shit, dog. What is all these... I'm so confused about what are these achievements. Is this for me, like, streaming a fuck ton of times? Get 5 people chatting at the same time. I didn't even do that. Oh, but I got 50 followers. Stream for 2 unique days in the last 30 days. When the fuck did I do that? Stream for 4 hours in the last 30 days. Okay. Cool. I've got achievements. We're doing it, lads. We just need 5 people talking at the same time. Done it once before. Do it again. Anyways, what the fuck is I talking about? Oh yeah, him being an idiot.
The main bit of evidence in that Al Gore movie was fell apart over the last 10 years. So is there a relationship between carbon dioxide and increased temperatures? Yeah, perhaps. I suppose so. I'm not an expert on it. My question...
So, perhaps. Like, the evidence is right there. Google. Like, you can do it yourself. That graph may have been wrong. You know what? Fuck it. That graph was, like, absolutely wrong. Absolutely. Graph. No fucking way. It was, it was completely wrong. The dude literally put the graph upside down. He was fucking totally wrong. That doesn't mean the facts behind it are wrong. Just some idiot didn't do the graph right. So, like I just did for the past 5 minutes.
Question isn't even that. I'm perfectly willing to grant that that's possibly the case, and it's even possibly from greenhouse gases emitted by humans. But what's the end game? What's the upshot? What is that going to...
Okay, so then you do agree that humans cause more greenhouse gases, and then the greenhouse gases cause higher temperatures, and higher temperatures cause more extreme weather, and then more extreme weather causes climate change. And
to lead to? What catastrophe do I need to craft a public policy to prevent?
Okay, the issue is that we have no fucking idea because this has never happened before. There's no example to follow. We don't know that if the temperature hits 200 degrees one day, what the fuck will happen? We have no idea. The trees could spontaneously... They won't. But a fire could burn for who knows how long based on temperature. Like, we don't know the correlation between temperature and fires burning. So if we all of a sudden hit record high temperatures and a fire breaks out, maybe it's because of the record high temperatures or some other, like, we don't know what's going to happen with these. Like, you can't, like, he wants a reason to do this stuff, but we don't know. It's very simple. We know that X is happening, and we don't know what will happen when X happens, because it's impossible to judge because it's never happened before. We know that that Mars had we know what happens to a planet when it loses its atmosphere because of some reason. We don't actually... Oh, I think it's because they predict that the molten core stops spinning. Anyways, we know what happens to a planet when it loses its magnetic field around it, because that happened to Mars. Evidence shows that the magnetic field around Mars ceased to exist, and then the best prediction for that is because the molten core on the inside stopped spinning, and the evidence for that is because all the other planets in the system that don't have a spinning molten core, or a molten core that's like active volcanic activity, also don't have an atmosphere, but that's not the only reason why planets don't have an atmosphere. Other reasons such as it never developed one, and whatnot, right? So Venus doesn't have an active molten core, but it has an atmosphere, because it's just holding in all the carbon dioxide, right? It's just gravity welded all together, I think. Or does... Oh, never mind. It is volcanically active, so then they have an atmosphere. Okay, I might be right. So we know that what happens when your core stops, when you cease to have volcanic activity, your magnetic field ceases to exist, and when your magnetic field ceases to exist, your atmosphere gets stripped away, and that causes Mars. We know what will happen. We don't know why the molten core stops spinning. the most likely answer is that just stopped over time. It wasn't strong enough to continue going. But why would it stop? We don't know. We just know the outcome. Okay. So right now we know the trend. We know what's happening, and we know it's dangerous because things are happening that's dangerous. And we know that if you have a stupid amount of carbon dioxide, your planet is extremely hot. And if you have no atmosphere, your planet doesn't have any. So we know that carbon dioxide is a bad thing and other scientific tests prove that greenhouse gases hold in heat and higher heat. We have examples of why, but we don't know environmentally what's going to happen. We don't know if the fucking ocean will explode. Like all of a sudden the heat hits high enough and the ocean itself boils, and we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if the volcanic, we don't know. We just know it's bad.
I don't know. If you can present that to me, I'm more than happy to engage in a serious policy discussion. But it's not just you. It's not just you. No.
Do you want us to tell you that's what I think that's what Al Gore was trying to do and stuff. They tell people hey, this will happen in so many years, and now they fucked up. This is the problem: is that they fucked up trying to make these predictions and trying to get people scared, and they missed the mark by a huge margin, it seems, and they fucked up a couple times. So now nobody believes them.
Nobody. You are.
So now we're just gonna die, and it's
you are exactly as expert on this as any leading politician on the left, which is that they huff.
Even though I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of shit that scientists say, he just kind of ignores them. The 99% of scientists who agree that global warming will lead to catastrophic things.
And they puff, and they say that some catastrophe is going to befall us, which is why we need to take everybody's money and socialize the government and take away people's political rights and take away people's economic rights because of the catastrophe that's going to happen. And then we say, what's the catastrophe? And they say, how dare you? You're denying the problem. Show me the problem, and then we can talk about a solution.
The problem is, when CO2 increases our atmosphere, the overall temperature of the planet increases, and if it increases enough, we can exist on it. What happens between that time, we don't know. We do know. We don't even know when we stop existing. When is too hot? At what point is too hot for the planet, right? Yeah, right? We don't even know, could life exist on Venus? We don't know, because we've never found life that could survive in 900 degree heat or whatever. 400 degrees, 450 Celsius, whatever the fuck it was. Okay? We don't know if it's possible to exist. We know that the human race cannot survive in 400 degree heat. So if we are climbing towards that value, if we are increasing our CO2 in our atmosphere and increasing the extreme weathers, yeah, sure, extreme hot is bad. We know that from Venus. But we also know that extreme cold is bad. And when you have extreme hot, there's more shit in the atmosphere to precipitate and fall back down to the earth. This is how seasons work.
But until then, it's not the right that is being unserious about this question of environmentalism. It's the left that's being unserious.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, with all the policies.
My name is Enrique Puyals. Kind of on the back of that, I wanted to ask you why Democrat policies when it comes to global warming and climate change are actually rather impractical. In the entirety of AOC's Green New Deal, right? She didn't mention carbon recapture at all.
She doesn't like it, yeah.
You know, she doesn't like it because you know who created that? Probably some capitalist, some guy like.
What the fuck is carbon recapture? Oh, is it grabbing carbon dioxide out of the air? Direct air capture of carbon dioxide won't solve climate change. Oh, this is a Fox article. I bet you people don't agree with this. I bet you there's some fucking people triggered out there. Sucking carbon out of the air won't solve climate change, but it might fill in a few key pieces of clean energy puzzle. Climate change is caused by putting carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. What if instead we took it out? The idea of pulling carbon dioxide directly out of the air has been bounced around climate change policies circles for well over a decade, but it's only been in the past few years that technology itself, direct air capture, has been tested in the real world. In June, we got the first solid engineering and cost numbers for DAC, courtesy of a company called Carbon Engineering out of Calgary, Canada. Hey, cool. In a paper in the New Energy Journal. Wait, hold on. I need to listen to the rest of this. But if this guy says that because she didn't mention this, her entire argument is invalid, I'm going to actually blow my head off. In a paper in the New Energy Journal Joule, the company, led by its founder, Harvard David blah blah blah, reports its experience over the past 3 years running DAC demonstration plant in Squamish, British Columbia. It's the clearest look yet at how DAC might actually work. Oh, by the way, this is also a nice example as to why Canada has no fucking progress towards like technology, and we just made this. Like, okay. Not just socialist Canada can't do anything. Not just as technology, but as a business. I'm impressed with the degree of transparency, detail, and clarity in the Joule paper. A former Obama appointee of the Department of Energy and distinguished associate of the Energy Futures Initiative told me it's set the standard for future players. The headline news from the paper is that the cost of capturing a ton of CO2, estimated around $600 in 2011, has fallen to between $94 and $230. Cool. Almost any source of renewable energy can prevent a ton of carbon for cheaper than that. Oh, okay. That's why it wasn't mentioned. Because almost any source of renewable energy can prevent a ton of carbon for cheaper than that. But still, down at the lower end, beneath $100, DAC starts to look viable in a low-carbon world. So guess what? It's viable, but there are cheaper options. Maybe that's why she didn't mention it, dog. It's the reason why we talk about conserving clean water and not transforming salt water into clean water, because it's more expensive. Something about the idea of pulling carbon out of the air really struck a nerve. The study was met with extensive and enthusiastic press coverage, some of which, even though I've never heard of it, and it's from my nation, some of which involved headline writers getting out over their skis, like this one on Robin Mayer's Atlantic piece, "Climate Change Can Be Stopped by Turning Air into Gasoline." It can't. Yeah, gasoline adds to carbon emissions. The article itself, Judicious. Hold on. Judicious. I don't know if I said that right the first time. Okay. Judicious and smart, but it's pretty clear from a broad public reaction that not a lot of people read past the headline on this story. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess I did read the headline. The headline, well, I don't know. Wait. Oh, did people like it? I don't know. That is extremely wrong. Wait, okay. Another apocalypse averted, question mark? What will we do if things are only getting better? But this is extremely wrong. To state the bottom line clearly, the ability to pull carbon out of the air is not a silver bullet, which is probably true. It is not the cheapest or most effective way to fight climate change. It won't allow us to bypass any of the hard work of reducing our emissions. The apocalypse has not, in fact, been averted, at least not yet. No one who understands this technology, very much included Keith himself, believes otherwise. But DAC is an interesting case, a tool that could potentially help in several places where current clean energy technologies are lacking. So let's take a look at where it fits in and what can it do. With where direct capture fits into the carbon picture. The basic problem of climate change is that we are removing too much carbon from. The basic problem of climate change is that we are removing too much carbon from the geosphere. Oh yeah. Okay, I was like, what the fuck? I didn't read though. Below ground and putting it into the active biosphere above ground. Yes, exactly. This is the problem with lithium farming for batteries for electric cars, is that we just pull it all out of the ground, and it turns out that it's toxic to things above ground. So if you just leave it in the ground until you need it, it's less environmentally dangerous. From a climate change mitigation perspective, There are two basic ways of dealing with CO2 emissions. The smartest and cheapest is not to emit them in the first place, which is fucking true. If you don't start a fire, you don't need to pay for water to put it out. If you want to stop fires, yes, pouring water on the fires is a good idea and is effective. But you know what's better than that? Don't start more fires. We can do that in a million different ways. By reducing our consumption, using current technologies more efficiently, shifting to low-carbon technologies and practices. The second is to remove CO2 from the biosphere and put it back into the geosphere, where it can't cook the planet. Such negative emissions may end up being necessary if we emit more CO2 than our carbon budget for no more than 2 degrees Celsius rise in global average temperatures. The target would agree on the world agreed on in Paris. Much of the confusion around DAC arises from the fact that it can play either role. It can either prevent it can prevent CO2 emissions or draw the CO2 down. At least for now, Keith Company Carbon Engineering has elected to play in the former space, not the latter. Oh, yeah, okay. It draws down CO2. It doesn't prevent the emissions. Yeah. So what does this mean? Yeah. So the problem with this is if you use this as a way to, like if you use this as your sole way to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, what'll happen is that you make a carbon cycle basically. And if your emissions surpass your retention, your drawdown, then you don't solve the problem. And that's a problem right now. The trees don't absorb as much carbon dioxide as we're sucking or throwing into the air. So yes, this would help. But the better option is to stop emitting so much. We have very few options so far for getting true negative emissions. Let's look at the latter category first, since it's the one time the greatest long term. I don't know if I give a shit anymore. This is enough information. No one's here, so I'm just gonna stop reading. But okay.
Like Elon Musk,
Some
right?
nerd at the Heritage Foundation or something,
Exactly.
right? Yeah.
But instead she mentions, like eliminating air traffic, eliminating farting cows,
Yeah, because that's a better option. If we stopped all air travel, yes, it would be hard to get places, but you would reduce your CO2 emissions. And guess what? It's just an aspiration, and we would replace it with trains, electric ones.
What is she gonna do? Kill all people? I mean, we emit CO2. I mean,
yeah. Guess what? If all human beings died right now, CO2 emissions would reduce. That is a true fact. You can't deny that. Is it unlikely that will happen or unreasonable? Yeah, probably. Yeah, it'd probably be a bad thing if we murdered all human beings. Okay. But you can't deny the fact that it would reduce CO2 emissions. Same thing with stopping all flight. Maybe not a great idea because a train system across the Atlantic and Pacific Ocean is a bad idea. But you can strive for it. You can't ignore that that's a good idea. Same thing with gun laws. If you can't acknowledge that if you took every single gun and destroyed them, every single gun on the planet, destroyed them, gun deaths would hit an all-time low of 0 for as long as it took for somebody to build a gun and shoot themselves with it, right? Okay. Like that's if you destroyed all guns and like removed all knowledge of it ever existing and like how to build them, then guess what? Gun deaths would hit a remarkable 0%. That's undeniable. Undeniable. So, the same can be said about CO2. If we eliminated everything that produced CO2 that we use, CO2 emissions by humans would reach 0%. Duh.
North is trying. He hasn't succeeded yet. But he's doing his best.
He's doing his best. Maybe that's You know, what is she going to do? Kill all people? I mean, we emit CO2. I mean,
the governor Northam is trying. He hasn't succeeded yet. He's doing his best.
He's doing his best. Maybe that's a climate policy, not an abortion one. I don't know. Who knows? But I didn't see anything that was actually viable. She also is anti-nuclear power. Now I know why they're anti-nuclear power, which is because of strip mining. But wouldn't you say that the results of strip mining are far beneath the benefits of nuclear power?
Of course, nuclear power is very efficient. It's a green source of energy in so much as it doesn't release air pollution or carbon dioxide. What I love about Alexandria
until it does. See, that's the problem with why advocating for nuclear power is I'll use the trigger word, problematic. Because yes, nuclear power plants, if 100% efficient and perfect, are clean energy. But if it fucks up, then you have a permanent stain or a very long stain on the planet, okay? We're still feeling the effects from the Hiroshima, well, yes, but also the other one, whatever nuclear power plant like blew up in Japan. That the pollution for that is still in the environment, still causing problems. Okay, so again, this comes down to cost. It would be very expensive to produce a nuclear power plant that was totally safe. Yes, it would power a lot of things. You're right, it would, but that's not the easy way out. The easy way out is to just stop emitting CO2. Now, if you want to give a government subsidy and a huge fat check to build nuclear power plants that are the safest they've ever been in human history, good. But then you'd be going against your own fucking morals of government stuff. A capitalist will never in their entire existence build a 100% efficient nuclear power plant because they want profit. They'll cut corners whenever they can. It's like it.
Ocasio-Cortez's Green New Deal is it exposes environmentalism for the lie that it is. The Green New Deal has nothing to do with protecting the natural environment. As always, the hysteria surrounding global warming, the Green New Deal...
It has nothing to do with it except for, like, 90% of it.
Deal is about getting socialism by the back door. Just coincidentally, the catastrophe that awaits us...
Wow, it's almost as if giving everybody stuff when they need it would reduce CO2 emissions. If you yeah, like, I don't know how to, like, undeny it. Like, it's just, it's like, it turns out, guys, that if you only cut down trees for your need and not to make profit, it's more environmentally beneficial. Whoops.
5 years down the road, or 10 years, or 20 years, or whatever, the day after tomorrow, the catastrophe that's going to affect us on the day after tomorrow demands that we give the political left every single thing that they have wanted for 150 years to fight the sun monster. It's simply not credible.
I don't know if you're a Star Wars fan, but it kind of reminds me of the moment where the Senate gives the Emperor emergency powers.
Yeah,
you know?
That's what she's asking for.
It reminds me of that exact.
How? Where in the document of the Green New Deal does it say, give me all power?
Actually, almost word for word, to be honest.
She said, in order to prevent the catastrophe that's going to happen the day after tomorrow, we need to give Alexandria Palpatine emergency powers that will allow her to create any policy whatsoever.
Exactly,
no, of course it's right. And it's a total farce. And of course this is the case, because the left, they always talk about how we're denying science. Show me Alexandria's science degree. Show me Alexandria's PhD in physics. Or
show me yours. Why, like, if you deny all this shit, where's your evidence to like, what? How are you credible, buddy? Fuck me, dude. Like,
atmospheric science. I'll be waiting for that. I'll be waiting for that with...
By the way, when I get all the information that I get from is Steven Crowder had Dr. Patrick Moore on his show, and then I went up and looked on YouTube because it's a basic...
Oh my god. Who's Patrick Moore again? Is that fucking... Oh my... Is this like a... Fuck me. Why am I retarded? Holy... Jesus Christ. Holy shit! Oops. I can't type right now, dude. Patrick Moore. Patrick Moore is a businessman, nuclear lobbyist, environmental consultant, and former Greenpeace president of Greenpeace Canada. Wait, what? Maybe this isn't the total return. Hold on.
Basically a sea of infinite knowledge, and I looked up Dr. Patrick Moore. And he went through all. Had Dr.
in physics or atmospheric science. I'll be waiting for that. I'll be waiting for that with...
By the way, when I get all the information that I get from is Steven Crowder had Dr. Patrick Moore on his show, and then I went up and looked on YouTube because it's basically a sea of infinite knowledge, and I looked up Dr. Patrick Moore, and he went through all...
See, you can tell this guy's retarded because he believes that YouTube is a sea of infinite knowledge. When you watch somebody like Steven Crowder, a man who is incapable of sourcing his own fucking shit, YouTube is actually a pit of retarded bullshit. And it's the easiest place for you to get lost in absolute, I forget the fucking word for things that aren't knowledgeable. What the fuck's the word? Holy shit. What the fuck's the word for goddamn, like, lying to people willingly? I don't know. Whatever that is.
All the different graphs that the left uses and all the different, actual numbers. And he showed that, the hockey stick, graph that they talk about all the time. If you show before that, the disparity between carbon dioxide levels and temperature, global temperature, is vastly changing. It's always like this, basically.
Right. Another great guy on this point is Dr. Richard Lindzen, former atmospheric scientist at MIT, who is now, he's called a science denier by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez types. He's called a science denier by people who have never taken even a remedial science class. This man is a professor emeritus at MIT. There are some excellent guys out there who are skeptics, and they've had their careers ruined because they haven't towed the party line. Because apparently now we make science by political consensus.
True. May I ask a personal question?
Yeah, political consensus. Yeah, 99% of fucking...
Question really quick.
No way, yeah, sure.
So, I'm Hispanic, I'm half Cuban, right? And I have a lot of Latino friends.
Holy fuck, is that Destiny, guys?
My college, right? And basically, we had an argument last year. I haven't talked to much of them since, but we had an argument, and in that argument, they basically attacked me for being white Hispanic, right? They said basically you're not Hispanic. Your parents probably appropriated your name. My full name is Enrique Marin Puyals. It's pretty Hispanic, Like,
okay, you're okay. I think your friends are kind of dumb for not saying you're Hispanic if you're born in Cuba. Your parents are like I mean, yeah, like if your mom is straight up from Cuba, right? Like it depends. I don't know your whole story, but if your friends are like saying that like your name, okay, like your friends might be dumb, but your name being a certain way, like historically, like my name could be Ricardo, but I'm not Hispanic. All I'm saying is like his name, like who cares?
Some of the other guys who look Hispanic, dark skin, dark eyes, dark hair. One of them's like John Clark or something like that. It's like I'm pretty Hispanic. I heavily identify with it. Like how do I get them to see past theirs?
Oh, he identifies with it. Identity politics, you guys. I thought the right was so against identity. Why is he virtue signaling that he's a Cuban and he's Hispanic?
Actually, it's a stereotype. I have to be brown. I have to be dark. I have to be dark hair, dark eyes in order to be qualified as actual Hispanic. Otherwise I'm just a conquistador.
Okay, I mean, besides the anecdotal evidence of this statement, let's listen to the absolute autism.
I'm white. How do I make them see?
You pigmentation justifies that you are white, and I bet you if you look at your ancestry, you will have ties back to Europe.
That what they're doing is stereotyping themselves and other people.
Well, this was something I never understood about the left-wing hatred of Christopher Columbus. This comes out a lot. They hate Christopher Columbus because he discovered the New World and was oppressive in some way. They usually have no idea.
Oh my God, he was oppressive in some way. He literally came over and murdered people. Like, what are you talking about? Holy fuck. Oppressive in some way. Yeah, you're right, dude. Killing, it was all self-defense. The murder of all of those indigenous peoples was self-defense. He had every right to be he didn't have any other home besides there. That was his birthright to be there, dog. Self-defense. I'm gonna fucking end my life.
Idea how he was oppressive because they've never read a single word about the man. Yeah. But Christopher Columbus invented the Latino race. Without Christopher Columbus, there was no such thing as Latinos. Yeah. Latinos are the mixture of Native American populations and Spanish European populations.
Good thing the guy said Hispanic. And his friend said Hispanic. He's not even talking about Latino. He's talking about how has Hispanic heritage. And his friends say he's not Hispanic. So I don't know where Latino came from, but okay.
But there's a real hatred. It obviously comes from an ideological bigotry. And the ideological bigotry is the same thing that motivates the hatred of Columbus or whatever, which is a hatred of the self, of our own tradition. In America, in all of the Americas, we descend, in part at least, from a tradition, a Western tradition that begets a Western culture. It's based on a Western religion. And you...
Oh, there it is, religion again, even though it's untrue, but okay. You know the Greeks, how they came up with like major, like they came up with like the first major stepping stone towards human rights? Yeah, do you know what their religion was? Not what you consider the Western religion.
Constantly see the left.
You know, like a bunch of scientific advancements were introduced by the Islamic religion and that's why like a lot of stars are named after the names are in Arabic. Sorry, I kind of fucking butchered that, but yeah, okay. You know, like other things exist. Like there's other influences on our society. It's not all just Judeo-Christian values. like again, I think I said this before. Ancient Japanese, Chinese, religions all followed the like do unto others as you would do unto yourself, whatever the fuck, and they had no contact with Christianity whatsoever. And native tribes had a take care of yourself, like take care of your tribe stuff. Like there's
trying to undercut that at every single step, even if they start to contradict one another in order to do it. This is the ideology of intersectionality, which says that a Muslim extremist and a gay activist need to band together against Big Daddy Western civilization, even though...
Oh my god, that's not even true, you fucking idiot. Jesus Christ.
The extremist Muslim might want to toss the extremist and a gay activist need to band together against Big Daddy Western civilization, even though the extremist Muslim might want to toss the gay guy off of a roof in the middle of Iran.
I don't know when this happens. I don't know when the extremists or gay dudes are teaming up with extreme Muslims, but under his definition, all Muslims are pretty much extremists, so that's probably where the connection comes in.
It doesn't make a lot of sense, except that the only reality that they will acknowledge is the reality of oppression, which, in many instances of their historical narrative, their selective historical narrative, is a fictive one, or an incomplete picture that suggests that only one group of people has ever been abused in history, that our human nature is otherwise perfect, except for those...
No, actually, no, it's the opposite. We know that, like, one group of people historically has not been abused. Everyone else was. But even some white people fall under that category, right? Right. But then they're all categorized as not being white, okay? So Irish people weren't considered white, blah, 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 stuff like this. Like
bad guys on Columbus's ships. That's a fantasy, and I'm afraid that you're not going to be able to reason with a fantasy that denies reality. You'll just have to convince them of the simple joys of being right, I think. That's the only way to do it.
Hey, thanks for being here. It's good to see you.
That's good to be here.
So that was a non-answer.
I'm Zach Schuster, and I'm in a group of friends where we like to discuss and debate theological differences. We have Messianic...
I bet you they're all fucking retarded.
Jews, evangelical Protestants, Greek, Russian, Romanian Orthodox, and of course Catholics. So one thing we've been debating is whether or not it would be appropriate to use the term ecumenical to describe ourselves, because traditionally ecumenical...
Is that how it's pronounced? So, oh wow, I almost got it. That's funny. Ecumenical, representing a number of different Christian churches. Well, you fucked up if you said
has meant coming together to root out heresies and draw good lines where they belong. But more recently, I think especially leftist groups have changed the meaning of the term to mean some kind of meaningless kumbaya.
Ecumenical.
Okay. What?
Come together. So as an addendum, these groups have coming together to root out heresies and draw good lines where they belong, describe ourselves, and of course Catholics. So one of Messianic Jews, evangelical Protestants, Greek, Russian, Romanian Orthodox, and of course Catholics. So one thing we've been debating is whether or not it would be appropriate to use the term ecumenical to describe ourselves, because traditionally ecumenical has meant coming together to root out heresies and draw good lines where they belong. But more recently, I think especially leftist groups have changed the meaning of the term to mean some kind of meaningless kumbaya, come together.
Okay, so first of all, your own definition is actually far worse than the actual one, because when you say drawing like fair lines and like rooting out heresy. So, do you mean anything that's not Christian is heresy? Because, like, your Bible would agree with that. And, like I'm pretty sure that's what ecumenical in the past also meant. So, like, if you're defining yourself that way, uh-oh. But if you, like, the new leftist term is way safer than your definition, which is just that you're together. Like, Christians are together. Okay.
So as an addendum, more generally, what should we do when the left appropriates perfectly good terms? Do we try to reclaim them and use them in their proper sense, or do we go on to use different terms with clearer meanings?
An excellent question, an excellent observation. To quote our president, always use the best words, folks. Always use language precisely. The left uses language as its primary tool of perverting the culture. They do this to all sorts of language. They deconstruct, quote unquote, everything. They've now deconstructed language such that I'm older than most of the people in this room, so I remember when the word man used to refer to someone who is not a woman.
Yeah, and guess what? Now we've discovered that doesn't really fit with how the world works, okay? So if you think that... I'm going to listen to the rest of it, actually. Hold on.
Whereas now, the secondary definition of man, of course, includes also possibly a woman. They take words and they deprive them of their meaning.
Okay, well, he fucking derailed it completely. Okay, so he grew up in a time where man meant not a woman. Okay, well, what is a woman? If you're not a man, or if if you're a man, which means that you're not a woman, so then what does being a woman mean? And if being a woman means you're not a man, well then both words are meaningless because there's no like attachment to them, right? Okay. We've discovered that traditionally, like I thought he was going to go into like a bunch of different things, like being a man is this, that, but he just says like, I don't even know how to respond to this, to be honest.
I'm older than most of the people in this room, so I remember when the word man used to refer to someone who is not a woman. Whereas now, the secondary definition of man, of course, includes also possibly a woman. They take words and they...
Oh, he says, now definition of man includes also possibly a woman. No. How we're defining man now and female now are as, like you traditionally put them as roles. And we've discovered that humans can take up traits of the opposite. Like if you want to stick the trait of being aggressive onto a man, sure, you can do that. But women can also be men, or women can also be aggressive. So then, would you say that women can also be men if women can be aggressive? Well, no, you probably wouldn't say that because you think there's only two genders. So then, what does being a man and being a woman mean? If it just means a man isn't a woman and a woman isn't a man, well then they're fucking meaningless, and you shouldn't have a problem with people calling themselves whatever the fuck they want.
Deprive them of their meaning. Justice, which is getting your dessert without favor, is now...
Oh my god, wait, you just said that they're depriving the words of their meaning? You didn't give a meaning to either thing. You just said that a man isn't a woman.
Into social
Where's
justice,
the meaning in that?
which means getting what is not deserved because you are favored. This goes on and on.
Wait.
Dessert without favor includes also possibly a woman. They take words and they deprive them of their meaning. Justice, which is getting your dessert without favor.
There's more meaning. Fuck, I gotta move on.
Now perverted into social justice, which means getting what is not deserved because you are favored. This goes justice, which is getting your dessert without favor, is now perverted into social justice, which they take words and they deprive them of their meaning. Justice, which is getting your dessert without favor, is now perverted into social justice, which means...
Justice is getting your dessert without favor. Okay.
Means getting what is not deserved because you are favored. This goes on.
Getting what is not deserved because you are favored. Okay, I'm gonna go into slow motion here because I think he's actually retarded.
Justice, which is getting your dessert without favor, is now perverted.
Getting your dessert without...
A woman. They take words and they deprive them of their meaning. Justice, which is getting your dessert without favor, is now perverted.
How is justice getting your dessert without favor? Oh, let's go deep dive. Okay, so getting your cake without approval. Let's say that's what he's saying, which isn't the definition of justice. Justice just means just behavior or treatment. Fairness, justice, justness, fair play, fairness. You're not getting your cake. What it is that if you bake a cake and someone steals that cake, justice is you getting the cake back. Or if you both bake a cake and you take the whole cake, justice is you splitting that cake between two people.
Converted into social justice, which means getting what is not deserved because you are favored.
Getting what you don't deserve because you are favored. Okay. So now he thinks that social justice means that you're getting stuff without approval or whatever else favor means. let's think about that. Let's go to the definition. Justice in terms of distribution of wealth, opportunities, and privilege within a society. Okay. So, I don't know what he means by this because, well, if you take it by its literal term, it just means that if somebody has less privilege than you, you give them the equality of that privilege. Like, this is just social justice. And you give them equal opportunities, and you give them the distribution of wealth. So now, let's say you define this as socialism, like straight up giving no. It's just like getting fair pay for fair work. Things that you should fundamentally not disagree with. So I'm going to say that he's like pulling his definition from some extreme thing, which makes no sense.
This goes on and on. You should use the word properly. You should also root out heresy. You sound like you have a very fun group. I can't wait to join it. Next time I'm in Atlanta, I'm going to have to join your new Inquisition, and maybe we'll root out some theological heretics. Good question, and stay strong on the language.
We're all over the U.S., actually.
Really? What's the group called?
We call ourselves the Morning Walk Group because it started as morning walks where we would talk about theology.
I like this because I can smoke while I do it, too. This is very good. The body is a temple, and the temple needs incense. Very good question.
Till it kills you. Oh, my fucking hair's being fucking retarded.
Thank you. Good question.
Mr. Knowles, thank you for coming out tonight. My name is Jonathan Loria, and asking from one Sicilian to another, you talked tonight about the importance of your faith and loving people in your
Sorry, is this more virtue signaling about your race? Interesting.
Politics. So how do you personally balance loving people with politically engaging with people who fundamentally and sometimes violently disagree with you?
I only do it because I love them.
No, you do it for the money.
That's the only reason.
Because you have no actual coherent arguments.
And conservatives go out and constantly are trying to have dialogue, going to college campuses, constantly engaging in debate on the...
No, you go to college wait, whoa! He's about to say constantly debating. Ooh, I'm going to ignore the college campuses one. Oh, no, okay, I have to go through that one. Okay, let's go back. Okay, so the college campus one, you go on college campuses because you're picking up low-hanging fruit, people who are uneducated or have a lack of education in a field, so you're the first voice they hear about it. You know, like how birds, the first face they see, or like, I think it's birds, right? The first face they see, they assume is their mother, and then they act like that entity is their mother. So sometimes when you have a bird, or like when you have animals and you give birth to them, you try to make sure that they see whoever you want the owner to be first, and then that person takes care of them, and then the bird relies and follows and expects things from that person. So when you're the first voice they hear for some political bullshit, they will instantly believe you, or like think that you're smart or whatever, because they haven't heard anybody else. This is the same thing I brought up with fucking like marriage and like not having sex before marriage, or like not having any relationships before marriage or whatever. So you have no other experience with other people, so you get attached to your first fucking person that you have a relationship with because you don't think you're gonna have anything better because you straight up haven't had anything better. So with this fucking retard, if this is the first political person you've ever heard of in your life, you're gonna think that he's the best because you haven't heard anyone else. And then this guy will tell you to not listen to anyone else because they're all stupid. So you'll believe him, and then you won't listen to other people. And then you'll go on and continue going on and climb into a deep echo chamber where you'll never escape from, and now you're dumb. Or stupider. You might be dumb already. Yeah.
Going to college campuses, constantly engaging in debate on the internet or in real life.
I don't think I need to mention why this is fucking woefully inaccurate. Now, I'll give a little bit of credit to him. He did go to Politicon. He did sit down and talk to people. But he didn't really have an actual honest discussion. He kind of just pulled out the extreme card and talked a lot of bullshit. so that he can get out of the argument as fast as possible and not really talk about much, right? He just kind of clowned around on stage. So he didn't really have an honest conversation. And Ben Shapiro, his fucking big daddy boss boy, has never talked to anybody or, like, refuses to debate a plethora of people. And the only debate he has towards his name is the Cenk Uygur debate. And arguably, that was a failure on both sides. Both parties came away with nobody switching sides, right? They kind of just, whatever. Because apparently Cenk couldn't hear anything Ben Shapiro was saying. And, well, Ben Shapiro's Ben Shapiro. So that was a shit discussion on both sides. And now, Ben Shapiro will never talk to anyone ever again.
Is because we love people.
Because Sam Cedar and David Pakman, Kyle Klinsky, and all these people, because at this point, if Ben Shapiro actually agrees to debate somebody, it can't be low-hanging fruit. Because all of these top players are asking to debate him. Like, why would you debate the lowest hanging fruit? Now, maybe he has some, like, form of, like, at this point, he might still have some safety. Because he hasn't fallen, like, he hasn't had the problem like Dave Rubin has, where Dave Rubin literally has his own fans asking him to debate Sam Cedar. So now it's like he's in the trap where he can't actually avoid. He has to at some point actually debate Sam Cedar, and that will go horribly for him. But Ben might have a buffer where he can still ignore them because his fans haven't caught on to Sam Cedar's existence or David Pakman's existence or Kyle Klinsky's existence. But as they grow in popularity, one day the time will arise where his fans will ask Ben Shapiro, hey, why haven't you debated Kyle Klinsky, David Pakman, or Sam Cedar yet? And he'll have to fucking weasel his way out of that answer. And then it's all downhill from there, like your boy Dave Rubin.
People. If we didn't love people, we wouldn't do it. If the left likes to talk about a civil war in this country and how they hate us and the country's ripping apart, trust me, if we had an actual civil war, it wouldn't last very long. Conservatives have all the guns, and we all...
Wow, mass genocide, very beneficial to society. Really glad you're pushing your ethno-state on us right now.
Also have thought pretty deeply about our politics, relatively.
Oh my god. Oh my... This is like... I guess you have thought deeply about your politics, but not in like an actual way, just kind of like in a money grabbing, like what's beneficial to you way, not like what's beneficial for the rest of the world. So, I guess you have, but AOC, Bernie Sanders have as well, and that's like the new popular thing. Like, yeah, sure, you could say that towards like the middle ground Democrats, but nobody likes them, so.
So that wouldn't last very long. Fortunately, though, conservatives do love our countrymen, and so I always approach it.
Oh. And, again, they just bring us back. You can say that about Democrats as well, because if you want open borders, why isn't that a way to love your country? Because you want more people to be a part of it. Like, what the fuck? Like, what's the... Like, I don't get it. Like, it's like if you owned a condominium, and, it had... Oh yeah, it's like you had a condominium, and you love that condominium so much, and you thought it was the best condominium, but and like, would you not say that if a person accepted anybody, like they were just like live in my condominium for free, like what? Is that not like like it's dumb. Like what the fuck is the argument against? Like, why do you think that open borders is anti-United States? What is wrong with wanting more people in your country? How is that hate? How is that something like? Why does that mean hatred towards your country? Like what?
From a position of love and a position of realizing that there are different kinds of debates. If I'm on a debate stage with somebody and I'm speaking in front of an audience, then the purpose of that debate is to own the lid. It is totally to wreck that guy. So.
Oh, and then here's his pivot. So now, the people who have this is the first time they're ever hearing this guy speak will now believe that a debate is only about owning your opposition, and in this case, the libs. So anytime you get on stage, you don't actually want to bring up real talking points and actual policies, like he hasn't done all day on stage, except for he'll ask for policies on the other side, but he won't bring up his own. It's now about owning the libs, which is the most regressive way to ever have a conversation, ever.
So that you can see not that he is personally humiliated, but that his bad ideas are humiliated. If I'm gonna...
Oh. But no.
Coffee shop or a bar with that guy, I'm going to have a totally different perspective and a totally different tone because there's no audience in that point. What there is just me trying to convince a guy to come along to my point of view. Perspective and a totally different tone because there's no audience in that point. If I'm at a coffee shop or a bar with that guy, I'm going to have a totally different perspective and a totally different tone because there's no audience in that point. What there is just me trying to convince a guy to come along to my point of view. But
okay, the problem is, okay, I'm gonna.
That is ultimately what we want. We want to bring people over to our point of view because we love our countrymen who are.
Okay. So the idea for a debate out of these guys is publicly own the libs and don't actually have real public discussions. Only have discussions with people privately, with nobody else around to watch you. Now let's see. Let's decipher why that's fucking stupid. If you're on a public forum and you don't actually bring out public policies and stuff like that, it turns out that the general population doesn't like you. Why is Bernie Sanders popular? Because he constantly brings out statistics and policies over and over and over again for like his entire speech. Why is Donald Trump popular? Because he just owns the libs. And that's like a nice trigger word for stupid people. So who is he curtailing to? The idiots. The dumb people who don't actually talk about real policies and just stand up there to own the other side or whatever. And now he's portrayed that message onto his followers. Like, why would you want to have a conversation in private instead of in public? So that your dumb ideas don't get exposed. And why would you just want to own the libs on stage? Now, own the libs, you might think, oh, well, he means own the libs like policy-wise. Well, if you look at the history of people, of right-wingers on stage, they don't ever mention any kind of policies whatsoever, because it turns out their policies are fucking stupid. You can see this example in people like Jordan Peterson, who say that women in the workplace are not good. And then you ask him, well, if that's true, then what should we do about it? And he goes, I don't know. See what happened there? You just don't answer the question, right? So he never answers the question.
In our country, we're going to have to live with them, and we should try any tactic whatsoever to bring them over. We shouldn't get stuck on Johnny owns the lib.
Any tactic any tactic to bring them over, like going to college and picking out the uneducated or ignorant, not willingly ignorant, just people who don't know any better, and pick them up first, right?
We shouldn't get stuck on just using humor. We shouldn't get stuck on just arguing for.
Like, why do you think parents, why do you think kids usually have the same thoughts and ideas as their parents? It's because they're the first voice they've ever heard. So therefore, they don't, and it's like, yeah, it's the first voice they've ever heard, and they didn't hear contradictory arguments until way later in life. So then they bring up the same ideals as their parents had. This is called cultural formation. I think. I could be dumb. I forget the fucking... there's like societal... Yeah, societal... This is called like societal change. I don't know. Fuck, I'm retarded. Whatever.
From theology. We shouldn't get stuck on philosophy or economics or history. We should use it all, bring it in there. I have a rule. If I'm ever on Twitter and I'm getting genuinely angry, genuinely riled up and offended, I turn Twitter off. That is not going to make for a productive conversation. I might make a misstep, which would damage my own argument. I put it away. If people took that advice in virtual debate and...
What the fuck? Yeah, so like that's a pretty good idea. If you're getting angry to turn off Twitter, fine, that's fine. But when he says mishap, it's because his ideas are actually retarded.
Real life debate, I think the quality of our conversations would improve immensely. All right, thank you.
Real life debate. A stage debate is in real life debate.
Hey, Mr. Knowles, thank you so much for coming out tonight. My name is Renzo Wilkie, and as just mentioned, you're a Christian, as am I. With this, our religion emphasizes...
Oh, more interestingly, but what you are. Nice identity politics.
Is the importance of caring for those in need. As our God King Donald Trump affirmed us the other night in the State of the Union address, the United States will never be a socialist country.
Also, by the way, this was pointed out by somebody else, I forget who, but notice that anytime people come up to ask questions, so they'll always talk about, like, don't be triggered as being bad. All these people walk up and act triggered towards something. So, or like act like they virtue signal and stuff like that. Now, not every person. Okay, sorry, my bad. Not every person, but people will walk up and act fucking like the victim of some fucking thing. I don't know if this guy's going to that guy who was he was definitely acting like the victim when he was like, my friends bully me because I'm Hispanic or whatever. Like, that's acting like the victim, dog. I thought that was not
With this in
what
mind,
you
how
do.
do you suggest we create a society that lives up to our moral conviction by caring for those in need without some sort of government mandate?
First of all, we already do. We have the most charitable country in the history of the world, and nobody dies in the streets in the United States. Everybody does.
I'm sorry. Nobody dies.
The United States will never be a socialist country. With this in mind, how do you suggest we create a society that lives up to our moral conviction by caring for those in need without some sort of government mandate?
First of all, we already do. We have the most charitable country in the history of the world, and nobody dies in the streets in the United States. Everybody does have access to medical care. Illegal aliens have access to medical care. They get it by going to the emergency room. It happens all the time. The other way that
Nobody dies in this. Oh my god, dude, you're so fucking retarded. Nobody dies in the streets of the United States except for like the homeless people who do. And like I don't even know what he means by that. Like, does he mean like straight up in the streets? Because if he means straight up in the streets, like yeah, people die in their homes. People die in the emergency room because they can't actually pay for the surgery. The emergency room stabilizes your problem. It doesn't cure it. If you have a leg, if you get stabbed, or no, if you get shot, okay, you go to the emergency room, they will stabilize you, but they won't actually fix the problem. Or if they do, you have to pay for it, and then like good luck, and like now you're in like financial trouble. I forget, or do they, like if a gunshot wound goes through, do you get like probably done that? What's like a better example? Because I feel like they would pull the bullet out. Like why not? They just make you pay for it afterwards, like the ambulance ride, stuff like that. Anyways, but like if you have a problem, like let's say you have lung cancer or whatever, and you collapse, or like not even lung cancer, but you have like a heart problem, whatever, and you have a heart attack. Yeah, you'll go to the emergency room, you'll get stabilized, but you won't actually get care for it until you pay for it. And if you can't pay for it, then you're fucked. And also, when you get picked up from an ambulance, you have to pay for the ambulance. And guess what? Some people can afford that. And also guess what? Some people can't afford the care. So this is just retarded. Also, he's about to mention that we're the most giving country. Even though they're not. Like he'll mention like social programs. Like the veterans program. So that's socialism, you fucking retard. By your definition. I want to kill myself. In
the streets in the United States, everybody.
Government mandate.
First of all, we already do. We have the most charitable country in the history of the world, and nobody dies in the streets in the United States. Everybody does have access to medical care. Illegal aliens have access to medical care. They get it by going to the emergency room. It happens all the time. The other way that we do it, which is a wonderful thing that Tocqueville talked about, and was so...
Like, he mentions everyone has access to it. Yeah, sure, everyone has access to it. As long as you can pay for it. And people die in the streets all the time. I don't know where the fuck that stat's from. And illegal aliens, again, if you go to the emergency room, your problem isn't cured. It's just stabilized.
Impressed by in America is our civic institutions. These are non-governmental, private institutions. Catholic Charities is one of the biggest examples of it, but obviously a lot of different church groups, a lot of secular groups as well.
Yeah, dog. The fucking dude, like those charities, dog. Oh man. Wait, if those shit, I had a man, private charities are so good. I don't know how they haven't solved all of our problems yet, but I trust me, they would. We just have to deregulate government more, and they would. Someone said that. It was someone, Stephen Crowder, actually.
As well, they do tend to be faith-based organizations. Go in and take care of people in need. The more local, the better, because the more local the organization, the more likely are secular groups as well, though primarily they do tend to be faith-based organizations. Go in and take care of people in need. The more local, the better. Because the more local the organization, the more likely you are to know the person. The more likely you are to be able to tailor care to that person, so you're not just wasting money on yet another bureaucratic, bloated program. That is a way to do it. We do have the most advanced medical care in the world. Unfortunately for us, our biggest problem is not precisely medical or even pharmaceutical. It's psychological and philosophical. But we have in this country a declining life expectancy. It's now declined for 2 years, for the first time in 50 years.
And you don't think that's correlated with your... Oh, fuck me, dude. Oh, my God.
The reason for that is suicide and drug overdose. That's not something that's going to be fixed by socialist healthcare.
What do you... Except for it would.
That's going to be fixed by fixing a perverted culture that causes people to despair and to turn to drugs to solve their problems because their view of the world has become so distorted.
You know why they turn to drugs, dog? It's because they get prescriptions from the doctor, and the doctor wants to make a profit. So he tells him to take a bunch of drugs, and then he gets addicted to those drugs so that he comes back and gets more from the doctor, and he gets more and more money. But there's a government mandate against selling somebody a fucking ton of drugs. So the doctor at some point has to stop.